Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 25, No Plan Survives Contact. Ichigo wasted no time getting out of Karakura. Yamamoto was about to unleash a trap with his Ryujin Jaka. Ichigo had seen the man's power, and he did not want to stick around and see if he could take it. Ichigo wasn't quite sure how or why, but he was finding it far easier to detect other spiritual presences than he had before his resurrection. In any case, he was able to locate his friends with only mild difficulty as he shunpaed as fast as he could out of the false replacement of his hometown. With them all was another familiar presence, a Shinigami whose Ryatsu felt rather chilly. Toshiro. Dad was right, they're being taken care of. He, at least, I can trust. Ichigo adjusted course to meet up with them. They weren't far, and he would feel a lot better if they had his protection, while Ichigo was of the opinion that Soul Society wouldn't make any overt moves against him while he was still needed. There was still Jin out there, and he wouldn't put it past Soul Society to make some sort of preparation for after Aizen's death. What the Vizard did not anticipate, however, was just how frightening his appearance currently was. He appeared a few meters away from the group as they fled from the area. Inoue was being carried by Rukia in the middle, while Chad was utilizing his newest skill, the airwalking technique, to keep up with his high-speed technique that resembled Sonido, but was not quite it. Ishida was cruising along on their right, riding what seemed to be a flying skateboard sans wheels made up Ryatsu. Ranjaku and Rinji were flanking Rukia, while Hitsugaya Toshiro led the pack. Hey guys! Ichigo's casual greeting caused a multitude of reactions from his friends. Toshiro had very nearly drawn his Zanpakuto, his hand still twitching towards it. Rukia gave out a yelp as Inoue's knees dug into her back as she stiffened. Rinji nearly fell out of the air when he forgot to solidify the air beneath him for his next Shunpa, while Ranjaku seemed to be holding her breath, looking at him with naked fear. It was Ishida, however, who was the most calm of the group. Kurosaki, cancel your resurrection and take off the mask. You're a bit fearsome to look at like this, which I suppose is the point, but do you realize how hard it is to talk to someone when you can't see their face and their very Ryatsu is enough to suffocate your comrades? Oh. Ichigo hadn't realized that Ranjaku was not holding her breath on her own will, but that she was literally unable to breathe under the weight of his strength. Now, how to cancel this? Is it like my Bankai? Taking his hollow powers under his mental grip, he dismissed the power. It was a very odd sensation, Ichigo decided, to literally feel his hollow hole close up, and his mask reverse its growth around his head until it was just that, a simple mask that covered only his face, and could be taken off. He quickly snagged off the mask and crushed it in his fingers, revealing his face to light once more. Ranjaku was very noticeably gasping for breath now, making Ichigo feel a little guilty. But I hadn't known that my Ryatsu would have that much of an effect on her. What did you expect? Did you really think the power you needed to match Aizen wouldn't be too strong for most to handle? I just didn't think of it. You alright? He asked, noticing Toshiro's barely masked concern towards the Fukatecho. I'm alright, she managed, as she stood up a little straighter, having apparently somewhat recovered from the experience. Where'd you get the vest? Rukia asked, surprised. Ichigo blinked and glanced down at himself. Indeed, he was wearing a strangely comfortable plain white sleeveless vest, one he'd never worn before. But I have, Kazador finished with a serious tone. The vest is a manifestation of your hollow powers, a sign of your acceptance of your hollow nature, Tensa Zangetsu explained. It serves a few purposes, not the least of which is another level of armor over your vitals. When your Shihakusho is restored, the vest will lay underneath it. Ichigo wasn't sure he liked having evidence of his Vizard status being on display so openly when he wasn't wearing the mask, but considering that everyone knew already, what could it hurt? It's a remnant of the resurrection, he half lied to the others. But don't worry, I'm fully in control. You better be, Toshiro muttered. Come on, let's go. At the unified nod of assent, the group once again made its way to the point north of Karakura that Kairaku had designated as their meeting spot. You went totally berserk, Ichigo, Rinji accused. What happened between you and Aizen? Ichigo's eyes narrowed in anger. Aizen arranged for the Grand Fisher to kill my mother in front of me when I was 9 years old. There was a loud gasp from Inoue, and when the wizard looked her way, she seemed to be holding back tears as she stuffed her fist in her mouth. Chad's left fist, currently untransformed, clenched and very audibly popped several knuckles. Ishida turned to look at him in shock. This was something he hadn't realized that he and Kurosaki had in common, the loss of an important parental figure from a young age, due to a megalomaniacal Shinigami. Ishida had lost his grandfather to Mayuri, Ichigo, his mother to Aizen. Why? Chad asked simply, though his tone was thick in sympathetic anger. Because I am the son of a human and a Shinigami, and he thought it an interesting experiment. Because despite my heritage, I was growing weak and content with life, and needed motivation to continue fighting, to grow as strong as I could. Ichigo's fist audibly clenched around the hilt of Tensa Zangetsu. He killed her to test me. So you gave yourself to the forbidden hollow powers, Toshiro murmured, not expecting Ichigo's sudden spin in his direction, eyes flashing angrily. And what would you have done, Toshiro? The substitute Shinigami snarled. What would you have done, if he killed one of your loved ones and you had access to hollow powers? My mother was my life. She was everything to that little 9-year-old boy. And Aizen killed her. I wanted, and still want, vengeance, and I shall have it. I'm not arguing he didn't deserve you going at him with full power, but you do realize that you have scared the shit out of pretty much the entire Gotei 13. Renji pointed out. Yeah, tell me something new already, Ichigo replied bitterly. Bitter? Rukia thought in surprise. Ichigo. It's nothing. I'll tell you later. Besides, we're here. Indeed, they had arrived at the designated reconvening point. The rest of the forces were gathered there, Shinigami, Wizard, and Arrancar alike, though each were subtly gravitating towards their own kind. Ichigo. Shinji's voice called out. Ichigo quickly made his way over to the other wizard and was taken aback at what he saw. Shinji had obviously been injured very heavily, judging by the bloodstains, but had evidently been healed. The others appeared fine, each having a few scratches and bruises, but they were being tended to by Hachi quickly enough. Why didn't you tell us you had Resurrection? Didn't know I had it until I used it, Ichigo said simply. Hiyori got up and approached him, her eyes searching, but strangely not as aggressive as they had been towards him for as long as the substitute Shinigami had known her. How'd you do it? She asked quietly. Ichigo's mouth twisted into an unsure expression. My inner hollow discovered his name. After that, I guess I just needed the right trigger. But how did he find his name? Hiyori pressed, a flicker of her old anger lighting up in her eyes. We need to know. Imagine if we all used Resurrection at once and attacked Aizen. It was the moment he defeated me for the first time, Ichigo related. I think you can only gain Resurrection if you and your hollow trust each other, if you work together like a Shinigami works with his Zanpakuto. Your hollow is a part of you, it's born from your soul. Only in cooperation can you push each other to greater power. As he spoke the last word, an intense heat washed over him. He slowly turned to see the facsimile of his beloved town engulfed in flames, higher than any skyscraper he'd ever seen. Can Yamamoto finish him? This is his trap, Enetsu Jigaku. Everything in there is going to be destroyed, even Yamamoto himself, Yukitake replied from a few feet away. If Aizen can survive that, then I fear we are doomed. Ichigo's face twisted into an angry but determined expression. No, I refuse to believe that. You've all used your ultimate moves. Your Bankai. Every last drop of your power. Because if you haven't lost yet. My Shirkai changes battles into games with rules that everyone within range for me has to follow, Kairaku told him. How big do you think my Bankai's range is? My Bankai is meant to take out an army alone, not for a large number of allies against one enemy. That's how it is with most Bankai, it is a Shinigami's last resort, and has a large effect that is difficult to focus on just one enemy. For instance, Soifan's Bankai creates a huge explosion that will kill pretty much everyone in the vicinity. Tozen's Bankai created a field of complete sensory deprivation, again focusing on an area, rather than an individual. Abaraikoen's Bankai creates a large bone snake that would be very unwieldy in an area with allies, and is more than capable of attacking multiple enemies with its attacks. Kamamura's Bankai creates a literal armored giant, which can easily accidentally or purposely crush nearby enemies. He sighed. Like I said, most Bankai aren't designed to work with allies in the area, and it would be suicide to take on Aizen alone. Ichigo gave him an incredulous look. You're telling me that you can't use Bankai, or most of the more explosive Kido, because it's too unwieldy around allies? Renji shrugged. We can't all have tiny Bankai like you do, Ichigo. Don't say it like that. You make it sound perverse, the wizard muttered at him. Fine then. If Shinigami ultimates are out of the question, let's look at the hollow side of things. I've got Resurrection. The rest of the wizard have their masks. Nell. Harabel. Grimmjow. You three still here? I am here, Kurosaki Ichigo, Harabel answered, stepping forward. She was still in her resurrection state. Grimmjow left as soon as we evacuated. He said he'd fulfilled his end of the deal, Kamamura filled in. Nellio's gone too, Yukitake told him. She actually had a message for you. Ichigo, thank you for showing mercy on a little girl Arankar when she didn't know who she was. Thank you for being her friend after she found out. But most of all, thank you for treating me as human as you are, because that's what you are, human, no matter whether you are Shinigami or Hollow or anything in between. Don't ever forget that, Ichigo, because your greatest power lies in your humanity, your capacity to accept and understand anyone. Should you ever find yourself in Hueco Mundo, please know that you and your friends will be welcome with me and Stark. Ichigo tilted his head and looked up to the sky, eyes closed as he listened to the words spoken by an Arankar whose own capacity for kindness had given her a blessing disguised as a curse, escaped from Aizen in a form that let her enjoy childhood for a little while. No, thank you, Nellio. He whispered. Ichigo. Chad's right arm, still transformed into his Brazo Dericha del Gigante, came to rest on Ichigo's shoulder. What now? Ichigo took a deep, slightly shuddering breath, but when he looked around at his comrades, his eyes were focused. All right. I've faced Aizen in direct combat. He focuses a lot on speed and Zenjutsu in close to mid-range, but uses Kido in long range. He seems to like using Heido 90, Kurohitsuji when he's in a tough spot. What's actually hit him, aside from me? Bakudo, Urahara revealed, stepping forward. He was successfully held in place by multiple Bakudo, with some assistance from yourself, long enough for me to cast a full incantation Heido 91, Senjukoten Taiho. The seals I've placed seem ineffective, though I have put one on that will take effect if he weakens significantly. Ishida's eyes lit up. How many of you know high-level Bakudo and feel capable of using it effectively after your fights? Yukitake, Kairaku, Urahara and Hachi stepped forward. I see where you're going with this, Kairaku murmured. If we can all bind him together, then that gives me enough time to end it, Ichigo finished. Nice plan, Ishida. What if that fails? He's gone through another evolution since you last hit him with Bakudo, Hitsugaya pointed out practically. And even then, if Kurosaki hadn't been there, he would have escaped. He might be immune to it now for all we know. We should have a backup plan. What would you suggest? Kamamura queried. Hitsugaya shook his head. I'm not skilled with making such plans. Soifan Taicho, you're the better tactician amongst us. Do you have any ideas? Soifan frowned pensively, doing her best to keep her eyes from flitting towards Kurosaki Ichigo. If we prove unable to bind him long enough for Kurosaki Ichigo to kill him, or if Aizen somehow survives that, then we must force him to fight by other rules. Kairaku Taicho's Shirkai will be useful. If I can stay unnoticed, I can focus the effect of my Sakanade on him, reversing his perceptions, Shinji volunteered. Everyone else would be unaffected. Useful, Soifun deemed, starting to pace. Alright. Here's the plan for if the Bakudo plan fails. The wizard Hirako Shinji will use his Shirkai to create critical opportunities. Try to maintain as much distance as you can, so you may escape the effects of Kaiaraka Taicho's Shirkai. Kaiaraka Taicho should move in and use whichever game you feel will give the most advantage. There is not enough time for us to become familiar with all of your games, so only you and Yukitake Taicho should meet him. Yukitake Taicho, please use your Shirkai to redirect any Kido that Aizen uses. Kurosaki Ichigo, you will take the opportunity to be healed and replenish your Ryatsu using a Shinigami Medic or Inoue Orihime, in preparation for the possibility of this plan's failure. What about the rest of us? Ikaku asked bluntly. The rest of us, myself included, will be focusing on the traitor Ikamaru Jin. He is the only threat here aside from Aizen himself. Wait. Ichigo interrupted, having just remembered a very important point with a rising sense of horror. The pillars, the ones that hold the real Karakura in Soul Society, will they be destroyed by Yamamoto's Anetsu Jigaku? Relax, Ichigo-kun, Urahara waved off his concerns. Yamamoto had laid his trap before you returned from Hueco Mundo and verified that the pillars would not be in range. And even if they were, Tensai and I made them especially fire-resistant with multiple element resistance barriers just in case, and we have backup rods that can reinforce them if we need. Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief. It would have been disastrous for the real Karakura to reappear in the middle of Yamamoto's trap. Well, we have our plans, what now? We get healed, and then we wait. Aizen was very close to panicking at this moment. He was trapped in a dome of fire, and the very earth itself was aflame. It seemed Yamamoto had closed off any easy way out. The heat was intense, and Aizen found himself sweating heavily, cursing the old BSTRD. DMN, it's hot, and it's only getting hotter. It won't be long now before the air itself catches on fire. Aizen's only hope was to dash through the fire as fast as he could, and let the Hogyoku heal him afterwards. But every time he tried, Yamamoto seemed to know exactly where he was and without fail fought him in the flames until Aizen was forced to retreat and heal from the burns he was gaining. It was galling to watch Yamamoto only be mildly burned while Aizen consistently suffered second and third degree burns. I suppose that's because the fire was created from his own Ryatsu. But how do I get out of this? Aizen had tried using his illusions on Yamamoto while trying to escape, to no avail. Yamamoto seemed to fighting with his eyes closed, and was constantly tracking him regardless of the illusion. He senses Kyoka Suijetsu, he said. Is countering me really that simple? Aizen had known for some time now that his Zanpakuto's weakness was someone looking past the illusion to sense it, but the normal five senses were far more compelling during a fight. Which is why Yamamoto's eliminated the most distracting sense. But this can't be the end. Calm down, and think. Easier said than done, since every time Yamamoto sensed that Aizen was staying within his prison, he fed more Ryatsu into the fire to make it burn ever hotter. Aizen knew he had mere minutes, if that. I need to get out. Yamamoto won't let me out. He ignores my illusions now, single-mindedly coming after me. Can I kill or otherwise incapacitate Yamamoto? After a moment of consideration, Aizen shook his head. Not in outright combat. Yamamoto is a skilled, powerful combatant, and is far more at home among the flames here than I am. I'll succumb to the heat long before I could kill him. I need to get to the real Karakura so I can finish creating the Oken. Wait. Aizen began to smile. I've been going about this wrong. I know where the pillars are, and I know that Yamamoto won't let all those innocent humans in Karakura burn. All I have to do is destroy them from in here, and Yamamoto will put out his own trap. He spent several precious moments designing his illusion, the battlefield that was the fake Karakura shimmering and being slowly replaced by the real Karakura. He smiled as he swiftly but carefully crafted the screams of agony and the smell of burnt flesh. And then Aizen cast his illusion. Yamamoto was taken by surprise when the air around him suddenly felt a little cooler, though it was promptly heated again by his flames, but when cries and pleadings for help reached his ears, his eyes opened wide in surprise. How can this be? Did Jin manage to destroy the pillars from the outside? Did he have help? Or is this yet another illusion? I know what you're thinking, Aizen stated from several yards away. You're wondering if this is another illusion. I can see your brain working, you're thinking, if it is an illusion, if I strike him down then the illusion will fall. But if it is not an illusion, then every second my fires are up, I'm killing innocent humans and evaporating their souls. The problem is, old man, that you had planned on using this trap to kill me. So you have to make a choice. Risk killing tens of thousands of humans, which I will promptly use to create the Oken, or quench your flames, and try to kill me another way. Yamamoto almost screamed in frustration. He was so close. Less than a minute and the whole area would have erupted into an inferno the likes even hell would have envied. He would have ended the threat once and for all. But he knew he had no choice. With some concentration, and a great deal of his remaining Ryatsu, he put the fires out. There was still some screaming down below, but that was to be expected. Humans, sadly, could be very flammable. You really are so predictable, Aizen commented offhandedly, observing the scorched area. The air felt cooler now without the fires to constantly keep it hot, but he would bet that the ground would be scorching hot to touch for some time. Perhaps, but I will not let you make the Oken here. Yamamoto snarled, bringing his Shurikai to bear. I may have been forced to release my Inetsu Jigaku, but we will see. If you can survive without your head. You no longer have the strength to defeat me, the Hogyoku-infused Shinigami said bluntly. Your Ryatsu is extremely low, and I have evolved past that of Shinigami strength. You can sense my Zanpakuto, but not me, is that not true? Aizen smiled. You are finished, Yamamoto Suteicho of the Gotei 13. We shall see. We already have. And then Yamamoto felt a hand plunge into his already wounded chest from behind, puncturing his lung and leaving a gaping hole. Before his eyes, the Aizen that he'd been talking to turned into Kyoka Suigetsu, levitating under Aizen's power. Below him, the real Karakura shattered and revealed the truth, the fake Karakura. Yamamoto had suspected, but to see it made him unbearably angry. He lashed out with his left foot, aiming for Aizen's neck, only for it to be effortlessly blocked by Aizen's arm, which did not even budge. No. Behind him, Aizen smiled as he withdrew his arm and tossed Yamamoto to a nearby roof, scorched but still standing despite the Shinigami's power. How fitting that my first illusion, giving Kyoka Suigetsu my form, would be the one I used to defeat the greatest of Shinigami. You are quite strong, Yamamoto. Thank you for giving me the chance to test my new powers. Stay alive as long as you can, and watch me ascend to the world's throne. Kami, how much Ryatsu do you have, Ichigo? Rukia demanded as she continued her healing spell, restoring the wizard's reserves. She was being assisted by Hachigen, who was by far more familiar with wizard Ryatsu, and between them Ichigo's Ryatsu was returning, but had yet to reach full. I dunno, a lot. Ichigo asked. It takes me a while to really run low. The others watched in fascination as Ichigo's Bankai coat regenerated itself as Ichigo regained his strength. What's up with the coat, Ichigo? Renji asked. Ichigo glanced down at where the coat was growing down his left arm. He hadn't had a lot left after clashing with Aizen, scraps of his right sleeve, and his leggings were all that remained. It's part of my Bankai. It acts as armor. Depending on how much Ryatsu I have left, it can take a lot of damage. I guess I was down to about half, maybe a third of my Ryatsu. All the remaining Taicho exchanged glances at hearing that, before being healed, Ichigo had still easily had Taicho levels of Ryatsu. No wonder Kenpachi likes fighting him, was Kairaku's sole comment. We've seen you with the mask, but does your resurrection take you higher than that? Shinji heard himself asking, though he felt rather detached and ready to faint. If anyone asked, he was ready to blame it on his previous injury from Aizen. Yeah, a lot higher. What are you? Hiyori demanded. That's insane. How long have you been a Shinigami? He's been a Shinigami for about a year, Rukia answered with a smirk, turning her head to look over her shoulder at Hiyori. And I'm human, Ichigo stated firmly. Though I suppose part of my high levels of Ryatsu are due to Dad. That's right, Ishin agreed. That's what you get for having an ex-Daicho for a father. Soifun just stared at the younger Kurosaki. That nightmare was with only half of his power available to him. She was beyond fear. All she could do was stare in stunned disbelief. That expression was quickly echoed by everyone else facing southwards. What? Ichigo questioned. I mean, I know it's impressive, and I certainly didn't expect my dad to be a Shinigami, but... Ichigo, look behind you, Rukia whispered, her tone one of utter horror. He did, just in time to see Yamamoto fall. No way. Yamaji, defeated? Kairaku breathed. How? I don't know, Yukitake replied, drawing his own Sojio no Kodawari. But he won't live to regret it. Shunsui. Urahara. Hachijin. Bakudo plan. The four of them leapt out with the speed of Shunpa, followed at a short distance by Ichigo. Ichigo had not been fully replenished, his Bankai coat still had a few parts of its sleeves and the upper part of its chest missing, but hopefully, it would be enough. Oh. Aizen queried loftily. What's this? Hachijin swiftly passed his hand over his face, palm inwards as he summoned his mask, a more colorful one than most of the other vizard, Ichigo observed. The mask had curved tusks from either side of its mouth, which oddly enough had muscle-red gums around the teeth. The mask also had goggle eyes, with red on the outside and orange inside, and yellow feather-like spikes around the outside of the mask, resembling a Native American headdress. But his preoccupation with the mask vanished as soon as he heard the vizard spell, Bakudo 99, Bankin. First song, Surayu. An enormous amount of spiritual wrappings erupted from behind Hachijin, rushing towards Aizen at high speed. Aizen attempted to dodge, but... Bakudo 61, Rikujikoro. Yukitake and Kairaku called out together, and the enemy was heavily surprised to find himself frozen in place by 12 bars of light that struck him in the midsection. A moment later, the spirit fabric from Hachijin's Bakudo practically collided with Aizen, promptly wrapping him up several times over, but leaving the twin Rikujikoro spells alone. Second song, Hyakurensen. One moment, there was nothing in the air around Aizen. The next, Ichigo could hardly see Aizen through the cloud of metal bolts that promptly stabbed into the Hogyoku-powered Shinigami. Wow. Brutal. But oh so fitting, Cazador commented with a satisfied grin. Final song, Bankin Taiho. It was the shadow that suddenly appeared above Ichigo that alerted him that perhaps he should never PSS off the good-natured Kido master. But to Ichigo's surprise, Aizen let loose a scream of rage, and he could see the metal bolts popping out, the fabric was tearing, the bars of light were cracking. Hit him with another Bakudo, he yelled to Urahara, who didn't appear to hear him. Hurry! Ichigo tried, yelling towards Hachijin, but he too gave no reaction. Oh! Oh, no! Aizen's used another illusion on them. Ichigo rushed in, spinning Tensa Zangetsu on his finger as he charged a Getsuga as fast as he could, using his left hand to pull on his Ajucha's mask, his eyes on the target. The enormous ceiling cube meant to pin Aizen to the ground, helpless, began to fall, none of them noticing Ichigo's new peril, nor Aizen's progress towards escape. And then all the Bakudo that had been placed on the man exploded outwards, vanishing into the air, and Ichigo felt Aizen's Ryatsu, strange and alien feeling from the Hogyoku's influence and his evolutions, skyrocket. But still, his comrades noticed nothing. Aizen and Ichigo spent a precious moment looking at each other, one smug, the other horrified, before both Shunpaed out of range of Hachijin's Bakudo. Aizen's eyes had lost their iris and eyebrows, but he otherwise looked no different from before. Once they were hundreds of meters away from the others, Aizen turned around with a smirk. So troublesome, to have to resort to a partial evolution to escape from there, the Hogyoku wasn't ready for my next form yet. But, now I know that I can escape the highest levels of Bakudo, even layered and empowered by a pseudo-Arankar. Even if Bakudo no longer works against you, I won't let you win and sacrifice everyone. Ichigo growled. Is that so? Jin. A moment later, the other traitorous Taicho appeared in a flicker of Shunpa next to Aizen. Yes. Open a Senkaman. We're going to Soul Society. We'll create the new Oken there while our foes rejoice having killed us. My illusion should last until we have arrived in Soul Society. He's going to sacrifice them all. Faces flashed in front of Ichigo's eyes, faces that belonged to people he knew, people he had sworn to protect. Yuzu, Karen. Tatsuki. Mizuiro. Kigo. Everyone. Ichigo's Ryatsu manifested around him, flaring as a seething black and crimson Getsuga-like aura around him. Tendrils of his Ryatsu writhed in the air under Ichigo's rage, his hollow mask and Shinigami blade thrumming with power. Didn't you hear me, Aizen? He hissed. I won't let you. Aizen smiled at the human wizard before him. And how do you plan to stop me? You cannot be more skilled in Bakudo than a hollowified Fukutecho of the Kido core, so you cannot seal me. You cannot physically subdue me, as the Hogyoku will regenerate all my wounds. You have never killed, am I correct? You have never taken a life. To take it is no small matter, Kurosaki Ichigo. You, as all humans do, will hesitate before the final slide. It is only natural, for as a thinking human being, taking the life of someone else is akin to taking your own. It harms your very soul, your mind, your body. And it is at that hesitation that I will kill you. So if you cannot seal me, cannot subdue me, and cannot kill me, how will you stop me? Maybe you're right, Ichigo admitted. Maybe every human would hesitate. He began to smirk behind the mask. Lucky for me, I'm not just human. Tell me, have you ever seen a hollow hesitate? Aizen blinked, and then instinctively dodged the Zero that erupted from Ichigo's fingertips. The Zero traveled for another 100 meters before striking a building, which promptly exploded in all directions. Impressive, Ichigo. Zero. Once again, Aizen evaded, and another building was reduced to flying remnants of metal, stone and glass. He ignored them, nothing without Ryatsu could hurt him now. What do you hope to achieve by doing this? Tell me, Aizen, do your illusions account for being struck by rubble after you're dead? This must be what getting drunk feels like, Ichigo thought to himself with a wild smirk upon seeing Aizen's eyes, widened in shock. Drunk at STRPR bar with the best one dancing for ya, Cazador amended, sharing Ichigo's fierce joy at having spoiled Aizen's illusion. It took only a moment for Aizen's face to morph into a decidedly angrier look, one that made the wizard begin to realize that perhaps taunting him might not have been the best idea. Are you happy, Ichigo? Aizen asked with a dangerous tone. Do not forget, even if they realize that they are in an illusion, they cannot break it. Did you think that you could regain your allies so easily? You are alone, Kurosaki Ichigo. If you believe you can stop me, then come and try. Just then, a Senkaman opened, and a hell butterfly, black as pitch, flew out, leading a figure that made everyone in the area freeze in surprise. The figure was decidedly female, her black hair tied back in a bun held by a white and very light blue cloth. She wore the standard Shinigami robes, along with an armband on her left arm that pronounced her a Fukutecho, though Ichigo could not make out the division symbol from his position. But perhaps most prominent was her taken aback, half-fearful expression as the Senkaman closed behind her. Aizen Taicho. Chapter 26, Illusion of Reason. Aizen Taicho. Ichigo was dumbfounded at the sudden appearance of the stranger. Who is this? And why is she calling him Taicho? Is she a sympathizer? Cazador suggested. Hinamori. Aizen recognized with a smile. It has been quite a while. Wait, I know that name. Hinamori. Wasn't she the Fukutecho that Aizen nearly killed? Ichigo recalled, straining his memory to what seemed a lifetime ago, back to while he was recovering from his first failed attempt on Aizen's life in Soul Society. Flashback. Ichigo was lying down in the Squad 4 barracks, being evaluated by their Taicho, Unohana. She seemed to be pleasant enough, always smiling, and obviously very good at what she did, considering that he was largely recovered after Aizen had nearly cut him in half. Alright, you're healed enough to move around, she confirmed. But I want you back here at the end of the day. In the meantime, no training, absolutely no Bankai, and do try to avoid Kenpachi Taicho, he seems quite eager for a rematch. Trust me, that's something I want to avoid too, Ichigo agreed with a slim bead of sweat on his brow. The mere thought of fighting that bloodthirsty maniac gave him chills. It's hard to believe I beat him the first time, he thought as he got up and stretched his legs. It felt good to be moving around again. As he made his way to the exit, he passed the child-looking Taicho, Toshiro, who was apparently on his way to see someone. Poor boy. Unohana commented quietly. Ichigo's curiosity got the better of him, and he couldn't help but ask, What happened? His childhood friend, Hinamori Momo, was Aizen's old Fukutecho. Aizen tried to kill her shortly before taking the Hogyoku out of your friend, Kuchiki Rukia. Ichigo knew firsthand just how dangerous Aizen was, and from the sounds of it, Hinamori had ended up even worse than he had. Well, you fixed me pretty quickly. She'll recover, right? Physically, she's stable, and healing. She had only one stab injury, though grave, and hadn't exhausted her Ryatsu like you had. Mentally, however, maybe another story, Unohana related. Like I said, she was Aizen's Fukutecho. She looked up to him greatly. His betrayal must have been devastating, she is in a coma right now, and no one knows when she'll wake. Ichigo glanced back at where Toshiro had disappeared into what must be Hinamori's medical station, his heart feeling heavy and pained in sympathy. He knew too well the guilt of failing to protect those he cared about. End flashback. Hold on, Cazador interrupted Ichigo's musings, having watched Ichigo's memory as he went over it. If she was betrayed by Aizen, then why isn't she either running or trying to kick his butt? Aizen Taicho, why? Hinamori asked, her voice cracking with emotion. Why are you doing this? Why did you attack me and fake your own death? Please, Aizen Taicho, tell me there's a good reason for all this. Hinamori. Aizen whispered softly, taking a step closer. Hinamori jumped back, away from the man she used to look up to, drawing her Zanpakuto even as Ichigo noticed small tears beginning to form in her eyes. Please don't come closer, Aizen Taicho, she screamed. I just want to understand. Let me hear the truth from your mouth, Aizen Taicho. I've heard so many horrible things from everyone. Yamamoto Suteicho, Hitsugaya Taicho, Unohana Taicho. Please, just tell me the truth. Aizen let out a sigh with the same gentle smile he used to give before he revealed his betrayal. Alright, Hinamori. You do deserve the truth. The truth is, Soul Society needs to change. Why is it that the justice of Soul Society lies in 46 ignorant, oft-corrupt nobles who have long since forgotten what it is like to live like the commoners? Why are the Shinigami so superior? Why is it that if you have even the tiniest inkling of Ryatsu, enough to become the very weakest of Shinigami, that you are held above those outside the Siriidii? Why is gaining hollow powers forbidden, when with some tests and experiments, we can drastically reduce Shinigami death rates by giving them minor abilities? Why is it that we are forced to obey a man thousands of years old, someone so old that he can no longer see the trees for the forest? Yamamoto does not know the meaning of compromise. We obey because we are afraid of being killed. It needs to be fixed, Hinamori, Aizen went on. But the source of the problem, the very beginning, lies with the Spirit King. The Spirit King has essentially washed its hands of us, when it gave full control of the government to the Central, and the only way to stamp out a problem is to go to the source. So my goal is to ascend and take the place of the Spirit King. And in order for me to do that, I need the Oken. It's the only way into the Spirit King's dimension. The Oken's location is known to only one person in Soul Society, and that man is Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekin. The information is supposed to be passed down to the next Sutecho, according to the lore I found. So at first, when I was in the Shinigami Academy, I thought that if I simply improved myself to Taicho, and then moved to be even stronger than that like Yamamoto Sutecho was, then I would certainly reach that goal eventually. Aizen laughed derisively. I was a fool, and I was lucky to realize it early. Yamamoto had 2 students who grew up to be Taicho, and they were far older, far more powerful, far more trusted than I. It was inevitable that one of them would become the next Sutecho. Probably Kairaku, since Yukitake has that regrettable illness. But can you imagine Kairaku becoming the next Sutecho? He is an easygoing philanderer, with admittedly great power, but no skill in the politics needed to even begin solving some of the problems that went on. For a small time after that realization, I entertained the idea that I could become his trusted advisor, much like Yamamoto has his Fukutecho, Sasakaibe. But I realized that there was no way that Kairaku would ever allow anyone to know where the Oken was, not even his most trusted friends. There would be simply too much potential for the information to slip out. No, I would not be able to gain the Oken that way, so I had to look for alternatives. And then I found how to create a new Oken, Aizen continued. I needed to sacrifice 100,000 souls, along with a plot of spirit-enriched land with a radius of half of 1 spirit mile. I didn't care for the idea, but weighed against the future of Soul Society, it was an acceptable sacrifice. With that plan in mind, I now needed to work on becoming as strong as possible, so I could defeat the Spirit King and take his throne. I gained my Shurikai quickly. But I realized that if my Shurikai's true abilities were known, then I would lose the element of surprise. So I lied, and called it a flowing water type Zanpakuto, while in truth Kyoka Suigetsu is an illusory type. This also opened up several possibilities, including a way to study how to grow ever stronger. All for my plan to replace the Spirit King and restore equality and strengthen Soul Society. It was at this point that I recruited Tozen and Jin. Tozen was absolutely needed, as his blindness made him immune to my illusions, and everything would be foiled before I could start without his support. But luckily for me, he believed in my ideas of justice after what the Central 46 had done to his friend, and agreed to help. Jin was a lucky gain, I admit, but he has been extremely helpful over the years. I modeled my idea for growth after Yamamoto, Aizen admitted freely. I needed to master everything I could, from Kido to Hoho to Zenjutsu to Bankai to tactics, everything. But then the thought occurred to me, but how do I grow even stronger than that? In my research to strengthen my soul, I found a way, the Hogyoku. I tried for so long to finalize it. I sacrificed hundreds of low-ranking Shinigami and Rukongai peasants with Shinigami talents, none of whom contributed anything to the system, and made their deaths look like accidents. But it was not satisfied. It failed. With that avenue apparently a failure, I moved on to the next possibility, hollowification. But I could not risk losing myself, becoming a hollow and losing my identity, my plans. So I tested it on others, eventually moving up to Taicho and Fukutecho Shinigami, using Kyoka Suigetsu to give myself an alibi. But before I could finish, I found out something that quite surprised me. Urahara Kisuke had successfully done what I had not, and finalized his own Hogyoku. And with its power, he stabilized the Shinigami I had infected with hollowification, creating the Vizard, Shinigami with hollow powers. Aizen shook his head sadly. Thinking that Urahara had been the one responsible for the hollowification tests, the Central 46 attempted to put them all to death, Urahara. And the Vizard. Yet another display of their refusing to even consider that they were wrong. However, with Urahara's death, I could easily take his Hogyoku for my own. Unfortunately, Yoruchi rescued them, and Urahara was able to take his Hogyoku, leaving me to wait for my opportunity. In the meantime, I worked on my skills and became a Taicho before starting to recruit an army of natural Arankar. They would be needed, you see, to distract Soul Society while I made the Oken. My opportunity came when Kuchiki Rukia was sent to the living world for her patrol and gave Kurosaki Ichigo her powers, and Urahara sealed the Hogyoku into her soul discreetly using a Ryatsu draining Jigai, hoping to drain the Hogyoku's Ryatsu until it was completely dissipated. At once, a plan formed. I would have to get Kuchiki to be executed on the Sokayaku, whose heat would dissipate her soul so I could take the Hogyoku. I considered it a necessary sacrifice. Recall that my ultimate goal was the Oken, Hinamori, he reminded her. But I needed the advantage, the power that only the Hogyoku could provide. But how to arrange for Rukia's execution by Sokayaku? The Central 46 would need to be convinced, and as I am not a noble, that made it quite difficult. Their stubbornness forced my hand, and I was forced to kill them all. In order to maintain the peace and further my plan, I framed my own death so I could be their voice. Aizen paused for a moment. I am sorry, Hinamori, we were too close, I could not let you in on the plot. Your reactions needed to be natural, otherwise it would have given everything away. I wish you hadn't come across me in the Central 46 chambers. I loathed having to stab you like that, but there was no other option. I needed to make sure you stayed safe and weren't accused of throwing your lot in with me. Hinamori was very visibly speechless, so Aizen resumed his explanation. It was unfortunate for my plot that Kurosaki Ichigo had gained enough strength to stop the Sokayaku, but ultimately it saved Kuchiki's life. I had not wanted to use an untested Kido to acquire the Hogyoku from her soul, but it worked flawlessly. My exposure was regrettable, but I had already gained everything I could from Soul Society. At that point, I retreated to Hueco Mundo to finish creating my army of Arankar. I invaded today so I could finish my plan and create the Oken, and here I am now. Aizen finished his speech grandly, gesturing with his free arm. As you can see, I truly did require the Hogyoku to grow beyond my limits as a Shinigami. Ichigo couldn't believe his ears. Aizen had used the absolute truth about history, confirmed everything that had been said about him, but had still managed to make himself out as a good guy. Perhaps a little misguided, with a few psychological problems, but with Soul Society's best intentions at heart. Aizen Taicho. Hinamori whispered, her voice hesitant but Ichigo could clearly hear the rising trust in it. She lowered her blade, tears running down her face, barely repressed sobs of relief straining her words. I knew there was a good reason, I knew there had to be. I knew you were a good person. Are you kidding me? Ichigo screeched. He just admitted he's a murderer of thousands, and he still plans to murder over 100,000 more. Do you really want a guy like him to be in charge of literally everything? She cannot hear you, Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen murmured. She is under my hypnosis now. Ichigo felt an odd mixture of exasperation and anger at that statement. Why were some people so very trusting of someone even after being betrayed so easily? Send her away, then. Our fight is not over yet. Oh. Why would I do that, when I have such a perfect deterrent for your attacks? Aizen asked with a knowing smirk. You would never cut down poor, innocent, defenseless Hinamori Momo in order to get to me. And after that speech, she'll do quite literally anything to help me. That stopped Ichigo short. He had no idea of Hinamori's capabilities. Could it be possible for her to have an ability to counter his sheer speed? Was she a Kido expert, perhaps? Ichigo couldn't attack long range, as Hinamori would get in the way of his Getsugas. He couldn't get up close and personal either, as Hinamori would continually try to block or attack him, giving Aizen opportunities that Ichigo couldn't afford. Ichigo's signature scowl deepened in frustration. Any ideas? Surprise Aizen. Run her through in a non-fatal area and hit him, was Kazador's suggestion. Attempt to knock the girl unconscious with minimal force before fighting Aizen, Tensa Zangetsu contributed. I don't like either of those ideas. Aizen's too fast to turn my back to even for a moment, and Aizen would see my attack and shift Hinamori into a spot where my attack would be fatal, Ichigo thought, frustrated. What I need is someone else to keep her occupied. Looks to me like you could use some help, Kurosaki. Startled, Ichigo's eyes darted to his right, where he could spy Ishida and Chad having appeared in their respective high-speed techniques. Ichigo. Allow us to assist, Chad requested, both of his arms already transformed. Ask and ye shall receive, Cazador joked. Behind the mask, Ichigo's mouth twisted into a strange expression, mixing frustration with gratefulness. As much as Ichigo wanted to fight alone and protect them, he knew that to ask would be futile and hurtful. Chad and he had promised each other to always watch each other's backs. To deny him that opportunity would crush him. At the same time, Ishida had his own pride to think of, and saw Ichigo as rival. Nothing Ichigo could say would make them back off. And Ichigo had just admitted to himself he needed some help. Take care of Hinamori here, then. Leave Aizen to me. No. Hinamori screamed, Shuunpa-ng between Aizen and Ichigo. You can't kill him. Snap, Tobium. Hinamori's Zanpakuto glowed a rosy pink before quickly straightening, and then produced two thin prongs that jutted out about an inch from the main blade before running parallel to it. The first one was down close to the hilt, while the other was about halfway up. Odd choice for a blade, those prongs look kinda fragile. Might be suited more for Kido. Ichigo was proven right when Hinamori quickly slashed at him, producing a large fireball that the wizard almost carelessly slashed apart with Tensa Zangetsu. Ha! That was a rather weak attack. Is that really the best you can do? Don't hurt Aizen Taicho. Hinamori cried, tears running down her face. Didn't you hear him? He's a good person, he's doing this all to help us. Hinamori, he's killed thousands of people, and plans to kill thousands more. Ichigo argued. He admitted it himself. Is that really who you want in charge of everything? Hinamori paled somewhat, before biting back, you cannot defeat Aizen Taicho, you monster. Abomination. Wait, what? Ichigo ran over what he'd said a second ago, and really couldn't think of a way his words could be twisted in a way to seem that Ichigo was at fault. Was it the mask? Ichigo. Chad queried. Don't look at me. Unless she hates my hair color or the mask or something. I believe Aizen has once again used his Zanpakuto to make her hear something you did not say, Ishida explained. Oh, come on. Ichigo complained to Aizen. Really? What did you change that to? Aizen seemed more amused than anything else. You make it far too easy, Ichigo-kun. I simply made her think that you had said you were going to kill me and keep my severed head as a trophy. Then I added you would RPE her daily in front of it. Aizen Taicho. Hinamori whispered, more tears falling down her cheeks. I won't let you down. And now she believes I've told her some encouraging words of how I'll never let anything happen to her, and that I have confidence in her ability to take out your two friends, Aizen went on with a smirk. Well, that makes things simpler. Ishida muttered, before using Hirenkyaku to retreat in a random direction, Chad quickly following. You won't get away. Hinamori yelled, taking chase using her own Shuunpa. Now it's just you and me. Ah, but it is not. Ha. Behind Aizen, Ichigo could suddenly see the traditional sliding doors of a Senkaman appear and open, Jin stepping inside. Wait, no. Aizen stepped backwards, entering the gateway between worlds himself. You are too late, Kurosaki Ichigo. Come and find me, if you can. Come back here, you BSTRD. Ichigo used his fastest Shuunpa yet, but the gates closed abruptly right before he could reach it, vanishing a moment later. DMN it. How did you know I don't know how to open a Senkaman? Don't forget, Ichigo. We have Garganta. Cazador reminded him. I haven't forgotten, but I only know how to get to and from Hueco Mundo, Ichigo pointed out. And I really don't want to get lost in that void between worlds. Fair point. So, what now? Well, hopefully with him out of this dimension, the others can actually hear me now. We tell the others, get one of them to open a Senkaman, then take the fight to him. Without waiting for a response, Ichigo's expression tightened in determination as he shunpei'd to the others with as much speed as he could. Except, there was something wrong. Ichigo could sense it, if only he could tell what it was. A few minutes before, Aizen and Jin stepped into the Dangai. How nostalgic, Aizen commented. It really is, Jin agreed, before sensing something that could be potentially troublesome. He turned around and recognized the purplish train-like cleaner of the Dangai. Aizen Taicho. Ah, the Kotatsu. This isn't good. We should go, Aizen Taicho, Jin suggested. That thing is a being of reason rather than Ryatsu. We shouldn't be able to deal with it with our Ryatsu. Aizen merely raised a hand as the Kotatsu approached, and before the cleaner could touch him, it spontaneously exploded in all directions, sending its strange mass towards the walls and past Jin, revealing a bone-like spine of sorts that promptly collapsed. What are you afraid of, Jin? Reason exists only for those who rely on it to survive. He began to walk past Jin, a small smile on his face. Now, let's go, to the edge of reason. Ichigo got the answer to his strange feeling of wrongness as he talked to his father. What do you mean they're all gone? Well, you killed Aizen, right? Isshin said with a smile, as though that should explain everything. You told me you wanted a bit of time alone to deal with your first kill before vanishing off somewhere, leaving me to tell the others that you'd never killed a man before. Everyone was really understanding about it, too. Several people in the Gotei 13 wanted me to pass along a message asking you to meet up with them next Saturday, while the Vizard want me to remind you to come by their hideout, wherever it is, whenever you feel up to it. Harabelle wanted me to pass along a thank you, mentioning she was going to go find Neliel. Urahara and Tessai went to go find the Hogyoku, thinking maybe it's among the rubble down there. That wasn't me. Aizen did it with his illusions again. Ichigo's father paled. Aizen's still alive? Yes. Ichigo cried out. Now please, open a Senkaman. Isshin promptly drew his Zanpakuto and held it at waist level before sticking it into the air. Ichigo had seen a Senkaman opened in this fashion before, but it still seemed odd to watch half of Isshin's Zanpakuto seem to enter an invisible space. Isshin quickly twisted, unlocking the gateway between Soul Society and the living world, and then the Senkaman opened. Father and son jumped into the opening, entering the Dangai. So, what's your plan? Ichigo glanced at him as the pair ran through the strange dimension. Use Resurrection again, try to kill Aizen from behind. But how are you going to find him? Isshin pressed. I'm going to sense him. You can sense him? Isshin asked, somewhat surprised. I can't. Ichigo looked at him strangely. Why not? His Ryatsu is incomprehensible to me, I can't read it, I can't locate it, Isshin explained. The Hogyoku has changed him to something more than Shinigami. You could describe it like a blind man trying to understand color when he has never seen, or like a two-dimensional being trying to comprehend a third-dimensional one. Well, I'm not exactly purely Shinigami, now am I? Ichigo pointed out. Do you really think you can take out Aizen as you are now? I have to. Ichigo growled. I won't let him kill everyone. There's a surefire way for you to defeat him, you know, Isshin told his son gravely. If only we had the time for you to learn it. Ichigo whirled on him. How? The final. Isshin breathed, before cutting himself off. Wait. Something's wrong. He stopped cold, closing his eyes. What is it? I can't sense the Kotatsu. The substitute Shinigami blinked. The Kotatsu was the proper name for the homicidal, cleaner, bullet train-like monster in the Dangai that had almost killed him on his way to invade Soul Society to rescue Rukia. That's a good thing, right? It's not chasing us. No, it's a bad sign. I can't sense it. Anywhere. I think Aizen's destroyed it. Ichigo gaped. I thought that was impossible. Nothing can touch it or it gets consumed, right? Right, the ex-Daicho agreed. It is impossible for a Shinigami to even harm it. But Aizen isn't all Shinigami anymore. Ichigo was beginning to get a little worried. So, what does that mean? He can't be killed. No, I think he can still be killed, if only by someone on his level. Isshin muttered. No choice. Ichigo, I know you've gotten incredibly strong, but if Aizen keeps evolving like he has been, even your resurrection won't be enough. You need more training. We don't have time for it. Wrong. The Dangai, like the name suggests, is temporally and spatially separate from both the living world and soul society. Since the Kotatsu is gone, we can take advantage of that. Reaching into his Shinigami robes, Isshin pulled out 4 small fork-like implements that were attached to wires. Ichigo's face took on a look of confusion. How? The Dangai is surrounded by several layers of temporal currents, meaning that in effect, time flows differently here. In fact, it flows about 2,000 times faster in here than outside. Meaning that if we spent 2,000 years here, only 1 year would pass in the living world and in soul society, Isshin explained. The Kotatsu was meant to keep people from spending too much time here. But the Kotatsu is not here now. The wizard's eyes widened in realization. We could spend hours here and only have a few seconds go by, making me stronger to fight Aizen. Precisely, but I'm afraid we'll need more than hours. We will need days, weeks, maybe even months, Isshin informed his son sternly. However, the Koryu shifts and changes, another reason not to stay very long. But Shinigami do have a way to halt it for a time. With that, he threw the implements he'd taken out to either side of himself, the wires attaching themselves to his wrists. Ichigo watched in astonishment as the perpetually flowing, shifting walls of apparent goo suddenly stopped and appeared as normal walls. He glanced at his father with astonishment. Just how good are you? Apparently unaware of Ichigo's thoughts, Isshin continued his impromptu lecture. This technique is called Kaikyo Kodai. With it, I can halt the Koryu for 2,000 hours with my remaining Ryatsu. That is almost 3 months, and we must make the most of it. What are you going to teach me in that time? Ichigo asked, dumbfounded at this, but his thoughts were. Aizen must have known that he was creating an opportunity for me when he destroyed it. Why? Seigo no Getsuga Tensho. Seigo no Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo echoed, surprise written across his features. Tensa Zangetsu. Is there really a Seigo no Getsuga Tensho? There is. Something in his tone gave Ichigo the chills, it was something between a warning and a pleading not to ask more. Instead, Ichigo turned to his father. How do you even know that exists? That doesn't matter right now, Isshin dismissed. I can explain everything later, but we have more important things to worry about. I'll hold back the Koryu, but you need to talk to Zangetsu and learn the Seigo no Getsuga Tensho. It's your ultimate weapon, and with any luck, you'll finish with some spare time. Dad, Tensa Zangetsu doesn't like that idea, Ichigo told him. And I respect him. Learning this Seigo no Getsuga Tensho sounds nice, but what makes you think it'd be enough to defeat Aizen? Besides, how many times has Aizen evolved in the last hour? If I don't attack him now and kill him, I really won't be able to keep up. You'll have 3 months to change his mind then, Isshin argued. Besides, even if you don't learn the Seigo no Getsuga Tensho, you'll get so much stronger training in your inner world. You've grown this strong in such a short time. So even if you only take 1 month, Aizen will only have had 20 minutes. That's not nearly enough time for him to begin creating the Oken, especially since the rest of the Shinigami will at least sense Jin approaching and delay him more. There is that, Cazador agreed. Alright. Ichigo conceded. He sat down in a meditative position, laying his Bankai on his legs. What about food? Won't we need to eat? Food and drink, for a Shinigami, is only really needed to replenish the Ryatsu when we use too much at one time, his father replied easily. That's why the Shinigami in Soul Society eat often, they use Ryatsu for so many things, but largely for training. Since this technique of mine, Kaikyo Kodai, drains my Ryatsu slowly, I won't need to eat until after you're done. Alright. See you in a couple of months, then. His concerns assuaged, Ichigo settled in, and pulled himself into his inner world. Isshin gaped at his son as he sensed Ichigo's Ryatsu settle. That was, absurdly fast. How long has he been able to do that? Meanwhile, Aizen exited the Dangai alongside Jin. You're somewhat off, Jin, he chided. I would appreciate you not blaming me for our new location. We both know the effects of the kotatsu. Aizen took a moment to consider that. You're right. Sorry about that. Apology made, he began making his way towards his destination. Aizen Taicho. I thought we were going to Karakura to make the Okan. Jin asked in confusion. He could clearly sense the real Karakura town by the extremely powerful technique the Gotei 13 had used to transport it to Soul Society, and it was in a different direction. We are, but first, we need some insurance. What sort of insurance? Aizen stopped and turned to face his subordinate. I anticipated that Kurosaki Ichigo could become the only one capable of fighting me on an even plane long before today, he revealed. After all, I was the one who engineered the circumstances that forced his rapid growth. However, I must admit I underestimated his willingness to embrace his hollow powers. I have been struck several times by him, been dealt critical blows that would have killed a lesser being. It is only the power of the Hogyoku, and the foolishness of the Gotei 13, that allowed me to survive. But Ichigo-kun has one overarching weakness, and it is that weakness that we shall use to force him to submit. Aizen smiled the smile of having a secret trump card, but Jin was unsure just what he referred to. Are you talking about Ichigo's weakness to Bakudo? No. Bakudo can be broken out of with sufficient strength, and even then it is reliant on successfully striking him, which can be damnably difficult with his agility, Aizen denied, turning and resuming the walk. Ichigo-kun's weakness is his reluctance to harm or kill innocents, especially comrades, to reach the goal. Jin's eyes widened for a moment before he once more began to follow his leader. But his comrades are all in the living world now, aren't they? Not all of them, Aizen corrected with a smirk. Come along, Jin. I have a particularly special one in mind. Chapter 27, Disillusionment. Seigo no Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo wasn't sure what to think. Why was it called Seigo, final? Why did his Zanpakuto seem so reluctant to discuss it? Ichigo looked at the pair of spirits that inhabited his inner world. Even as he opened his mouth to speak, Tensa Zangetsu cut him off. Please, Ichigo. Do not ask of the Seigo no Getsuga Tensho. It is not something I can teach you, nor would I want to if I could. It comes with a terrible price. Ichigo shut his mouth and merely nodded. So then, let's get started on the training. But what are you planning to train in? Tensa Zangetsu pointed out. We'll need to overwhelm him from the start, Cazador pointed out. Otherwise he'll just evolve again thanks to that freaking God Mode stone. We need to be able to take him out before that can happen. The wizard nodded his agreement. Speed and strength, then. Reflexes. The Getsuga Tensho. Your hollow powers, especially regeneration, Siro, and Hiero. With any luck, we can take him out in one hit, Ichigo suggested optimistically. Then there's no chance of being affected by Kyoka Suigetsu. I wonder why he never tried to capture me in its effect. He should have resealed his Zanpakuto and tricked me into watching its release. Is he unable to control his Ryatsu enough thanks to his evolutions? Maybe, Cazador murmured thoughtfully. You think that his rapid changes in Ryatsu have changed Kyoka Suigetsu into being a permanent release, like Zangetsu is for you, or that blade of Kenpachi's? Maybe. I mean, all of us have such incredibly large Ryatsu, but his just keeps getting bigger and weirder. If he can't suppress it enough to reseal Kyoka Suigetsu. Tensa Zangetsu looked at his wielder piercingly. There's something else troubling you. It was not a question. Ichigo's lips twisted into an unsure expression. There's just something off. All I felt from Aizen's sword was solitude. And why would he destroy the kotatsu? He must have known that I didn't know how to open a senkamen. When would I have learned? I would have had to continue on with someone else, and the only one nearby who could and would do it at that time would be Urahara or Dad, both of whom knew about the implications of there being no kotatsu. When I think about that, and how he hasn't tried to hit me with an illusion, I can't help but think that he wants me to reach his level, to see things from the same viewpoint as him. What are you getting at? I don't know. Ichigo ran a hand through his hair and rested it on the back of his neck. I mean, why would he want me to be as strong as him? I feel like. You feel as though he is looking for someone to kill him at his strongest in combat, Tensa Zangetsu finished. Ichigo paused and looked up at his Zanpakuto spirit before nodding. Yeah. Assisted suicide. Hold on, Cazador asked. Are you saying you think that Aizen wants you to kill him? Think on it, Cazador de la Luna. Why else would he do so much, give so much opportunity, means and motive to Ichigo? By his own admission, he's arranged for most of the experiences that forced Ichigo to grow stronger, the Bankai spirit pointed out. The only one who has a reasonable chance of defeating Aizen at his strongest is Ichigo, thanks his wizard abilities and his human nature. Why, then, would Aizen allow Ichigo to grow at all? I dunno, he did say that he considered Ichigo an experiment on how far he could grow, Cazador replied back sarcastically. Why does this even matter? We need to get strong enough to kill him anyway. If he's stupid enough to want us to kill him, even better. You're right, Ichigo concurred after a moment. So how are we going to train all that? By giving you an opponent that outclasses you in every way. Tensa Zangetsu placed his hand on Cazador de la Luna's shoulder. Prepare yourself, Ichigo. We have precious little time to shatter any concept of limits you might have, and forge you into a true kami of war. Before Ichigo's eyes, they began to merge once more to create the fusion spirit that he'd fought not even a day ago. Cazador laughed as he rejoined the other half of Ichigo's power. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this. I don't doubt that for a minute. Well, this is going to hurt. Ichigo readied his blade and pulled on his Ajucha's mask, preparing for the fight of his life. The fusion spirit opened his eyes, locking his mismatched hollow amber and Zanpakuto blue eyes with Ichigo's visored ones. Come, Ichigo. Ugh. Arisawa Tatsuki unsteadily got up, holding her head. Her senses felt as though there were a fog over them, but she knew that something wasn't quite right. She looked around slowly, not wanting to risk getting dizzy. She was inside her classroom with the rest of her classmates. Right, there was class today, and then that unexpected radio announcement. Tatsuki shook her head as the memories came back to her. The teachers had kept them inside after the emergency announcement had come through, in an effort to protect the students from what was most likely a crazy town trying to reach a spot to safely endure that strange airborne contagion. That airborne whatever sure packs a punch. You're telling me, another voice groaned. Turning around, Tatsuki found Asano Kigo stumbling to his feet, also holding his head like he had a headache. You alright? I'm fine, idiot. Kigo looked around the room briefly, his eyes lingering on Kojima Mizuiro momentarily before continuing. Ah, everyone's okay. We've got bigger problems, Asano, Tatsuki interrupted, looking out the window. Look outside. Kigo made his way over to Tatsuki, carefully stepping over the collapsed Honsho Chizuru, and looked outside. It took him a moment or two to realize the problem, but when he did. Why are there mountains outside? Karakura doesn't have mountains. I don't know, Tatsuki answered quickly, trying to cut him off before he gave her a worse headache. I think the whole town's been somehow transported. And where's Ichigo? And Chad, and Inoue, and Ishida? Kigo went on. They weren't here before the whole contagion thing, Asano. Tatsuki rubbed her eyes and the bridge of her nose in rising frustration. Though that is a very, very good question. Where are they? The four of them, being out at once means something very big, spiritually, is going on. I think this whole problem has to do with Ichigo. And what most people can't see. Tatsuki whirled around in shock, turning to Kigo with wide eyes. How did you know that? Kigo tapped his head with one hand. I can see too, you know. I know that sometimes I can see Ichigo in strange black robes, and I pass this one Afro guy dressed the same way that no one else can see almost every day on my way to school. I've even played host for a couple of Ichigo's friends. He shivered. Which ones? Tatsuki couldn't help but ask. A bald-headed guy named Ikaku, and a beauty-obsessed one named Yumachika, Kigo answered quickly. And to make it worse, my sister likes that Ikaku. And I had to put up with so much, and they extorted me, and... His voice was getting whinier by the second. Shut up, Asano. I don't know them, but it sounds like Asano's got a basic idea of what's going on. Yeah, I think Ichigo's at the heart of this. What should we do? Kigo was back to being serious. Tatsuki looked out the window again to hide her uncertainty. Let's get a radio, she decided. Hopefully we can find out what's going on from the radio stations, if they're awake enough to broadcast. Kigo frowned thoughtfully. We should be able to get one from the principal's office. You go get it, Tatsuki ordered. I'm going to try to call Oriheim. She pulled out her phone and made her call, but was disappointed to be immediately connected to her best friend's answering machine. Her phone is turned off, or out of reach. Tatsuki tried again with Ichigo's cell, but that too failed. In frustration, she called Ichigo's home, and to her relief, that rang and was connected. A very much awake voice answered the call a few rings later. Kurosaki residence, this is Karen. Karen. Tatsuki seized. Man, am I glad to hear someone else out there. But I'm in a bit of a hurry, is Ichigo there? No, came the answer. He's been gone a while, though. But Dad's missing too. Huh. That threw Tatsuki for a loop. Why would? Any idea why? Not a clue. Karen's voice gave the impression that she was just as confused as Tatsuki was. I'm sure he'll turn up, but I'm here with Yuzu, and here's where we'll stay. Maybe he just went out to get something, or maybe there was an injury he needed to go tend. That seemed like a plausible explanation to Tatsuki. Kurosaki Ishin was a doctor, and given today's fiasco, it wasn't outside the realm of possibility that the hospital had called him in for some extra hands to help out. All right. Thanks for the update, I'll let you know if I see Ichigo or your dad. Thanks. Tatsuki hung up the phone, slowly putting it back in her pocket as she tried to figure out what was going on. But she was quickly distracted when she heard another almost inaudible groan. She helped Kojima Mizuiro up, and then Chizuru awoke as well. A few minutes later. So, to summarize, you're pretty sure the whole town's been transported because there are now mountains surrounding the whole town. Next, you think whoever let out the airborne contagion that infected the whole town has something to do with it, and you're positive that somehow, Ichigo's involved, Mizuiro repeated. Along with Inoue-san, Ishida-san, and Chad. Yeah. I know it sounds crazy, but... Mizuiro. Kigo cried out happily that his friend was among the alert. I'm so glad you're awake. Ah, hello again, Asano-san, Mizuiro responded politely. It's good to see you as well. Ah. Why do you call me Asano-san? Kigo exclaimed dramatically. I'm your friend, aren't I? Of course, Asano-san. Kigo glomped onto Mizuiro's leg, tears streaming down his face. Why? But he was promptly kicked in the face by Tatsuki, making him roll backwards a meter or so. "Keep it down, Asano." Wiping his theatrical tears aside and standing up without a mark on him, Kigo nodded and once more adopted a serious expression. "I've got the radio. Let's see if we can find anything." Aizen made his way through the Rukongai without a care, with Jin following closely behind. Despite Aizen's hints, Jin still couldn't figure out who his former Taicho was looking for. The Vizard, who knew the same difficulties as Ichigo of having undergone hollowification, had remained in the living world. The same applied to Ichigo's father, his teachers Urahara and Yoruchi, and the humans with strange abilities that formed Ichigo's team. The Shinigami forces that had come to defend the fake Karakura had returned to the Siriidii, which was in the general direction that Aizen was leading him, Jin supposed. But who among the Shinigami would Ichigo be especially interested in protecting? Kuchiki Rukia-chan, maybe? He did invade Siriidii just to save her. Jin shook his head lightly, dismissing the idea. If Aizen wanted her, then we would have taken her before they left. But who? Looking around for some hint, Jin couldn't help but marvel at the stupidity of the Shinigami in general. There they were, two extremely dangerous intruders with Taicho-level skills or higher, and not one of the people around them knew they were traitors. Hell, he'd been approached by a couple of people who recognized him, and been greeted warmly, and even been asked if his outfit was the new Taicho uniform. Aizen, I could have expected to go unrecognized. He looks a lot different without his glasses, and with his new evolutions. But me? Why'd they not tell the citizens of Rukongai? Ah well, their loss. Then Aizen stopped, and smiled. There you are. Jin's curiosity could not be contained, and he peered around his boss. What he saw, however, left him dumbfounded. It took him a moment, but he finally managed to get his thoughts together, and suddenly it all connected. Aizen Taicho, you really did plan for every possibility, didn't you? Of course. Isshin watched his son worriedly. He was sleeping as much as he could to make his Ryatsu last as long as possible, but every time he awoke he could not help but hope that Ichigo was finished in his inner world. Every time, he was mildly disappointed. Isshin winced as Ichigo's body coughed up more blood, and his left arm split open seemingly of its own accord. This was hardly unusual, but it was still emotionally agonizing for Isshin to watch his son motionlessly, silently take his injuries. Although Isshin knew better, Ichigo's actions, or rather, non-reactions, heavily resembled those of spiritually broken men who could not find it in themselves to care about their own well-being any longer. At least he seems to be getting some good training in. It's not like he was weak before, and fighting someone who can do this to him will make him unstoppable. Isshin nodded to himself grimly. Hurry, Ichigo. Everyone's counting on you. Meanwhile, in his inner world, Ichigo breathed heavily as he collapsed to one knee on the skyscraper he'd been knocked into and halfway through, his mask and resurrection crumbling around him. His Bankai coat had once again been reduced to scraps, reflecting Ichigo's exhaustion and state of heavy Ryatsu depletion. The white vest that Ichigo donned when not in his resurrection had a large pitch-black circle right where Ichigo's hollow hole had been mere moments ago. Not that Ichigo knew this, he was somewhat preoccupied with the necessity of getting enough air. Even if he had seen it, he would not have known what it meant, so it mattered little. His left arm had a large gash right down the bicep, from when Tensa Zangetsu had struck with his blade just before using Siro to utterly obliterate the mask. No other wounds were on his body, but that did not mean that they had not been delivered. Ichigo was getting faster in his regeneration, and the broken arms and ribs, the hundreds of cuts and bruises, none of them had so much as a mark remaining. Blood flowed steadily from the wound onto the skyscraper, but it was ignored. Only one thing was going through Ichigo's head right now: Ichigo hadn't managed a single blow yet. Like Tensa Zangetsu had said weeks ago, the combined form outclassed him in every way. Get up, Ichigo. His breathing slightly steadied from his precious moments of recovery. Ichigo got to his feet slowly, but determination shone in his eyes and face. I'll beat you, he swore. Come and prove it. Then, the manifestation of Ichigo's powers demanded, before rushing at his wielder. Hado 4, Byakurai. Ichigo screamed, his Bankai already moving to deflect Tensa Zangetsu's incoming counterstrike, the spirit having dodged with absurd ease almost before the spell had fired. Tensa Zangetsu's expression didn't change even as he shifted the angle of his strike to lock blades with his wielder. Getsuga Tensho. Knowing he didn't have the Ryatsu or strength left to weather such an attack, especially at such point-blank range, Ichigo shrimped to the side, reflexively firing a silent Getsuga of his own at the fusion spirit. He was so very tired, but Ichigo couldn't give up. His town was counting on him, and he'd be mad if he let them die just because his arms and his legs burned like molten rock. A thought occurred to him then, one that Ichigo felt should probably be addressed. Oi. Got a question for ya. Tensa Zangetsu paused, lowering his blade for a moment. What is it, Ichigo? Well, I'm about out of Ryatsu, right? Ichigo indicated his scraps of a Bankai remaining. Yes. And you've done this several times before in this training? That is also true. So, why haven't I needed to eat anything to regain my Ryatsu? This is your inner world, Ichigo. Ryatsu used here remains in your soul, rather than outside it. With some time and rest, it will return to you. What about outside? How is my developing here going to affect me out there? Your spiritual body reflects your appearance here, and vice versa. As you grow stronger here in your inner world, your body does as well, Tensa Zangetsu explained. You are a spirit, Ichigo. Is it so odd that as your spirit changes and develops, its form does as well? I suppose not. Now then, enough talk. Raise your blade, Ichigo. You have far yet to go before you can tear the very skies asunder with me. In the short time that conversation had taken place, Ichigo had begun to feel a little stronger as his Ryatsu returned, but he knew that he still had nowhere near half of his normal reserves. Even so, Ichigo knew he had no choice but to fight. Ichigo raised his Bankai blade and with a thought, lengthened the chain on its hilt and wrapped it around his arm and shoulder. Now, even if his arm and hand felt weak enough to give out, he could not drop it. Preparations made, Ichigo looked at the fusion spirit with utter determination. Bring it, Tensa Zangetsu, Cazador de la Luna. Let me try. Tatsuki shoved Kigo out of the way and fiddled with the dial for the radio they'd commandeered from the principal's office. No one else had awoken yet, to their knowledge, but they had Chizuru standing watch from the doorway just in case anyone stepped into the school corridors. Much to everyone's frustration, despite having searched for several minutes, not a single radio station was broadcasting at the moment. This doesn't make sense, Ms. Wiro commented with a shake of his head. How is it that we're the only ones awake? Along with Ichigo's family, I mean, he added. I think you've hit the point on the head. Ichigo, Tatsuki answered grimly. She really didn't want to be the one to explain to Ms. Wiro the likelihood that he had somehow gained enough spiritual awareness to resist what had actually put them to sleep. It would be far too long, with no way to prove it, and there was too much of a chance the others would wake up. Kigo nodded in agreement. So far, everyone awake has some sort of connection to him. It's like he's some sort of superhuman who provides immunity to his friends. We should kidnap him and see if he's the cure for cancer or something. Tatsuki didn't even look at him as she whacked him upside the head, returning Kigo to a more serious mood. Ms. Wiro frowned, ignoring Kigo's antics. You're one of Ichigo's best friends, Arisawa. Kigo and I spend time with him almost every day at school. What about Honsho? Good question. Chizuru? Tatsuki called out. Have you spent much time with Ichigo lately? Nope. Besides, you know I have eyes only for Orihime, the lesbian responded, poking her head back inside with a grin. She either completely ignored or completely missed Tatsuki's grinding her teeth together at her. Maybe she's an exception. Kigo suggested. Ms. Wiro shrugged. Maybe. Turning to Tatsuke, he looked pointedly at the radio. I don't think we are going to find out anything from the radio stations, Arisawa. She scowled, but knew that he was right. So, what now? Well, it's safe to say we won't learn anything here. How about we go explore a bit? Ms. Wiro suggested. Maybe check if the town's really been transported somewhere, see if we can find someone else who knows what's going on. Shouldn't we stay here, though? Chizuru asked hesitantly. Our teachers and fellow students are here. What if they wake up while we're gone, or if something happens? Let's split up, then, Kigo suggested. I know someone who might know what's going on, if I can find him and if he's awake. So do I, Tatsuki admitted, thinking of Urahara. How about this? Chizuru, you stay here and call us if something happens or if more people wake up. Asano and I will go check our sources, and Kojima, you go see what you can find out. We call Chizuru as soon as we find something, and she'll call us. The others nodded. Several minutes later, Tatsuki was staring open-mouthed at where the Urahara shop used to be. That's not possible. The shop is gone. What does this mean? Was it taken down or something? At the same time. Afro-san. Afro-san. Kigo yelled at the afro-haired Shinigami who was fast asleep on the roof of the building he usually perched upon while waiting for hollows, wake up already. But the incompetent man would not wake up. Grumbling to himself, Kigo climbed up to the roof. Stupid people who won't wake up even when they're supposed to be watching out for those monsters, making me risk my poor self to get up there. I ought to kick him. But even as he prepared a good kick, Kigo's eye was caught by the sword on the Shinigami's waist. Maybe it'll help if something happens. But what if one of those monsters comes by? But he's asleep, he wouldn't be able to help anyway. His face was the very image of unsurety, but then he decided to compromise. I'll carry him with me. That way if he wakes up he can explain, and if not the sword's there so we can use it. Ms. Wiro, meanwhile, had actually found someone awake, but wasn't sure that was a good thing. Bohahaha. Spirits are always with you. Don Kananji exclaimed in his signature pose, his arms crossed over his chest and clutching the opposite shoulders. It seemed like a silly question when he was sure what the response would be, but Ms. Wiro had to ask. Don Kananji, do you know what's going on here? Why is everyone still asleep, and why are there mountains around the city? To Ms. Wiro's surprise, it seemed the man was actually giving it some honest thought rather than just spitting out another catchphrase. I was looking around the city myself, and the city seems to have been plucked right out of where it was and set down somewhere else. The roads end abruptly on the outskirts, and there are forests just beyond them. I'm positive spirits are involved. The sad thing is, I'm beginning to think he's got a point, Ms. Wiro had to admit to himself. I don't know of any power that can just move an entire city in such a small span of time. But what was perhaps a harder pill to swallow is that he didn't know anyone else better qualified to handle spiritual matters than the spirit enthusiast before him. Don Kananji. But Ms. Wiro was interrupted by an overwhelming feeling of terror. Something was coming, something whose very presence was triggering every survival instinct. He had to run away, as fast as he possibly could. He looked up to warn the older man, only to see a grim look on his face as well. Yeah, kid. That's definitely a spirit, and it feels like a really bad one. Can you take care of it? Ms. Wiro asked hopefully. Don Kananji took care of spirits on TV, could he handle this one? I won't lie to you, kid. I don't know. Most of the spirits I deal with are small timers, I leave the big ones to the real professionals. Professionals? Ms. Wiro seized on the word like it was a lifeline. Like who? Like other spirits. The Shinigami. Don Kananji shook his head. I really hope he knows what's going on and coming to help. He. Who? Kurosaki Ichigo. Ms. Wiro's eyes were so wide that he half worried they were going to fall right out of his head. Ichigo, he gasped. Yeah. If he doesn't turn up in time, I'll fight the spirit and try to buy some time. Kid, you need to round up anyone else that's awake and get as far away as you can, but don't leave Karakura unless you absolutely have to. I think we're in the spirit world. Who knows what could happen if you leave this island of the living world? Mizuiro's head was pounding, his mind trying to process everything he'd heard. It would be so easy to denounce Don Kananji as a lunatic, but he had never sounded so sane, so serious and grim. And then, it all clicked in his head. That's why Ichigo's gone so often, why he has to leave class so often. Why even when he's here, he's staring off into space, why he sometimes jumps at nothing I could see or hear. Arisawa and Kigo suspect, if not know, that's why they think Ichigo's at the heart of this. He's a Shinigami, and he makes sure spirits don't kill and eat us. I bet Ishida-san and Chad are involved too, maybe even Inoue-san. Those four have been rather close lately. It was as though he'd finally been given a key to open the door, to see the next level deeper in the world around him. Come with me, Mizuiro urged. You can protect everyone at the school. Just in case there are more spirits than just the one. Don Kananji paused, the kid had a point. He smiled. You're getting it. Spirits are always with you. Alright, kid, I'm with you. As the two ran off, watching from a ways down the street, Aizen smiled. Let's follow them, Jin. Let's see what kind of allies Kurosaki Ichigo has here. Perhaps killing one or two of them will hasten Ichigo's rise to power. Meanwhile, Kigo and Tatsuki were both running as quickly as they could back to the school. Tatsuki had just gotten off the phone with Karen, who had also felt that pulse of Ryatsu and was hiding with Yuzu. With that taken care of, the only thing left for Tatsuki to do was go back to the school and hopefully get whoever she could out before whatever was coming got to them. Chizuru had already been called and was working on waking up as many people as she could by any means necessary. The pressure from Aizen's Ryatsu had woken up the afro-haired guy on Kigo's back, so now both of them were running to the school. What's going on, Afro-san? Kigo demanded. I don't know. And my name is Kurumadani Zenisuke, not Afro-san. Zenisuke replied heatedly. He had given up on ignoring Kigo, which was how he'd dealt with the unusually spiritually aware human before, in favor of running from whatever monster was making the air around him feel so heavy and thick with Ryatsu. How can you not know? Well. Apparently no one told me. I'm not exactly a Taicho. I'm just a guy stationed here to purify hollows and send newly dead souls to Soul Society. What? You're just a grunt. Oi. Zenisuke protested. I'm not just a grunt. What else do you call someone who doesn't know anything important and is given a low-level task? Kigo screeched. Purifying hollows is not a low-level task. It's a very important duty. Zenisuke replied heatedly. If you're so strong, why don't you go purify whatever's chasing us then? A bead of sweat ran down Zenisuke's face as Kigo looked at him expectantly. He knew perfectly well that he couldn't defeat the monster chasing them. I can't. He bit out reluctantly. It's too strong, stronger than anything I've ever known. The best I could do is delay it, and not for long. Seeing the man's ashamed face, Kigo took pity and stopped yelling. Well, can you call for backup or something? Zenisuke's face lit up. That's a great idea. Reaching into his shihakusho, he pulled out what looked like a cell phone, pressing a few numbers. This is Kurumadani Zenisuke, stationed in the living world at Karakura town. I'm with a spiritually aware human, and there is an enormous, strange-feeling Ryatsu nearby. There was a short pause. Wait, what do you mean, you're registering my call as being in Soul Society? There was a much longer pause there, but though Kigo was paying close attention, he couldn't make out what the other end of the line was saying. How come no one told me? A few long seconds later, Zenisuke slumped. Alright, fine. But there's still that Ryatsu, and it's definitely coming closer. Yes, I'm sure that it's not a Shinigami Taicho. Describe it? It's at least Taicho level, very heavy, alien feeling, and not Shinigami and not hollow. That means it's outside my range of skills and I need some backup. Another several seconds later, Zenisuke screamed into the phone, yes, I'm very sure it's at least Taicho level. I'd stake my Zanpakuto on it. Just get someone out here. Another few seconds later, he clipped out, thank you. Bye. So. Kigo couldn't help but ask as the Shinigami tucked his phone back into his shihakusho. Well, someone's on their way, Zenisuke began. But you're never going to believe the rest. Let's meet with your other spiritually aware friends and I'll explain what I can. I'd rather not tell the story twice. Now that he'd delivered his old sensei, Yamamoto, to the tender care of Squad 4, Kairaku walked slowly to the barracks of his own division pensively. They hadn't returned Karakura to the living world yet, leaving that to Urahara. After all, no one really knew if there would be any side effects that he needed to take care of, and the man was understandably busy looking for the Hogyoku that Aizen had stolen. The last thing anyone needed was for a hollow to get that aggravatingly powerful jewel. Yukitake was right next to him, also deep in thought. Penny for your thoughts, he offered. I'm just worried. Ichigo's killed Aizen, a feat that even we couldn't accomplish. But he's an incredibly powerful combatant, with hollow powers to boot, and he's not associated with us. What is the Central 46 going to do when they're reinstated? It'd be a poor thank you to force decisions on him after what he's done for us, Kairaku explained. True, Yukitake agreed. And I'm wondering how the fight in Hueco Mundo's gone, why they haven't returned yet. Another good question. Not to mention, Jin's still out there somewhere. Sir, a Squad 12 member sprinted up to him, dressed in the researcher's outfit that Kuratsuchi Mayuri Taicho had insisted on. Kairaku Taicho. Aizen is in Soul Society with Jin. What? Kairaku exclaimed, shocked. How do you know? And where is he now? Tell me everything. Per Kuratsuchi Taicho's instructions before leaving, Squad 12 has been monitoring the Karakura replica, keeping track of Ryatsu and such, the messenger explained quickly. We gathered all the information we could on former Taicho Aizen's Ryatsu as the battle went on, until we could no longer detect it. However, we just received a call from Kuramadani Zenisuke, the replacement for Kuchiki Rukia stationed in the real Karakura, who has reported an extremely large, at least Taicho-level Ryatsu of unknown origin. Per standard policy, we checked using sensors we left in the real Karakura town, and detected former Taicho Jin. It was then that another of our researchers found strange readings from the last few minutes that Taicho were in the Karakura replica, and they matched the strange readings near Jin in the real Karakura. Sir, Aizen is there, right now. Oh Kami. Yukitake breathed. He must have used another illusion on us to make us believe Ichigo had finished him off. Kairaku tilted his head to the sky. Nanao. As though her name was all that was required to summon her, Kairaku's Fukuteicho appeared in a flicker of Shuunpa. On it. Nanao's blue eyes were narrowed in seriousness behind her glasses as she pulled a small jar of black powder out of her shihakusho. Blazingly fast, Nanao drew several symbols on her arms, hands, and the ground using the powder before throwing her arms up, generating a rectangular box of light. Black and white net. 22 bridges, 66 crowns and belts. Footprints, distant thunder, sharp peak, engulfing land, hidden in the night, sea of clouds, blue line. Root-like tendrils of light spread from the box as Nanao made a few movements with her hands, focusing on all the Fukuteicho and Taicho in Soul Society. Form a circle and fly through the heavens. Bakudo 77, Tentikura. The tendrils shot out, forming a huge network that would transmit what Kairaku had to say to everyone the spell had focused on. This is Kairaku Shunsui, Taicho of Squad 8, and acting Suteicho due to Yamamoto Suteicho's incapacitation at the hands of Aizen. Aizen is alive, and he is in the real Karakura right now, with Jin. All Fukuteicho, all Taicho, travel as fast as you can to the real Karakura. Message delivered, he nodded at Nanao, who dropped the bakudo. Then, in a unified display of Shunpa, both Taicho and Nanao all disappeared at once. Ichigo opened his eyes for the first time in almost 3 months. Blinking back his longer hair as it dangled somewhat in front of his eyes, he looked at his father, who was looking extremely exhausted, barely able to sit up. "I'm back. About time." Isshin breathed, disengaging his technique, letting the walls of the Koryu flow once more. "Did you get it?" Ichigo ignored the question in favor of getting up and stretching his legs. He took barely a moment to rip off the right sleeve of his Bankai coat before channeling Ryatsu into Tensa Zangetsu's chain, allowing the chain on the end of it to extend and wrap its way up his arm, leaving a length of chain dangling from his shoulder. That done, Ichigo channeled more Ryatsu into Tensa Zangetsu's hilt, and before Isshin's astounded eyes, the blade oozed a black substance over Ichigo's hand, creating an obsidian glove. Apparently finished, Ichigo glanced at his father. "Come on, Dad. It's time." Without waiting for an answer, he easily reached down and picked up his father, carrying him under his left arm, before vanishing and reappearing at the end of the Senkamen, at the entrance to Soul Society. Without a second thought, he stepped through. Ichigo took a deep breath of the Ryuryoku-filled air of Soul Society, relishing the taste of fresh air entering lungs that had been breathing the stale air of the Dangai for 3 months. It was astounding, Ichigo mused, to realize that after that training, he had even more monstrous reserves of Ryatsu at his disposal. It's quite convenient that hollows can take energy from their surroundings, Ichigo thought in satisfaction as he felt the vestiges of hollow power within him consume some of the Ryuryoku in the air. Otherwise, I'd be fighting Aizen with a handicap. Now then, where's Karakura? Ichigo reached out with his senses and nodded grimly. "Yeah, over there. And Aizen's there too, with Jin." He vanished again, using Shunpa to carry him at speeds that 3 months condensed into 1 hour ago he'd never dreamed were possible. He arrived in front of his high school, Karakura High, and to his surprise, Aizen was approaching a few people he recognized, Kigo, Mizuiro, Tatsuki, and Don Kananji, along with that afro-haired Shinigami who hadn't believed him to be a substitute Shinigami shortly after returning from his mission to rescue Rukia. They seemed to be paralyzed by Aizen's power, and if Ichigo's newly improved sensing abilities were any judge, if they got much closer they would die. Ichigo's lips twisted angrily, and dropping his father, he Shunpaed ahead to be between his enemy and his friends. "You're not getting them, Aizen," he said calmly, but firmly, holding Tensa Zangetsu at the ready. "Ah, you're here," Aizen greeted with a smile. "Excellent. Ichigo." Kigo stammered in a low voice. "Is that you?" "Yeah, it's me." "You guys need to get out of here," Ichigo urged. "This is about to become ground zero." "We can't." Tatsuki protested. "The whole school is full of people. I bet most of them can't even move right now." "She's right. We need to move the battle elsewhere." "Let's take this somewhere else, then," Ichigo suggested to his nemesis. "Then you can test your new power on me knowing I'm fighting my hardest." "An interesting proposal. Allow me to present a counteroffer. You allow me to create the Oken, and I will spare any 10 humans of your choice." "And what happens if I don't?" "Well, then you'll have to say goodbye to someone you care very much for," Aizen replied, still smiling as he stepped aside to reveal Jin holding his blade at the neck of. Ichigo gasped, his heart seeming to have stopped beating in shock. "Mom." The unquestionable form of Kurosaki Masaki, looking no different from the day she died several years ago, looked at her son, all grown up, but there was no mistaking the hair, the face, the eyes of her baby boy. Ichigo. Chapter 28, Transcendence. Ichigo could not help but stare at the form of his mother for a few more moments, before he was suddenly enraged, his blade drawn, and he was less than a second away from putting himself between his mother and Aizen by any means necessary. "Let her go. And why would I do that, Ichigo-kun, when I have such a perfect bargaining tool?" Ichigo's voice lowered and took on subtle hints of a hollow double tone as he replied, his head slightly lowered so his hair was covering his eyes. I'm warning you, Aizen. Do not bring her into this. What will you do, now that I have? What could you possibly do when you know that all I have to do is merely touch her and her soul will disintegrate like ashes on the wind? Ichigo head shot up, his eyes hollowified and narrowed at his enemy. You are going to regret ever having looked at her, Aizen Sosuke. Before Aizen could blink, Ichigo had appeared in front of him, his left hand holding onto Aizen's head before slamming him to the ground hard enough to leave a crater. Tensa Zangetsu flashed, and Ichigo swung down at his foe. Aizen barely managed to roll to the side, but found Ichigo in his face again as he got to his feet. Holding back Tensa Zangetsu with his hastily drawn Kyoka Suigetsu, Aizen quickly called out, Jin. But before Jin could react, Ichigo suddenly materialized in front of him, blade already swung. It took a moment, but then Jin's entire torso erupted in a geyser of blood. Falling backwards, incredulous that he'd never gotten his chance against Aizen, Jin found himself wondering, was it worth it? Ichigo took another step forward, reaching to take hold of his mother and take her somewhere safe, but was interrupted by his Zanpakuto. Ichigo, you cannot touch her if you wish her to live, Tensa Zangetsu warned. Your Ryatsu is too strong, too potent now. Your touch will have the same effect as Aizen's, until you can successfully keep all your Ryatsu within yourself. Ichigo could feel his heart breaking as he comprehended the words. To be able to see his mother once again after so many years of feeling responsible for her death, yet not be able to partake in her maternal embrace was a punishment too cruel for words. Mom. He whispered, taking a few more steps back, and turning around, trying to bottle his need to grieve for later. A single traitorous tear escaped his self-control and ran down his left cheek, but his voice was steady as he spoke. Run. Get the others and run to our home. Yuzu and Karen are there. I'll see you there when I'm done. Ichigo. Masaki whispered, her body still trembling somewhat from Aizen's Ryatsu being so nearby, but not so much that she was frozen. But she didn't move. Ichigo was about to tell her to go again, when Ban, Kai, came an unexpected whisper from a short ways behind Masaki. Jin was wobbly on his feet, but certainly standing. No. Ichigo shunpaed between Masaki and Jin, but to his surprise, his mother wasn't the target. Glancing backwards, Ichigo was startled to see Kamishini no Yari embedded in Aizen's chest, before Jin retracted his Bankai. Bent over and holding a hand to his chest as blood flowed out over it, Aizen looked at his old subordinate. I knew you would betray me, Jin. I brought you along because I was interested in how you would try to take my life, but I find myself disappointed. Do you really think a simple stab like that will kill me now? Aizen asked mockingly. No. Stumbling closer, past Ichigo and Masaki, Jin continued to talk, though it was clearly an effort to get every word out. But how about, a hole in your chest? Aizen Taicho. To match, your heartlessness. Jin breathed, coughing up blood. What? Aizen demanded. My Bankai. I lied to you about it, Jin explained, before coughing up even more blood. It turns to dust, for a moment when I change its length. There's a poison, secreted on the inside of the blades, in the dust. It breaks down cells. I left some in your heart just now. Jin. Now within reaching distance, Jin raised a trembling hand towards his old Taicho. Kill, Kamishini, no Yari. Jin. UBSTRD. Aizen bit out as pain blossomed in his still beating heart. Jin chuckled, though it was obviously painful judging by how he immediately vomited more blood to the street below. I'm a snake, Aizen Taicho. I am cold, unfeeling, and I prey on those who look tasty. You were, just the tastiest, of them all. He collapsed to one knee, just in time for Ichigo to look over his head and witness the results of Jin's traitorous act. Ichigo's eyes went wide as he watched Aizen's chest just seem to dissolve, creating a round hole that seemed to continually expand, eating away almost his entire torso. Aizen's left arm, having lost the majority of its shoulder and separating from the neck, began to fall downwards, pulling at what little remained of his abdomen. But in the center of that hole that Jin created, was the Hogyoku. Before Aizen could begin to fall, Jin's hand snatched the jewel and he shunpaed to Ichigo, collapsing as soon as he had from the multitude of wounds he'd taken from Ichigo's battle with him, Ikiku's battle with him, and Ichigo's latest crippling slash to his torso. Behind him, Aizen fell the ground with a thump, his eyes wide and unmoving. "Take it," Jin whispered harshly. "Take it and destroy it." Ichigo nodded firmly, taking the Hogyoku from Jin's grasp. "Rest," he ordered. "I'll make sure the others know what you've done, and you'll be taken care of." Jin merely nodded, and succumbed to unconsciousness. He needed medical attention, and fast. "Can I touch him long enough to get him to the Gotei 13? "I do not suggest it. His Ryatsu would normally protect him from the majority of the effects, but it is extremely weak right now and your own Ryatsu would crush his existence rapidly." Ichigo was beginning to see just how much of a pain being on higher plane of evolution than everyone else was going to be. But before he could ask the afro-haired guy to call Soul Society, Aizen's corpse erupted into a pillar of Ryatsu that reached to the heavens, and a loud, piercing scream tore through the air. Ichigo was able to weather it just fine, but he could sense that if something didn't happen in the next few seconds, his friends were going to disintegrate under the pressure. Sheet, now what? Jin was out, he couldn't touch them without killing them, and the Shinigami with the afro was able to move. "Oh, thank Kami. Afro-san. It's Zenisuke, DMN it. Get them out of here. My touch will kill them." The man nodded and, with obvious effort, managed to pick up Ichigo's friends and throw them to the roof of the school, before he picked up Ichigo's mother and Jin and shunpaed up to the roof, staying there. The wizard could tell through his Ryatsu's sense that they were still alive, though very weak and recovering. "Holy F-." Tatsuki uttered, breathing hard but quite glad to be still breathing after being paralyzed so badly. "This is what Shinigami are capable of?" Mizuiro asked almost disbelievingly. Kigo was quite simply agape, speechless, which said enough about his state of shock. "Not usually," Zenisuke replied quietly, in awe of the sheer power of the two combatants. "This is beyond anything I've ever heard of. But he just got stabbed in the heart and had his chest blown open." Kigo screeched. "Why isn't he dead after that?" "Because he's transcended the limits of a Shinigami," came an unexpected voice. Kigo twisted around on the spot and his eyes practically popped out of his head when he saw more people in the same black robes as Zenisuke. "I am Hitsugaya Taicho of the Gotei 13, and, friend of Kurosaki Ichigo," Hitsugaya greeted. "There will be time to explain everything later, but right now we have to ensure the safety of you and your town." Aizen finally finished screaming, and the light began to fade, allowing Ichigo to see how Aizen had evolved this time. His clothes had lengthened flared out at the ends, making an apparent robe that reached past his actual feet. His eyes had lost their irises entirely, and Aizen had lost the lock of hair that curled over his face earlier, revealing a dark, diamond-shaped object on or in his forehead. The most distracting of Aizen's new aspects, however, were that he'd gained wings. 3 sets of butterfly wings, actually, which Ichigo would normally have found amusing, but given the situation, he found himself more grim-faced than before. The hole in Aizen's chest that Jin had made had centered itself and shrunk significantly, forming what seemed to be a normal-sized hollow hole in his sternum. However, the hole was not complete, there was a thin cross inside it. Ichigo was unsure what it was for, but he was more concerned about how Aizen was surviving and evolving without the Hogyoku within him to power the changes. Apparently levitating even after the light faded, Aizen smirked as though he'd seen an interesting trick and figured out how to do it himself. "A very nice try, Jin," he complimented, looking past Ichigo to the school's roof. "But it is my victory. You see, even when the Hogyoku is out of my body, it is in my command." "What?" Ichigo gasped, looking down at his hand where he'd held onto the Hogyoku, but it suddenly vanished, apparently rejoining Aizen and taking its place in the center of the hole in his chest. Well, that makes things trickier. Aizen glanced around, still with that satisfied smirk. It seems we have an audience, Ichigo-kun, he commented. But if they're smart, they'll know to let us fight alone. After all, we both know that we are beyond their power now. They don't matter, Aizen. This is between you and me. Ichigo yelled. Now, like I said before, let's take this elsewhere. Aizen blinked, and suddenly Ichigo had once again appeared directly in front of him, grabbing him by the face, and suddenly everything was a blur. A second or two later, Aizen found himself being slammed to the ground again. I am getting rather sick and tired of that, he mused to himself before getting up and looking around. They'd traveled outside of Karakura in that short time, and were actually fairly close to the mountains. How did you do that? Aizen asked curiously. I cannot sense your Ryatsu, and your speed and strength have increased considerably. Ichigo glared at Aizen. Wasn't that the point? He asked derisively. You're the one who destroyed the Kotatsu. You must have known I would take advantage of the Dangai's time distortion. Of course I did. I simply don't understand the direction you took with your training, Aizen stated. If I'm not mistaken, you took slightly more than an hour longer to get here, so you were training for 2,000 hours. Almost 3 months of training, and what did you do? I find myself disheartened, Ichigo-kun. I cannot sense a modicum of Ryatsu from you. He can't sense me. Oh, Ichigo had to fight a malicious grin upon hearing that. I am going to enjoy the look on his face when he figures it out. You and me both. Even if you are suppressing it, sensing absolutely nothing is impossible, Aizen went on. It seems you have failed at evolution, and I cannot understand why. You were near it, when last I saw you. But you seem to have failed to grasp that last chance I bestowed on you. Yet, with merely brute strength, you managed to not only touch me, but take me far away from Karakura. It seems to me that you have not lost your Ryatsu, as it were, but more as though you transformed it all into raw physical power, maximizing your speed and strength in the hopes you could defeat me that way. Aizen shook his head. I find myself disappointed, Ichigo. You were on the cusp of evolving past the limitations of Shinigami and Hollow, but instead you've devolved into something less than either. You have given up on fighting me in terms of Ryatsu. It doesn't matter if I have Ryatsu or not, Ichigo bit out angrily. You dared to threaten those I call family. You're dead, you just don't know it yet. Is that so? Aizen asked, amused, but he lost the smile when Ichigo disappeared, and he spun around to block Ichigo's vertical slash from the side. Trying to cut off my wings, Ichigo. You're a worm, Aizen. You don't deserve to be in my sky. Of all things, Aizen looked almost delighted at Ichigo's words. Oh, so you did come to the same interpretation of my new form as I did. I had reached my limit as a Shinigami, so I cocooned myself in the Hogyoku and emerged as a transcendent being, just as a caterpillar naturally evolves to a butterfly. Ichigo's face twisted into his customary scowl, but before he could retort, Aizen's wings glowed and then grew far more pointed towards the ends. Eyes narrowed, he brought Tensa Zangetsu to bear, but then there was a bright flash of light. Spinning around, Ichigo parried Aizen's strike to the side, and in that direction a large part of a mountain was completely obliterated, leveling it. Nice dodge, Aizen complimented. But can you see now? My power is so great, a single swing of my blade can reshape the earth. To be honest, not even I expected my powers to grow so strong. I am happy, Kurosaki Ichigo. Thanks to you, I will be able to test this power that transcends Hollow and Shinigami as much as I please. With that, Aizen rushed at the wizard with a fierce grin. Ichigo stood still until Aizen was almost upon him, but then vanished. Aizen blinked as his attack hit nothing but air, but then he heard two fateful words spoken behind him that chilled him to the bone and reawakened fear within that Hogyoku-given form. Getsuga Tensho. Aizen let loose a bellow of pain as his wings were obliterated in an instant, and his back was flayed open as the Getsuga, still impossibly seeming to have no Ryatsu at all, tore its way through him. How, he gasped. Ichigo reappeared directly in front of him, and suddenly Aizen realized that he'd been impaled through the stomach on the vizard's blade. You didn't realize? Ichigo spat. It wasn't your sword that crushed that mountain. It was mine. You're weaker than I am right now, Aizen. And I have no mercy for you. Holy shit, Renji uttered, watching Ichigo demolish Aizen. He and the rest of the Fukutecho and Taicho in Soul Society had arrived just in time to watch Ichigo take down Jin with a single strike, and had been observing outside earshot ever since, not wanting to risk Aizen's using their susceptibility to Kyoka Suigetsu's illusions. They'd come close to interfering after Ichigo had told Zenisuke that he was unable to touch anyone without killing them, but Zenisuke had proven himself admirably by managing to not only stand under Aizen's Ryatsu, but save the spiritually aware humans and the spirit of Ichigo's mother. After Ichigo forcefully relocated both himself and Aizen with such incredible speed, everyone save Matsumoto and Hitsugaya had followed. They had stayed behind to tend to Jin, along with Ichigo's friends and family, with orders to check on the rest of the school afterwards. How is this possible? Kamamura asked Yukitake and Kairaku, the senior Taicho available. Kurosaki Ichigo was not this strong before, and he looks different now. Yukitake rubbed his chin in thought. Longer hair, slightly taller, far more powerful, though no one among us can sense him. Everything points to him simply aging somewhat during an extremely long training session. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Jushiro? Shunsui asked. Yukitake nodded. I don't see how he could have done it, but Ichigo must have undergone Jinzen in the Dangai. That would explain the aging, and the newfound strength, Soifun agreed. But why did the Kotatsu not interfere? That's what I can't figure out, Yukitake admitted. Shinigami can't affect it with Ryatsu, so how could Ichigo? While I agree that it would be Kurosaki's style, given how he destroyed the Sokayaku, Kira said slowly, it might have been Aizen. Aizen is a lot more knowledgeable, and the Hogyoku might have given him the ability, Soifun concurred. But then the question becomes, why would he do such a thing? Maybe it caught him by surprise, was Iba Fukutecho's contribution. Certainly possible, Yukitake affirmed. But I suspect that he did it on purpose. Ichigo is our last real chance against Aizen, Kairaku began, obviously thinking along the same lines as his old friend. I think he did it to allow Ichigo to improve himself beyond recognition. He knew that sooner or later we would realize what had happened, and wanted us to see the crushing of our hope. That seems to have backfired spectacularly, Renji commented with a smirk. Have none of you thought about the implications for after this is all over? Soifun demanded heatedly. None of us can sense either Kurosaki or Aizen. If Aizen wins, he could just as easily disguise himself as Kurosaki, though he likely won't bother since his goal is to replace the Spirit King. But if Ichigo wins, there's a rogue, unstable vizard that we cannot sense, cannot defeat, and cannot control. Unstable? Renji hissed back, ignoring his common sense that kept screaming not to aggravate a Taicho. What has Ichigo ever done to us? He broke into Soul Society for the purpose of saving someone who saved him and his family. Name one other time he has done anything against Soul Society. It's not a chance we can take, Soifun countered coolly. So you would imprison or kill him for saving you, saving all of Soul Society and the living world? Renji inquired incredulously. Some justice system we have. Should I go ask him to back off then, and let Aizen do what he wants? Abarai. Kamamura rebuked sharply. You are out of line. Even so, he has a point, Kairaku pointed out with a stern look at Soifun. It is not our place to make a decision as heavy as that one, Soifun. In the meantime, Kurosaki Ichigo is a valued ally, as is any he calls friend. Aizen flashed away in another burst of light, reappearing on higher ground a few dozen meters away, ignoring how blood was now pouring out of his stomach and back wounds, the Hogyoku would take care of it momentarily. His face, however, was the very image of surprise. I don't understand. He has no Ryatsu. How can he use his Getsuga? How did he inflict such pain upon me? Ichigo looked sideways and up at him with narrowed, hollowified eyes. Do you really think you can escape me up there? He asked scathingly. That distance is nothing to me. You have merely an illusion of safety. Allow me to disillusion you. Aizen's eyes widened, but it was too late, as the wizard appeared right in front of him, his sword swinging too fast to block. Blood sprayed from the incredibly deep wound. Aizen fell to the ground, a hand over his stomach as he tried desperately to keep his top and bottom halves together. That was me returning the favor from Soul Society, Aizen, Ichigo told him vindicatively. Now, how did you put it again? Oh yes. Right now, your spine is the only thing holding your body together. No matter how hard you try, there's no way for you to stand up without destroying your body. It's not a matter of spirit, it is physically impossible. Fool! Aizen gasped. Are you happy, knowing you've given me such an injury? Help, Hogyoku. Aizen could feel his wounds mending rapidly, he would be able to retaliate in just a few more seconds. You have no idea. Suddenly, Aizen felt another stabbing pain as Ichigo plunged Tensa Zangetsu through his neck and into the ground, pinning him. Then, a searing, familiar heat began to burn behind his head. Did you forget? I know the Hogyoku allows you to regenerate. The thing is, I probably wouldn't have gone this far to kill you if you hadn't threatened my family and friends. That said. Ichigo summoned his Ajucha's mask and leaned in, almost relishing every word he was about to say. Let's see you regenerate this. Zero. The brilliant red beam of energy erupted from Ichigo's fingers for a few seconds, and then all was silent. When the dust cleared, Ichigo stood over Aizen's headless corpse, completely unharmed from his battle. Not willing to take any chances, the wizard reached down and plucked the Hogyoku from the corpse's chest. That done, Ichigo took off his mask and crushed it. It's finally over. He closed his eyes, began to walk away, but froze upon feeling a rising Ryatsu from Aizen's body. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, he groaned. What does it take to kill you? Aizen's head regrew itself rapidly, and all of his wounds hissed with steam-like Ryatsu as they regenerated. You cannot kill me, Ichigo-kun, Aizen said with a triumphant smile. I have gained immortality. And with my ever-growing power thanks to the Hogyoku, you will eventually fall. Not if it's destroyed. Ichigo quickly gave it a small toss in the air and attempted to slice it in twain, only to have Tensa Zangetsu cut nothing but air as it twinkled momentarily and vanished back to Aizen's chest. Sheet. Think we can destroy the Hogyoku if we can hold on to it long enough? He'd been hoping to capture it long enough for Inoue to reject it with her powers, but it seemed that was no longer an option. Perhaps, but have you forgotten, Ichigo? The wielder of Beneheim mentioned the seal. Flashback. Bakudo, Urahara revealed, stepping forward. He was successfully held in place by multiple Bakudo, with some assistance from yourself, long enough for me to cast a full incantation Heido 91, Senju Koden Taiho. The seals I've placed seem ineffective, though I have put one on that will take effect if he weakens significantly. End flashback. Ichigo's eyes widened momentarily, before they narrowed as he thought about it. Weakened significantly, huh? How significantly? Guess we'll find out. Aizen, unknowing to Ichigo's new plan, raised his arms to the sky, feeling the Hogyoku ready to give him another transformation. Now, bear witness to my next evolution. The diamond-shaped object in his forehead abruptly opened, shifting into a more vertical oval shape, revealing a third eye. The next instant, a very large bead of dark blood trailed its way down Aizen's nose and onto his right cheek, but Ichigo was more preoccupied with how Aizen was suddenly screaming again, and his Ryatsu was rising and changing once again. Then the Hogyoku emitted a great flash of light. When the light dimmed a few seconds later, Ichigo quickly took a moment to study how Aizen had morphed once more. His head was now a blackened skull, with the third eye in his forehead, and though Aizen's hair still had all the ridiculous length of earlier, it now seemed to be coming from where the skull reached where the neck should be. Aizen's feet and hands had changed dramatically, no longer did they even remotely resemble that of a human's. His feet had become single-toed claws, and his left hand had both lengthened and thinned, looking quite sharp. Aizen's right hand had fused entirely with his Zanpakuto, and all four extremities had taken on a pitch-black color. He had apparently regrown all three sets of wings, though with a new style. Instead of butterfly wings, they now resembled sheets, a large eye centered on each one, and they were adorned with hollow-like skulls on the top outside tips. On the bottom outside tips, tentacle-like extensions gently swayed in the wind. But perhaps the most telling thing about the new transformation was that Aizen now no longer had any semblance of clothing, and had 3 hollow holes, all in a vertical line down his torso, with the Hogyoku resting in the center of the top one. "I see," Aizen murmured. To defeat a wizard using hollow powers, to transcend him, the Hogyoku wills I take on a hollow form more powerful than any and overwhelm him. Ichigo glared at Aizen with all his might, his mask beginning to materialize. "I just have to get him to weaken long enough for Urahara's seal to take hold." "Fine then. You want to make this a battle between hollows? You've got it. Blacken the night, Cazador de la Luna." The wizard could feel the white vest underneath his Bankai coat stretching, enveloping his body, though it was only truly visible on his right arm, where the ivory skin of his Resurrection lay underneath the obsidian chain of his Bankai. Once more, at his wrists and neck, the red tufts of fur emerged as Ichigo's hollow mask grew around his head and his hollow hole emerged unseen. "Are you ready to die, Aizen?" Ichigo roared. "You presume to think you can kill me, even after I have proven my immortality?" Aizen screamed back. "Abandon your arrogance, human." All 6 of the hollow skulls atop Aizen's wings suddenly snapped to attention and charged a zero. To counter, Ichigo twisted to the side and pointed 3 claw-like fingers at Aizen, looking down his arm at Aizen as well, charging a zero both in his horns and at his fingertips. "Arrogance?" Ichigo repeated darkly. "So far, you're the only one who's been hurt so far since we got here. You dared to give me the time I needed to grow strong enough to defeat you, you dared to hold my mother hostage and give me the motivation to kill you, and you still thought you could defeat me? If anyone's arrogant, it's you." In response, Aizen unleashed his round of zeros, and Ichigo did the same, all of blasts of destructive energy meeting at a point between the two of them, before Ichigo's overwhelmed Aizen's, racing ahead to destroy his opponent. But there was a flicker of light and Ichigo spun once more, clashing Tensa Zangetsu against Kyoka Suigetsu. Such power! Aizen praised, his blade in a deadlock with Ichigo's. "Why do you not work with me, Kurosaki Ichigo? You could be a king, a kami to all the worlds." "I already am a kami of a world," Ichigo replied softly, before raising his voice and looking Aizen straight in the eyes. "Myself, and that is all I wish to rule." Breaking the deadlock and vanishing in a flash of light to be a few dozen meters away, Aizen looked at Ichigo, his expression unreadable due to his current skull-like face, but his feelings on the matter clearly evident by his voice. "Pathetic. Your strength is wasted on you. You are held back by your compassion. Sacrifices must be made for progress, and it is your refusal to make those sacrifices that makes you weak." A Getsuga raced down Tensa Zangetsu, further empowering it as Ichigo made his rebuttal. "It is not weak to value life. It is my compassion that drove me to become strong, Aizen Sosuke. Getsuga Tensho." Aizen was taken by surprise when the Getsuga that Ichigo let loose was only as tall as he was, but its size was more than made up for by its speed. But Aizen had a plan. He raised his left arm and quickly chanted, Bakudo 81, Danku. A transparent rectangular barrier 3 stories tall materialized in front of Aizen just in time for the Getsuga to clash on it. But the former Taicho was astounded when the Getsuga broke through it easily, and barely had the time to bring Kyoka Suigetsu up to block. Aizen found himself forced backwards from the sheer power of the Getsuga as it raged against Kyoka Suigetsu, but after a moment he was able to shunt it to the side, destroying yet another mountain as the Getsuga annihilated it. That accomplished, Aizen quickly looked around, trying to find his opponent. In front, right, left, above, below, behind. He spun around just in time to clash swords once more against Ichigo, an explosion of Ryatsu that could be felt for miles emitting from the impact. Renji was simply awed, watching as Ichigo and Aizen fought at levels far surpassing anything he'd ever thought possible. And Ichigo will continue to get stronger over time, he realized, remembering Ichigo's incredibly young age. Shinigami lived for centuries, if not millennia. Ichigo was not even a fifth of his way through his first century, and he'd gained all this power so recently, so quickly. Where will he be when he's my age? Renji shuddered just trying to imagine it. This is insane. Omida whimpered from next to his Taicho, shivering as he weathered the latest rush of Ryatsu that washed over him. They're going to tear Soul Society down around them before they finish. How are they so strong? They are men who found a reason powerful enough to drive them to transcend everything that they knew, everything that they were before, and break every boundary they come across, Yukitake replied with an almost reverent tone. Aizen sought to replace the Spirit King, while Ichigo sought to protect. Both are willing to do anything to achieve their goals, to sweat and bleed and put their lives on the line, because their very souls cannot allow anything less. But something in Yukitake's words struck a chord in Soifun. Ichigo sought to protect. Soifun would have smiled triumphantly, but she smothered it with her assassin training. We have the key to ensuring Kurosaki will never threaten the Gotei. If you ever come after me or my friends, you will need Yamamoto Genryusai himself at your side to save you, because I swear I will come at you with all of my power. Soifun could not help the shiver that came from those vividly remembered words, but refocused her mind to plotting how to HRNSS the raw power of Kurosaki Ichigo for the good of Soul Society. Chapter 29, Loneliness. Ichigo once again matched blades against Aizen. Tensa Zangetsu and Kyoka Suigetsu each struggling to overcome the other. You claim to be immortal, Aizen, he breathed, his horned mask looking into the visage of Aizen's blackened skull. Then why is it that when our blades meet like this, all I can feel is fear in your blade? Fear? Aizen scoffed. You misinterpret. If there is anything I fear, it is that you will die too soon for me to reach my ultimate evolution. Is that so? You should fear me, Aizen. Ichigo's hollowified voice deepened even further as his amber orbs bored holes into Aizen's eyes. I have cut off your head, I have ripped out the Hogyoku. You have yet to even strike me. Then perhaps it's time to correct that. The hollow skulls at the tips of Aizen's wings charged Seros once again, and Ichigo prepared a Sero in his horns, ready to counter, but when they fired, they missed entirely, confusing him. Ichigo. He's fired at Karakura. Ichigo's eyes widened in horrified realization, before he vanished again with a burst of raw speed, rushing to intercept the several beams. Aizen had been smart and not combined them all into one combined blast, given that Ichigo was able to overwhelm such a blast with a Sero of his own. Instead, there were 6 Seros aimed at different parts of the town. There was no time to think. Appearing between the Seros and Karakura, with not a second to spare, Ichigo swung Tensa Zangetsu horizontally with all his might. Getsuga Tensho. The Getsuga this time was of epic proportions, its breadth as wide as Karakura itself, its height almost half as tall as Karakura's tallest buildings. The Seros impacted not a moment later, and exploded, taking the Getsuga with it. Ichigo had mastered the Getsuga Tensho to the point where the Getsuga was only strong enough to take the Seros, and no more. It would drain him too much to create a Getsuga that large capable of doing significant damage to Aizen. As it was, creating that counterblast had made Ichigo lose sight of Aizen. Until, that is, Aizen appeared in front of Ichigo. Know your own powerlessness. Heido 90, Kurohitsuji. When nothing seemed to happen, Ichigo blinked in confusion. Wasn't that supposed to do something? He asked mockingly. Look behind you. Ichigo did with a sense of horrified realization, and was filled with anger as he saw that part of Karakura was engulfed in the black box of Aizen's favorite Kido. To make it worse, he recognized what area it was too. It had his home and its entire neighborhood. Yuzu. Karen. And then his eyes widened. Oh Kami. I told Mom go there with everyone. The wizard rushed at top speed to get to the Kido. Arriving a few seconds later, Ichigo sensed an incoming blast of Aizen's Zeros rocketing straight towards him. Roaring angrily, he threw a Getsuga-enhanced Tensa Zangetsu at the Kurohitsuji, the chain extending automatically. Almost before it left his hand, Ichigo twisted around and lowered his horns, charging another Zero. Three things happened at once. The Kurohitsuji shattered like glass, pieces of the Kido falling around the neighborhood before breaking further and further until there was no trace of the immensely powerful Heido. Ichigo fired the Zero, obliterating the incoming combined blast from Aizen. But the third thing was, Aizen arrived, the hollow skulls adorning his wings all having a Zero aimed in a different direction. Aizen promptly swung Kyoka Suigetsu and cut the chain connecting Ichigo to Tensa Zangetsu, leaving the blade stuck in the ground. Foolish, Ichigo-kun, he chided. You might have killed me had you sacrificed your town. And you should never part from your weapon unless you're sure you can get it back. What makes you think I can't? Ichigo snarled. The fact that if you try, these handy skulls of mine will destroy this lovely neighborhood. You're bluffing, Ichigo accused. You need their souls for your Oken. There are plenty more, Aizen countered with a shrug-like motion that looked quite strange on his hollow form. Not to mention, we are in Soul Society. There is plenty of spiritually enriched land and souls here. Ichigo froze, having been about to Sonido down and get his trusty Zanpakuto. Aizen was right. That's low, Aizen, he growled. While it was almost impossible to determine expression on Aizen's skull-like face at the moment, his body language screamed smugness to Ichigo. They are your weakness, he explained airily. Why would I not take advantage? Ichigo's body shook with repressed rage. He wanted nothing more than to make Aizen die the most painful, agonizing death he could imagine. And right now, he was imagining pushing Aizen onto a bed of rusty nails, setting his whole body on fire, and then putting a watertight seal over his head and neck that Ichigo would slowly fill with Aizen's own blood so the wizard could joyfully watch him struggle to breathe until he drowned. You will pay for this, he swore. I think not, Ichigo-kun. You see, I have come to realize that it is too much trouble to use Karakura for the Oken. Ichigo blinked in shock. What? I said that it's too much trouble to use Karakura. You should be happy, Ichigo-kun. You have convinced me not to use your precious town. Aizen paused for a moment. Instead, I will use the Rukongai. It really is easier on all parties involved. Your town is safe, the Siriidii is safe, and I have my Oken. Everyone wins. You can't be serious. Oh, I am perfectly serious, Ichigo-kun. And all you have to do to keep your town from being destroyed and sacrificed is to not attempt to stop me. That's it. All Ichigo had to do was wait for Aizen to leave, and then he could go kill Aizen far away from Karakura. Yes, but before I go, I want your solemn word of honor as protector of Karakura town that you will not inhibit me from making the Oken as long as I don't use your town for it. Ichigo got the impression that Aizen was smiling knowingly behind that skull mask of his. I have the impression that you won't break your word. Ichigo was silent for several moments, unmoving. It was a horrible decision to make. To sacrifice his home to stop Aizen, or allow Aizen his goal and sacrifice thousands of people he had never and would never meet. There was no way for him to stop that many Zero blasts in different directions. In the time it would take for the wizard to reach the Hogyoku evolved Shinigami, even forgetting Tensa Zangetsu, Aizen would be able to unleash his attacks. Also, Aizen had to leave and soon, or else his Ryatsu would smother the life out of those nearby. It was doubtful that Ichigo could even kill him in one shot, with Aizen's immortality. Can either of you think of a third option? Ichigo begged Tensa Zangetsu and Cazador de la Luna desperately. But neither spirit said a word. Ichigo had to make a choice. He looked away, at war with himself. How could he sacrifice everyone he'd ever known? How could he sacrifice people he'd never know? How could he live with himself, no matter what decision he made? Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo froze in mid-sentence, hearing a familiar voice calling his name, but not out loud. It was more, in his head. This is Yukitake Taicho. We are communicating using a Kido spell cast by one of our Fukatecho. Aizen cannot hear us, but I'm afraid the spell is one way only. We have been watching and listening to your fight from a distance to keep from being affected by Aizen's illusions, and we know of your situation. We cannot stop Aizen, the fact is, you are our last hope. I know how hard the decision must be, but you must not let Aizen create the Oken. But how can I just allow anyone to be killed or destroyed under Aizen's Ryatsu? Ichigo thought in horror. He shook his head. There was no good option. All he could do was protect that which he held dear. I want your word in return that you will forever leave Karakura and its residents alone. You have my word. No. Ichigo, don't do it. Sorry, Yukitake-san. And you have mine. Oh no. Yukitake breathed. This is bad, Kairaku agreed grimly. Very bad. Jushiro, Nanao, contact the Kido Corps. I am authorizing emergency use of the forbidden time and space Kido. We have no choice but to try to freeze time around Karakura to trap Aizen within it. Everyone else except Soifun, your orders are to stay one step ahead of Aizen and clear all the districts of the Rukongai. Make sure there aren't enough people for him to sacrifice within any half-spirit mile. Go now, we don't have much time. As ordered, everyone but Soifun vanished in a flicker of Shuunpa. What are my orders, Kairaku Taicho? Soifun. Kairaku murmured sadly. I don't like to give orders like these, but in the event that we cannot freeze Aizen in time, do whatever it takes to convince Ichigo that Aizen cannot be trusted to keep his word. Hi. Soifun promptly vanished. Neither combatant moved for several moments after Ichigo made his solemn promise. Aizen studied Ichigo carefully, searching for any hint of betrayal. Seeing none, seeing Ichigo's defeated posture, Aizen was finally convinced that he was telling the truth. I thought you'd see things my way, Ichigo-kun. Aizen powered down his Seros and with a flash of light, reappeared high in the air. I hold you to your word, Kurosaki Ichigo. Farewell. With that, Aizen began to walk away, knowing and relishing how Ichigo was watching his back, cursing his own powerlessness. Ichigo's fists clenched as his eyes almost involuntarily bored holes in Aizen's back. How he loathed himself right now. Ichigo. Tensa Zangetsu warned bracingly. Please calm yourself. Your inner world is beginning to flood. I'm not strong enough. As you said before, it is not weak to value life. You were placed in a position where there were no good outcomes. Regardless of your choice, life would have been lost. You chose to protect those you had claimed as your own. I can't really blame you for following your nature. You must accept your actions, and work out your next step. Ichigo's eyes still refused to leave that spot on Aizen's neck. I don't think I can accept them, Tensa Zangetsu. So many people are going to die. You gave your word of honor. Will you break it? When you have nothing else, you have your honor, your pride. Your word, your trustworthiness, is important to you, is it not? For the first time, Ichigo understood how Kuchiki Byakuya must have felt when Rukia was sentenced to be executed. Torn between his promise to his late wife, his Anna, to protect her little sister Rukia, and his vow to always uphold the law. Ichigo was now in exactly Byakuya's position, torn between his promise to allow Aizen to pursue his ambitions, and his vow to always protect those he could. In the end, Ichigo had fought Byakuya and in victory, convinced the Taicho to protect his adopted sister. It was in that recollection that Ichigo found his answer. His body, which had been trembling in helpless rage, began to still as he came to a decision. Some things are more important than honor. More important than pride. More important than my word. Ichigo's hollow eyes flashed with resolve. Guarding life, that is the most important thing of all. Ichigo extended his right claw towards his Zanpakuto. Come to me, Tensa Zangetsu. The Bankai blade flew through the air, flipping in the air end over end until the hilt impacted with his hand, the chain rejoining where it had been broken earlier. Ichigo could feel the pride resonating within his Zanpakuto as his spirit spoke to him. You have found your answer, Ichigo. Now let's go kill that bstrd. Ichigo tilted his head to the sky, flaring his Ryatsu into a column that pierced the sky. Aizen, he roared. Not far away, Aizen twisted around instantly, only to see nothing but Ichigo's mask right in front of his face, murder in his eyes, before pain erupted within him. Tensa Zangetsu had pierced his neck right down the middle. You should never have threatened those under my protection. Ichigo's voice was low, dangerous. Kyoka Suigetsu slashed out, but Ichigo was suddenly gone, and so was half of Aizen's neck. The Hogyoku repaired the damage a moment later as Aizen twisted around, raising his blade to stop his enemy's next attack. Except the wizard apparently finished his attack with no resistance. It was as if Aizen's own sword was an illusion. To Aizen's stunned eyes, Ichigo had, for the first time in this fight, used both hands to wield his Zanpakuto, around which a Getsuga Tensho seethed. Tensa Zangetsu was pointed down, though, so. The next instant, all Aizen knew was pain. Kyoka Suigetsu screamed in his head as the top portion of its blade fell to the ground. Aizen screamed aloud as Tensa Zangetsu removed his arm, and all of a sudden he was defenseless against the flurry of attacks. His wings were shredded and then brutally ripped out when Ichigo vanished, his left arm joined his right falling to the ground, and quite suddenly, Ichigo had a Siro pointed directly at Aizen's head, and he had no way to counter it. All I felt in Kyoka Suigetsu just then, was fear. Do you fear me? You should. So what if I am afraid? Aizen demanded, trying to buy time for his regeneration to give him a new set of arms and help with Kyoka Suigetsu's restoration. He would have retreated, but Ichigo had already proven that distance meant nothing to someone of his speed. Fear is the key to the Hogyoku evolutions. But it is also the weakness of your Shinigami strength, Ichigo reminded Aizen strongly. Fear saps the strength of your resolve, the strength of your Ryatsu, the strength of your sword. I won the moment you began to fear me, Aizen, when you gave up on your Zanpakuto's ability to support you. Oh, and don't think I've forgotten about your regeneration. Aizen let loose a bellow of pain as his arms were once again removed before they could even be completely formed again. Fine then. I still cannot sense your Ryatsu, he grit out. How is it possible that you have evolved to a still higher form than I? You trained for a paltry 3 months, yet you have progressed further than I have in centuries. Abandon your fear. Look forward. Move forward and never stop. You'll age if you pull back. You'll die if you hesitate. Ichigo quoted. Those are the words that my Zanpakuto told me when we first became partners, the creed I now live by. I have not stopped, nor will I ever stop moving forward in my pursuit to protect those I care for. That, Aizen, is why I am so strong. I don't understand. I don't understand. How can anyone gain such power by surrounding themselves with weaklings? Aizen cried out. I wanted you to see that you could never defeat me by holding ties to those humans. Ichigo glared down at his foe, charging another Siro in his horns to match the ones at his fingers. You will never understand, Aizen. To protect those weaker than myself is my reason for strength. Now just die, Aizen Sosuke. Kyoka Suigetsu. Come to me. But for the first time in Aizen's memory, his Zanpakuto did not answer his call. In that barest of an instant, Aizen realized that he had abandoned the only being that he had trusted completely, the only being who had supported him every step of the way. Kyoka Suigetsu could no longer hear him. Zero. Once more, Aizen's head was vaporized under the focused beams of Ichigo's hollow power, his skull-like visage a mask of confusion. His body began to fall, but Ichigo's left hand once more plucked the Hogyoku from Aizen's corpse. Ichigo glared at it disdainfully, not daring to cancel his resurrection. Aizen should be popping up any second now, his immortality reviving him, hopefully weakened enough for Urahara's seal to take place. Ichigo waited a beat. Then too. Still sensing no Ryatsu, he blinked behind his mask, and glanced at the Hogyoku, half expecting it to have vanished and somehow made Aizen evolve past what Ichigo could sense, disaster though that would be. Nope, still there. Do you think he's? If he is, then I have only one thing to say, immortal my butt. He sonidoed down to where he'd seen Aizen's headless body fall, and stood over the corpse, watching it for another few seconds, on guard just in case Aizen tried a sneak attack. After almost a minute, it was clear. Aizen was dead. Ichigo immediately felt a vague ache in his heart. He'd wanted to kill Aizen, he'd wanted it so much. Aizen deserved it, that was for sure, but suddenly, knowing that he had exerted his power enough to actually do it, to end Aizen's life was painful. Ichigo was suddenly horribly aware that he had the power to end almost everyone's lives. He was a kami compared to pretty much everyone he knew. He could do quite literally anything he wanted, and no one would be able to stop him. Who would dare try after what he'd done tonight, after the power he'd displayed so casually? Ichigo's eyes shifted to his hands. He'd never before understood how absolute power could corrupt absolutely. It was a weight heavier than any Ichigo had ever known, feeling as though he was the one who decided who lived and who died. No, he thought to himself, shaking his head. I will remain true to myself. My reason for strength is to be a guardian, a force of protection. I will not interfere. Now what? Ichigo wasn't sure he liked the fact that his hollow sounded just as unsure as he himself felt. The fact of the matter was, his focus for months had been growing strong enough to protect everyone from Aizen. Now, he was stronger than anyone he knew, save perhaps Yamamoto and the older Taicho. Well. I suppose we pick a direction, and move forward. First things first, we need to figure out what to do with Aizen's body. But before he could begin that conversation with his hollow and Zanpakuto, he sensed someone with a familiar Ryatsu Shunpa several meters behind him. Ichigo didn't turn around. What is it, Urahara? Is he dead? Canceling his resurrection and removing his mask, Ichigo still didn't face the ex-Daicho. He DMN well better be. That's the second time I've obliterated his head today. I'm kinda surprised, though. Why's that? The Hogyoku didn't vanish again and heal him, Ichigo stated, looking at the orb that had caused so much trouble. Jin used his Bankai to open up Aizen's chest and took it, but Aizen called it back and regenerated. I zeroed his head off, but Aizen called it back and regenerated. Now I did it again, and this time he didn't. I just don't know why, especially after Aizen claimed the Hogyoku made him immortal. I imagine that is rather confusing to someone who doesn't know the truth of the Hogyoku's powers. That statement did cause Ichigo to turn around and stare incredulously at the man who'd invented the DMN thing. And what is that truth? The Hogyoku materializes the heartfelt desires of those around it, Urahara said simply. Upon being mastered, it allowed Aizen to evolve as he wished, using fear as the trigger. However, I believe that it now acknowledges you as its master, after defeating Aizen so many times, after proving the strength of your soul was superior to his. So when you took the Hogyoku out of Aizen's body this time, it did not return because Aizen was no longer its master. And without it, Aizen was no longer immortal, which allowed you to kill him. I don't know, Ichigo whispered, thinking of the feelings he had received from matching blades with Aizen, receiving those glimpses into his true feelings. He hadn't quite told the whole truth when he said he felt nothing but fear reflected in Kyoka Suigetsu. Aizen's feeling of solitude had grown as well, almost to the point of loneliness? Aizen has been on a level of his own from the start, hasn't he? I think he saw me as an opportunity to create someone on his level. A rival, maybe, or a friend. Someone he couldn't manipulate with his illusions. Someone who could understand him, maybe even sympathized. He chuckled, looking down at Aizen's decimated corpse. Every battle I've faced him in, I've felt nothing but solitude in his blade. And by his own words, he's created most of the situations that forced me to grow stronger, to evolve. I believe that what he wanted above all else, was a companion who would stand with him at the top. Maybe he felt that after a century or two, our battles to the death would evolve into rivalry, and then perhaps into a friendship of equals, because who else could we turn to? The more he talked, the more it made sense to Ichigo, the more he was sure that he understood Aizen's spirit. Touch is such a huge part of human affection. Can you imagine not being able to receive even a simple pat on the shoulder? To play around with your friends? Can you imagine complete physical isolation? To Aizen and I, our evolutions kept us from doing that to any save each other. To us, it would be such an enormous gift to be able to actually touch one another, be it in combat or in friendship. It would be a sign that we are not alone. That was why Aizen made the deal to leave Karakura alone. He didn't want to alienate me completely, I don't think. The last few minutes of our fight, I felt fear in Aizen's sword. Fear of what, I couldn't tell at the time. But I think he was trying to catch up to me, because I had somehow managed to evolve further than he had. So he let himself fear, knowing it was the Hogyoku's key to evolution. I think his fear was not of his own death, but of losing forever the possibility of him and me ever meeting on the same level of evolution, of ever eventually reconciling our differences and moving forward to a new future. That was why his form took on a hollow appearance at the end, Ichigo theorized. Fear, regret, worry. Aizen fell into despair, I think, when he felt my resolve to protect everyone even at the cost of my life, and hatred for him involving my family and friends. The Hogyoku felt his despair, and gave him a form that suited his soul while granting his wish of evolution. Such terrible despair, and such lonely solitude, that just one hollow hole could not suffice. Even now, Aizen has had the last laugh, the wizard realized aloud. Aizen desired an end to his loneliness, and he has gained it through the mercy of death and rebirth, leaving me to suffer the loneliness he has escaped, as my evolution and power sets me apart from everyone else. I am not even sure I can return to my body, for fear it would collapse under my Ryatsu. I cannot devolve and return to what I once was. I am, for all intents and purposes, stuck. So perhaps, just before he died, when he felt my resolve to kill him, Aizen gave the Hogyoku to me, preferring death and reincarnation to eternal solitude. Perhaps he felt that I deserved the chance, to use the Hogyoku for myself, to materialize my heartfelt desire. Ichigo. Urahara whispered, at once understanding what the young man meant. Ichigo glanced at the jewel in his hand, before he held it out to Urahara. I don't know what I am going to do now, Urahara. Please hold on to it for now. Urahara took it gingerly, careful not to touch Ichigo at all. Are you all right? He asked quietly. No. I wanted him to die with all my being, but I didn't expect him to lose his immortality. Ichigo looked down on Aizen's corpse, his face unreadable. Aizen was right, taking the life of another sentient being hurts in a way that I can't describe. But I did what I had to, in order to ensure my people are protected. Urahara bowed his head. Duty is poor solace to taking a life, Ichigo. As a former Taicho, and a former assassin, I know that very well. Is there? The evolved wizard merely shook his head. Take care of Aizen's body. I need some time to myself. With that, he flickered away with Shuunpa. Urahara glanced down at Aizen's headless corpse before shaking his head. You've cost us so much, Aizen. Is it strange for me to feel like our greatest cost was that boy's innocence? A hand clasped his shoulder. No, Kisuke. Yoruchi whispered. I don't think that's strange at all. Soifun followed Kurosaki to the best of her ability. The wizard, though too highly evolved for her to feel his Ryatsu at all, was relatively easy to keep in sight since he wasn't utilizing his full speed. She kept her Ryatsu suppressed to keep from being detected, just in case the boy had somehow improved that skill as well. She'd witnessed him defeating Aizen, but Kurosaki was too powerful to go unwatched. Until she could assign some Onamitsukido to arrange a full-time watch, she would have to gather what information she could. Strangely, Kurosaki wasn't heading to his human home. Instead, he had gone to the tallest building in Karakura, settling into a crouching position on the rounded end of a flagpole, balanced on the ball of his feet, overlooking a large part of the city. To her surprise, he seemed strangely comfortable there. Kurosaki looked up at the sky, his mouth moving, but Soifun couldn't hear the words as the substitute Shinigami was too far away and speaking too quietly. However, Soifun was still an assassin, and any assassin worth their blade knew how to read lips. Now what? Now what, indeed, Kurosaki? It was a good question. For the Gotei 13, it would probably go back to business as usual. A new Central 46 would be elected, Ikimara Jin and Tozen Kaname would be tried after their eventual recovery, and the Taicho would figure out who would take over the empty Taicho slots. But for the substitute Shinigami, Aizen's gone. How can I just go back to my human life after what feels like a lifetime of war? What do I want to do now? Kurosaki sighed. All this time, I've known what I needed to do. I needed to protect my family. I needed to save Rukia. I needed to defeat my inner hollow. I needed to protect everyone from Aizen. All this time, my goals have been reactions to threats. But now, there is no one relying on me to protect them from some imminent enemy. What do you think, Tensa Zangetsu, Cazador de la Luna? Think it's time for that vacation? Before Soifun's startled eyes, two figures materialized on either side of Kurosaki. One seemed quite young, with shoulder-length ragged black hair and a flowing black cloak with its hood back. He crouched on the beam of the flagpole, much the same way as Kurosaki though facing a different direction. The other was almost a carbon copy of Kurosaki himself, save for the open white vest, red leggings, hollow hole in his chest and mask fragment on his face. He instead leaned against the building itself, using the airwalk technique to keep from falling. All three looked up at the sky together. Soifun took the opportunity to get a little closer, close enough to actually hear them, since she couldn't watch all three sets of lips at once. Yes, the young man, who had to be the manifestation of Tensa Zangetsu, agreed. You are extremely overstressed, Ichigo. You haven't had time for a break practically since the beginning, the being who could only be Cazador de la Luna concurred. When was the last time you really relaxed? Kurosaki sighed. It's been so long, I don't even remember anymore. There was a pause, before Kurosaki's hollow spoke up again. I'm thinking we should go hit a beach for our vacation. Nice, warm, relaxing, and if you want to you can check out the babes. Kurosaki snorted. Yeah, women we can't touch without accidentally disintegrating them from our Ryatsu. You can work on that on the side, Ichigo. So long as you don't unleash your shirkai in your human body, you should be capable of touching others without harming them. If need be, I'm sure Urahara would help you seal away your powers for a time. Well, when you put it that way, maybe some time on a beach would be good for me. It'd be nice to actually feel like a teenager again, rather than a war veteran. The three stood in silence for a couple of minutes, before Tensa Zangetsu changed the topic. Why are you not heading home, Ichigo? That's a very good question, Soifun agreed, listening closely. Kurosaki swallowed audibly. I'm not sure I can face them right now without falling apart, he finally replied, his voice aching with sorrow. And I'm worried that touching them now, even if I dismiss the Bankai, will hurt them. Ichigo, can you take not seeing your mother when she's so close after so many years? I thought I was heartless, and I'm your inner hollow. There was silence for another few moments as the wizard bowed his head, his longer hair covering his eyes and part of his face. Are you trying to punish yourself, Ichigo? For not being strong enough to save her on that day 6 years ago, where the rain flooded both that river and your soul? 6 years ago. Soifun quickly did the math. Kurosaki was, what, 9 years old? His mother died in front of him. Well then, it seems I have my method to control him. No. Kurosaki firmly denied. Grand Fisher is responsible for that. Then what are you waiting for, Ichigo? Nothing. I'm going now. He stood up from his crouched position, and the two spirits dissipated. That done, he flickered away with Shunpa. Soifun didn't dare move to follow just yet. There was a good chance Kurosaki would sense her if she raised her Ryatsu enough to Shunpa. Even so, the conversation she'd witnessed was an incredibly rare look at the dynamics between Kurosaki, his Zanpakuto, and his hollow. Most Shinigami never materialized their Zanpakuto spirit outside of attempting to gain Bankai. It was rather draining, and conversations could be had mentally in any case. While she'd need to go over it again later, Soifun could tell that Tensa Zangetsu seemed to be a very perceptive, if slightly blunt, character. Cazador de la Luna, on the other hand, seemed a bit cruder, if his comment about women on the beach was any indication. But Kurosaki seemed to value their input, and revealed his emotions to them, that suggested that despite his near-constant use of Bankai, there was no real sense of domination over his Zanpakuto. Instead, there was, trust. Camaraderie. Strangely, the hollow seemed as concerned over Kurosaki's mental state as Tensa Zangetsu. Perhaps there was some form of symbiosis between them. If Kurosaki relies on Cazador for his hollow powers, does Cazador rely on Kurosaki for his Shinigami ones? It was a strange thought, but it would certainly explain Cazador's Arrancar appearance. Almost 5 minutes had passed. Soifun judged it safe enough to move, and began making her way back to the Siriidii. She had plans to finish. It was a good thing that Kurosaki was planning on going on vacation. It would give her a chance to plant some Onomatsukido in his mother's district. Standing in front of his home, Ichigo found himself hesitating. It was his last chance to back out. Abandon your fear. Ichigo nodded, mentally thanking Tensa Zangetsu. Taking a deep breath, he dismissed his Bankai, reverting to Shirkai state. Slinging Zangetsu across his back as usual, he approached the door, hearing the murmurs of conversation but unable to actually hear what was being said. With that, he opened the door. All conversation stopped as Ichigo entered his home and looked around. On the couch were Tatsuki, Mizuiro, Kigo and Don Kananji. Standing up and apparently having been giving a lecture, was Zenisuke. Hey guys, Ichigo whispered. Where are? In the kitchen, Tatsuki said quickly. The wizard nodded and walked slowly to the kitchen, which until then had been Yuzu's domain. He could hear soft crying coming from inside, but he gathered his courage and entered as quietly as he could. In the middle of the kitchen with her back to him was Ichigo's mother, Masaki. Karen seemed to have clutched onto Masaki's left leg, while Yuzu was on her right. Ichigo's father, Isshin, was holding Masaki closely, though he still hadn't returned to his human body. His eyes were closed, but there was a steady trickle of tears down his face. Mommy. Yuzu sobbed into her leg. We missed you so much. Silently allowing tears to run down her cheeks, Karen seemed content to clutch Masaki's leg as though her mother would disappear if she ever let go. Ichigo knew perfectly well that at her age, he too would have been doing the same thing. But now, Ichigo was unsure of what to do. He wasn't good at expressing his emotions, but at this point not even he knew what he wanted, what he desperately needed. He set Zangetsu down gently against the wall, hoping that the separation would make the difference in whether Ichigo could touch his mother or not. But apparently, that made more noise than he thought, because Isshin's eyes opened and homed in on his position. Come here, Ichigo. Ichigo. Masaki's watery voice asked. She turned around, her twin daughters moving with her so as not to tangle her. For the second time that day, mother and son locked eyes. Mom. Before he could warn her, Masaki had walked over and pulled him into a hug. Her right hand behind his head, her left at his back, Ichigo found himself pressed physically against her, his head over her left shoulder. Ichigo came to his senses a second later, tensing and ready to pull himself away to save his mother's afterlife, but she was unharmed. Relief hit him then, sharp and cutting straight to his heart. Tears flowed to his eyes unbidden as he wrapped his arms around his mother and held her tightly, and Ichigo's eyes closed as he wept. Chapter 30, What Now? Ichigo didn't know how long he stood there, holding his mother. It could have been minutes, it could have been hours. All he knew was that when they finally separated, his eyes had long since run out of tears. Ichigo. Yuzu. Karen. Masaki murmured, gently breaking off the hug. How many years has it been? You've all grown so much. I'm 16 now, Ichigo whispered. It seemed so surreal now, like a dream, to have his mother back, even if she was a spirit. It's been 6.5 years. Quickly drawing the correct conclusions, Masaki glanced downwards at her twin daughters. You're 11 years old. I've missed so much. I'm so sorry. Ichigo felt a twinge in his heart at that. Did she blame him for getting her killed? It's all right, Mom. Karen assured her, her voice a bit choked up. You're here now. Let's get your mother caught up on everything, shall we? Isshin asked rhetorically, his face bearing a smile. And so, the Kurosaki family reclaimed the living room. Zenisuke, Tatsuki, Kigo and Mizuiro had left already. Since Aizen was apparently gone, otherwise, Ichigo would still be fighting, they figured it was likely safe to return to where they should be. Ichigo, still wary about the effects of his Ryatsu on his family, took a nearby comfy chair. Isshin sat across from him, while Masaki, Yuzu and Karen settled on the couch. The conversation started haltingly, but soon they had gotten caught up in the storytelling, with Isshin only occasionally interjecting. Yuzu told her mother how she had taken over the household, the cooking and cleaning especially, and how she teamed up with her father on spying on Ichigo at times. Isshin, Ichigo and Karen all praised Yuzu for being the one who managed to keep them together as a family during those troubled years of grief. Karen laid out her life simply, sharing how she'd been able to see ghosts for almost all her life but refusing to believe in them, how she'd joined the soccer team and grown stronger, strong enough to not let her family worry about her. Now she was even able to take care of the weaker hollows. When it was Ichigo's turn, he found he had a very dry throat. What could he say? His life had been far from easy, but if anyone deserved to know, his mother did. So, he began with his karate training with Tatsuki. Masaki already knew about that, she'd picked him up from the dojo before she died, so it was a decent place to start in Ichigo's mind. Then he described how he'd come to need the skills he picked up from there as bullies and thugs picked on him because of his hair color, and how he'd gained a best friend for life when he saved Chad. He relived the exhilaration of finally beating Tatsuki in karate, and explained how his skills as a fighter gave him a reputation, one that persisted due to the thugs who kept challenging him. I know, hardly the best thing for a high school teenager, Ichigo admitted when he saw his mother's shocked face. But I'm not going to dye my hair just to avoid fights. I won't let anyone stupid enough to challenge me force me to change something I got from you. Yuzu, who had more than once urged Ichigo to dye his hair to keep from coming home bruised and bleeding, barely held in a gasp as Ichigo finally gave his true reasons for his stubborn refusal. Ichigo had indeed inherited Masaki's fiery orange-red hair, and who could blame him for wanting to hold on to that precious piece of her after she had died? Masaki smiled, flattered but unsurprised. How did you become a Shinigami? Ichigo grew quiet for several seconds before he nodded, knowing where to begin. Last year, my life changed forever when a Shinigami leapt in through my window. Her name was Kachiki Rukia, and she was looking for a hollow that my Ryatsu had attracted. She explained what she was, and what her purpose was in Karakura. But then she sensed the hollow, which had injured Dad, and captured Yuzu. She had bound me in a bakudo, but I broke it and chased after her, leaping at the hollow to save Yuzu. Ichigo chuckled self-deprecatingly, raising his hand to his neck and rubbing it. I was smacked away effortlessly, and Rukia got very injured trying to purify it. She asked me if I wanted to save my family, and when I agreed to do anything, she moved her Zanpakuto into my heart, giving me her Shinigami powers. With them, I slew the hollow effortlessly. That was the start. I ended up getting my own powers, but that story is the beginning of a war that ends with Aizen's death by my hand. We've got nothing but time, Ichigo, Isshin assured him with a small smile. Besides, it's time we got the full story. Initially about to refuse, a glance at his mother's face, pleading to know exactly who her son was after so many years of absence, Ichigo relented. His family was the perfect audience. They gasped at all the right parts, and even Karen looked stricken when Ichigo related how close he'd come to losing against his hollow side permanently when it came to saving Inoue. Almost 2 hours and a tall glass of water later, he finished his story with the choice Aizen had forced him to make on who to sacrifice, and how he'd come to his decision to forsake pride, honor and his word, to fulfill his vow to protect everyone. By the time Ichigo had finished, his mother was crying once again. My baby boys, all grown up. Ichigo felt distinctly uncomfortable with how he'd made his mother cry, but he had no idea how to fix it. Looking slightly panicked, he leaned forward, waving his hands in front of him as though to deny her claims. Isshin, on the other hand, merely got up, made his way to the couch, and reached an arm around his late wife. Masaki, he's had to learn some hard lessons early due to the war. But Ichigo's still a teenager, and he has a lot to learn about life, rather than the practice of death. He still needs you, just not for the same reasons as when he was young. To Ichigo's surprise, Masaki managed to nod, swallowing her tears and murmuring apologies, which were quickly waved off by everyone. It had been a very emotional day, by anyone's standards. Wow! For once, Ichigo was impressed with his father. He hadn't acted like a total fool, and had instead somehow managed to quickly identify and address the exact issue Masaki was having. How did he do that? That said, Ichigo, I'm very proud of you. You were put into an impossible position that no man should ever be placed in, and you found an answer you can live with without regret. So what are you going to do now? I'm thinking, it's time for a vacation. A vacation? Karen and Yuzu asked in unison. Ichigo gave a sharp nod. Yeah. I've had enough of war, of desperate struggles to get stronger in time, of life-changing realizations of who and what I am, of choices that decide the fate of thousands of people. So as soon as I'm back in my body, I'm going to take a vacation, and figure out what I'm going to do from now on. I need time to feel like a human teenager again. Anything that isn't life-threatening can wait until I get back. Isshin nodded seriously. He knew that there were limits to what the human mind could take. Endless fighting put a strain on the psyche that nothing but time, rest and relaxing experiences could relieve. There would be other challenges, but he could tell as a former leader and a doctor that his son needed the reprieve, or he would reach his mental breaking point. Though it tore him up as a father, he knew that he could no longer treat his son as a child. The war had forced Ichigo to mature early. Though there were things that Ichigo did not know, lessons he had yet to learn, he was an adult. Ichigo could be nothing less after what he'd been through. By this point, Soifun had long since returned to Soul Society and alerted Karakura Taicho that Aizen was dead, and the Kido Corps was no longer necessary. The Taicho had all been recalled from the orders that Karakura Taicho had ordered, and had immediately been given new assignments. Squad 4 was treating Yamamoto, Jin and Tozen, while Hitsugaya and Kamimura stood watch, just in case. Neither of the traitors could be trusted, and having two Taicho there should prove a large deterrent from them causing trouble. Yukitake had returned to his quarters for a rest. The fights had stressed his body, and while his illness had yet to resurface, he wanted to ensure that Squad 4 didn't need to deal with him while they had critical patients. Kairaku had taken up Yamamoto's duties in addition to his own, and was for once not so laid back and lackadaisical about what had to be done. He complained lightly about it, but it was nothing compared to how lazy he usually was when dealing with his own squad. It was perhaps the first time that Soifun had seen what Yamamoto had in the man. Karakura might actually have what it took to be Sotecho one day. Soifun herself had quickly assigned a team of 5 Onamitsukido to spy on the Kurosaki family and report back to her in a few days. The team Yamamoto had dispatched to Hueco Mundo finally returned shortly afterward. Because all the other Taicho were so busy, it had naturally fallen to her to deal with getting their reports. Soifun had immediately sent Unohana and the other healers to her division. Their healing prowess was more needed than her report, which Soifun believed she could ascertain from the others. Strangely enough, Hinamori Momo was being carried by one of Unohana's team members. But stifling her curiosity, Soifun moved on to acquiring the reports. Kenpachi was largely unharmed, and Yachiro Fukutecho was as cheery and healthy as ever. His report had been extremely casual, with many details missing. We wandered around a while before found a guy, called himself Yami. Byakuya got to him first, but he got bigger and madder, and we ended up fighting together. Then Kuratsuchi did his thing with stuff he got from some guy's lab, and opened the way back. Kuratsuchi Mayuri was completely unharmed, along with his Fukutecho, Nimue. We arrived in Hueco Mundo, and made our way to Las Noches, but for a while we couldn't find anyone. When I sensed Kuchiki Taicho using his Bankai, I made my way over to where he was, and found a quite interesting errand car that I would have loved to run experiments on. He fancied himself a scientist, you see. Mayuri grinned that wide grin that showed almost every single one of his teeth. It seemed that Kuchiki Taicho had been hit by a liquid that duplicated him several times, all versions using Bankai against each other. I stayed back to watch, as Kuchiki Taicho fought his clones until the Espada used another ability, creating a doll of Kuchiki Taicho. It was quite fascinating, really, witnessing how the Espada was able to destroy Kuchiki Taicho's internal organs just by crushing the doll's parts. I really must see if I can duplicate that ability in myself, it seems quite useful. Soifun cleared her throat. Oh. I killed the Espada and healed Kuchiki Taicho, before finding the Espada's lab. I found a device capable of creating a perfect Garganta, which I used to bring us back here. Nimue. Yes, she asked emotionlessly. Get everything we recovered from that wannabe scientist's lab to ours, and begin cataloging everything. Hi. Both Mayuri and Nimue left then, leaving Soifun stewing in her own frustration about Taicho who didn't take their job seriously enough to give professional reports. Mayuri had given extreme detail on the capabilities of an Arankar that was now dead, and had been almost flippant about his possible technological findings, which were vastly more important. Luckily for her state of mind, there was Kuchiki Byakuya left, and he was well known for succinct, but thorough reports. After arriving in Hueco Mundo, we separated in the interest of finding and defeating more of the Arankar, Byakuya reported calmly, stoically. I was stopped momentarily by a team of Arankar who called themselves the Exequias, but they were quickly purified by my Shirkai. In my exploration of Las Noches, I came across a labyrinth of stairs and walkways that led me to the Octava Espada, Sail Aporo Grands. His Resurrección proved troublesome to defeat, until Kuratsuchi Taicho and his Fukutecho came to assist. He finally met his end at the hand of Kuratsuchi Taicho due to some unorthodox precautions Kuratsuchi Taicho had made within the body of his Fukutecho. Kuratsuchi Taicho remained on site to examine the Espada's lab after healing me with some of his drags. I set out to search for more Arankar, and found the Ciro Espada, Yami Largo. Defeating him took some time due to his special ability of utilizing his rage to increase his strength exponentially, eventually requiring collaboration with Zaraki Taicho. In conclusion, I must state that substitute Shinigami Kurosaki Ichigo was correct in his information regarding the change in Yami's strength pre- and post-resurrection. After Yami was defeated, Kuratsuchi Taicho utilized a new device that produced a stable Garganta, allowing us to return to the living world. We were met there by Sato Yasutora and the Quincy, Ishida Yuryu. They explained that Hinamori Momo had arrived in the living world to gain answers from Aizen, and Aizen had used his illusions to convince her that Kurosaki Ichigo was the enemy. Sato and Ishida defeated her swiftly, but lacking the capability to transport her to Soul Society, had been waiting for our arrival. Afterwards, we used a Senkaman to return to Soul Society. I know nothing of Anohana's actions in Hueco Mundo. The leader of the Onamitsukido could have sighed in relief. That was all the information she needed for the time being. Thank you, Kuchiki Taicho. Byakuya nodded slightly. Now, what has happened? I presume Aizen is dead. Soifun quickly gave him a synopsis of the day's events, focusing on Aizen and Kurosaki, though not neglecting to mention Jin's betrayal and Tozen's capture. I see. Byakuya's poker face gave nothing away that could give Soifun a glimpse into his thoughts. Thank you. He turned and began to leave. I ask your honest opinion, Kuchiki Taicho. Byakuya paused for a moment at the door. My honest opinion? Yes. Kurosaki Ichigo has many flaws. He is young, brash, disrespectful, and has no sense of tact. I dislike his casual attitude towards nobility and his disregard for tradition and law. However, he is not entirely unrespectable. With that, he swept out of the room, his words hanging in the air. And what is that supposed to mean? Soifun wondered, her eyes narrowed. His strength is respectable, yes, but there is something in the way he spoke that indicated more. She rubbed her temples. Why can no one understand that Kurosaki must be reined in? Because they have allowed themselves to put their feelings over their duty. Kurosaki has never done anything terrible to Soul Society, and every single person he fought gained a respect for him. Madarame, Abarai, Zaraki, Kuchiki, Suzumabachi reminded her. The first three are or were in squad they only value strength and the ability to fight, which Kurosaki had. Kurosaki saved Kuchiki Taicho's sister. Soifun's eyes lit up in understanding before horror crossed over them once more. She was beginning to comprehend just how many people Kurosaki had on his side within the ranks of the Gotei. By his actions, he'd managed to acquire a sizable chunk of support within the community. Then again, the community does not rule Soul Society. Soifun murmured to herself, recalling how Urahara and Yoruchi had been banished and the Vizard slated for execution, despite the outrage of the Taicho of the time. The Central 46. While she was already making plans to plant more Onamitsukido agents in Kurosaki Masaki's district, such a heavy-handed tactic should be kept as a last resort, Soifun reasoned. Instead, why not let the government make the decisions? It put the Gotei 13 in the best possible position, enforcing law, rather than being the organization that was truly Kurosaki's enemy. The Central 46 had not reconvened since Aizen had killed their members, as Yamamoto had declared Soul Society to be in a state of martial law. The Central 46 only ruled during times of peace, as they were meant to represent the entirety of Soul Society. When it came to times of war, it had seemed reasonable that the Gotei 13 be put in charge, being a military organization and knowing better than the public what actions had to be taken. Soifun nodded to herself. As soon as Yamamoto declared the war over, it was mandated by law that the Central 46 retake control of the government. The Central 46 had previously displayed anti-Vizard tendencies in the past. It shouldn't be difficult to instill some fear into them. Yep. Though you might have problems keeping them from simply ordering you into assassinating him directly. Soifun paled. That was a problem. The Central 46 had ordered almost precisely that concerning the original Vizard group, and as the leader of the Onamitsukido, she had the best chance of killing Kurosaki. However, she hadn't been able to pierce Aizen, his Ryatsu overwhelming her own. Kurosaki had to have even more enormous Ryatsu than Aizen had had, considering the traitor's evolutions. As a result, Kurosaki would be impossible to kill in her usual tactics. If only she had Zaraki Taicho's levels of Ryatsu, there could have been a... Soifun's eyes were wide as her back went ramrod straight, an idea forming almost faster than she could think. Hold on. Zaraki. His eye patch inhibits his Ryatsu significantly. How quickly could I commission research and development to make a stronger version that could work even on Kurosaki's Ryatsu? Without waiting for an answer from Suzumabachi, not that she expected one, Soifun Zanpakuto rarely spoke up since she'd gained Bankai. Soifun immediately began drafting a request for 2 such devices. One would be needed for Kurosaki, and one would be for herself. Soifun knew she needed to increase her Ryatsu reserve significantly if she wanted any sort of chance. Soifun nodded to herself, more confidently this time. She now had plans, tentative though they were. She would need to arrange to have Kurosaki willingly wear such a device, and that should prove no trouble, considering his fear of accidentally harming his family with his Ryatsu, and work on her own Ryatsu level so if need be, she could take him out. Another alternative was convincing the boy to have a large portion of his Ryatsu sealed, much like how Taicho and Fukuteicho were required to have theirs sealed when on missions in the living world. The emergency backup plan was to use Kurosaki's mother as collateral. That simplified matters enormously. Soifun had no need to use the Central 46 at all. However, the ideal situation would be to have Kurosaki swear loyalty to the Gotei that power could be put to good use. But how to arrange that? Soifun needed to think more, but one of her subordinates brought her another stack of paperwork, and she resolved to work on that particular problem later. Urahara stood in front of the Kurosaki residence, his face remorseful. He did not like what he was about to do, but it was necessary. He knocked on the door in front of him. It was answered by Ichigo. Urahara. Ichigo. I'm sorry, but it's time. Ichigo blinked. Time. Time for Karakura to return to the living world. I'm afraid your mother must remain in Soul Society. There was a cacophony of denial from Karen and Yuzu as they rushed and stood next to Ichigo steadfastly, blocking Urahara's path inside. Ichigo's expression was unreadable, however. Why? Ichigo, she is a purified spirit now. Her spirit body subsists on spirit particles in the air, she can't survive long the living world. Isn't there some other way? Urahara shook his head. Not until she has developed powers of her own. At that point I could devise a jigai for her, but even then I wouldn't recommend it. She is known to the living world to be dead. Her body was found. Her name was registered as deceased. For her to suddenly return, it would create difficult questions. Ichigo felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning, he saw his mother smiling sadly. It's okay, Ichigo. But we just got you back. Yuzu cried out. It's not fair. Karen said nothing, but her expression indicated she agreed with her fraternal twin. Masaki kneeled down and held her daughters close. Sometimes, life isn't fair, darlings. I'll be waiting for you in Soul Society, but I don't want to see you there for a very long time. And when you do come to see me, I want to have a lifetime of stories, okay? Yuzu nodded, her eyes already leaking tears. Karen, however, wheeled on her older brother. Ichigo, you better be ready to deliver messages whenever you go to Soul Society. His throat dry, Ichigo could only nod. When Masaki stood up, the wizard hesitantly initiated a hug, which Masaki quickly accepted. Be safe, Ichigo pleaded. For the first time in years, Ichigo heard his mother laugh. It warmed his spirit and prompted a heartfelt smile of his own. I should be telling you that, young man, she chided, still smiling as she broke the hug. Don't worry. I'll be fine. If I do need anything, I'll see about contacting a Shinigami to get a hold of you. Thanks, Mom. Ichigo suddenly realized he felt a lot more at ease. Peaceful, even. It didn't take long for him to realize why. His mother was alive in a spiritual sense, happy and healthy. She didn't even blame him for her death. Even though she had to reside in Soul Society, he could see her every now and then. Masaki pulled him in to kiss him on his forehead, before doing the same to Yuzu and Karen. Then she turned and pulled Ishin into a hug, kissing him on the lips for a few seconds. I've missed you, Ishin whispered hoarsely. And I've missed you. Take good care of our children, Isshin. Ichigo's father nodded resolutely. I will. Her goodbyes made, Masaki gently pushed past her children and took Urahara's hand. Ichigo, your body will be waiting for you in the shop when the transfer is complete, Urahara informed. Yours too, Isshin. Then, with a flicker of Shunpa, they were gone. With a sigh, Isshin closed the door to their home, and sat heavily down on the couch. I suppose you want my story, Ichigo, he asked heavily. Isshin was startled to see his son shake his head negatively at him, a smirk on his face. Nah. You had your reasons. When you're ready to tell me, then I'll listen. Ichigo leaned against the wall, looking up. But aren't you curious who I was? Isshin asked, astonished. A little, Ichigo admitted. But I can wait. Besides. His eyes glazed, recalling one of the life-changing lessons that his Zanpakuto had beaten into him, and paraphrasing a little. What difference does it make who you were, if I know who you are? Just then, Ichigo felt a wave of Ryatsu harmlessly pass over him. He blinked, before coming to the obvious conclusion. Back in the living world. Back in the living world, Isshin confirmed. Now then, let's get those bodies of ours. Upon leaving the building, Ichigo's father Shunpaed away. He needed his body quickly so he could actually be available as a doctor for if any emergencies came up. Ichigo decided to walk, he could use the quiet time to think. Now that there wasn't an immediate need to grow insanely stronger as quickly as possible, Ichigo contemplated what he wanted to do with his human lifetime. He'd never honestly thought about it before, but as a high school student Ichigo knew he had to think about it soon, and recent events had forcefully introduced him to realities of life and death. After having nearly lost his life several times by now, Ichigo's mind flashed to that first hollow that had attacked his family, to Byakuya destroying his powers, to fighting Kenpachi without his eye patch, to Aizen slashing him almost in two. Before Ichigo snapped out of his recollections, he wanted to make the most of it. But the question was, what do I want to do with my life? It was a tough question. Until recently, he hadn't really enjoyed doing much of anything. Ichigo had always felt his most alive when fighting after his mother had died. He snorted. Professional recreational fighter. We'd kick so much butt. We do have a bit of an unfair advantage, Ichigo reminded his inner hollow, though the corners of his lips pulled upwards in amusement. So let's use those advantages. Mercenary for hire. Bodyguard. International super spy. Despite himself, Ichigo chuckled at the last suggestion. Now you're just being ridiculous. Though, I could bodyguard, the wizard mused. The idea had some merit, he had to admit. It served to satisfy his instinctual desire to protect, and gave him an occasional fight. And if a hollow showed up, Ichigo would just have Khan take over his body while he went and took care of business. Not a bad idea, he finally muttered aloud, before noticing he'd almost reached Urahara's shop. Resolving to think about it later, he went in to talk to Urahara. He wanted to make sure his body wouldn't disintegrate with him inside it. Meanwhile. This is strange, Hachigen murmured from his meditative position within the wizard warehouse. I cannot sense Ichigo's Ryatsu anywhere. Hiyori demanded. How is that possible? The strawberry has no control over his Ryatsu, last I checked, and that was earlier today. I don't know, Hachigen admitted. Could he be in Soul Society or Hueco Mundo? Lisa asked calmly. It's possible, the Kido master conceded. But why would he? Shinji pointed out. He just killed Aizen. If he's working his way through killing someone for the first time, he should be with his family, and they're here in the living world now. Could we have been tricked by Aizen again? Rose inquired worriedly. Everyone fell silent as the idea sunk in. With Aizen, anything could be possible. Was Ichigo dead? Can you sense his father? Kensei demanded. After a moment, Hachigen nodded confidently. Yes. He is with Urahara. And how are their Ryatsu? Calm, but alert. Kensei nodded, folding his arms over his torso in a manner that suggested that Hachigen's response answered everything. Then Aizen truly is finished. Ichigo must simply be in Soul Society for some reason, and in no danger, otherwise their Ryatsu would be far more agitated. Everyone relaxed, the former Taicho's words made sense. I have a question. The rest of the vizard turned to Mashiro, who for once seemed uncertain rather than her normal cheerful self. Aizen's dead now, right? What are we going to do now? The question seemed to bring the reality of their situation down on them. Their goal was complete, though now the Shinigami forces knew that the vizard were alive and well. Well. Love said slowly. Surviving is still something we all want, we should probably change location sometime soon. We don't want the Shinigami to come kill us. True, Kensei agreed, seizing the idea. No. The others turned in shock of hearing Hiyori's firm answer. What? I said no, you dumbass. Don't you get it? The Shinigami know we're alive now, and let's face it, to them we're traitors. We've been traitors to them for 100 years, Hiyori, Shinji reminded her softly. Yes, but before now, they thought we were just hollows. Now they know that we have powers of both Shinigami and Hollow, and they are going to want to use our power, or destroy it. And I don't know about you, but I'll be dmed if I work under those BSTRDS ever again. But they'll track us, no matter where we go. Hachi's barriers are strong, but now they have that Fanji Tozen creep who went and got himself hollow powers too. She has a point, Hachigen admitted. Tozen could, with some help from the current Kido Corps, be able to break my barriers, and he might just able to track us. So what do you suggest? Lisa asked curiously. Hiyori had never been this passionate about getting stronger before, only about her need for vengeance and for fighting. If we want to survive, we need to get stronger. We need to be so strong, the Gotei 13 has to think twice about even trying to take us on. Hiyori passionately ranted. What we need, is resurrection. If Ichigo can do it, why can't we? Let's get so strong that they have no choice but to let us be. And then what? Kensei asked coldly. And then we can work towards ensuring what happened to us doesn't happen to anyone else, Love said quietly. Seeing everyone's gazes turning to him, he went on. We were marked as traitors because of Aizen's actions. We weren't given any choice in the matter, and we were to be executed by the orders of the Central. Let's change how Soul Society's government works, by saving anyone that is being punished unfairly by them, challenging them to gather all the information. Sooner or later, they'd go to war with us over that, Shinji warned. They wouldn't dare. Eyes snapped onto Rose, whose voice had taken on an odd tone. I see where you're going with this, Love. We'd gather the information ourselves, and publicly prove they were wrong, every time. Without the ability to silence us without going to war, the Central 46 would be forced to repeal their decisions until they got their act together and actually do the proper investigations. If they didn't, the Central 46 would lose power, people would begin to revolt. Nobility won't like that. Kensei commented, though his mouth was beginning to turn upwards into a smirk. Who cares about FNG nobility? Hiyori demanded, a victorious smirk of her own showing to everyone what she thought of the idea. Let's do it. Hachigen nodded. It was a noble plan, and it did have an element of humiliating the government that had banished him and his Taicho. He had to admit that appealed to him. I'm in. Mashiro chirped. Why not, was Lisa's response. Internally, she wondered what her old Taicho, Kairaku Shunsui, would have said about the idea. I suppose I'll find out. Shinji's face broke out into a wide grin, every one of his teeth showing. Sounds like we have a plan. Once we find Ichigo, we'll get him to teach us resurrection. Chapter 31, In Memoriam. What do you mean I can't get in my body just yet? Ichigo demanded. Your body can't take your Ryatsu, Urahara explained easily. Quite frankly, you're too powerful for your mortal body. It would die in a day or two as your Ryatsu burned it alive from the inside out, possibly longer depending on your high-speed regeneration. Ichigo sighed, palming his face. Fine then, it's not like I didn't expect something like this might happen. What can we do about it? We have very limited options, Ichigo-kun. You see, the problem is that our Ryatsu cannot affect yours unless you consciously control it and lower it to our level, Urahara began. That means that we cannot seal your Ryatsu as we normally would. I could devise something for you in time, but I expect that you would rather join your body now, rather than in a week or two. The wizard gave him a flat look that clearly stated how he felt on the matter. Why can't you seal my Ryatsu? Our Ryatsu can't affect you anymore unless you let it, Isshin elaborated for Urahara, having decided to stick around for his son. It's too, for lack of a better phrase, highly evolved. You could compare it to an experienced fighter facing a rookie who has just picked up a wooden sword. Unless the fighter actively lowers his skill level, the rookie would never be able to strike him. In the same way, unless you actively lower your Ryatsu, we cannot normally affect it without using specialized tools which we currently do not have. Ichigo nodded, following the metaphor. Seeing his companion's understanding, Urahara continued where Isshin left off, so, if I were to seal your powers like any other Shinigamis, you would have to be constantly controlling and dampening your Ryatsu to be on the same plane of evolution as we are. If at any time that control slipped and your Ryatsu were to revert to an evolution higher than ours, the seal would break down at a very rapid rate. Your full Ryatsu would then flare, quickly decomposing your body from the inside out. I surmise it would be a quite painful experience. That made sense to an extent. So, what are the alternatives? Well, I can make you a Jigai that can tolerate the Ryatsu better until I can complete the device to help us seal your Ryatsu. Urahara said slowly. Or Tensai and I can teach you how to seal your Ryatsu yourself. Ichigo barely suppressed a groan. More to learn. Oi. Quit your griping, this will take care of your little problem touching people. That reminds me. Urahara, I thought that my Ryatsu kept me from touching people without hurting them. Tensa Zangetsu told me so, when my mother was in danger. But later, I was able to embrace her without a problem after I left Bankai. Do you know why? Isshin, already knowing this from Ichigo's explanation from earlier, was also looking at Urahara expectantly, hoping the scientist could answer the question. The shopkeeper mulled over his thoughts for a few moments, before nodding. During the confrontation, your Ryatsu stayed at its evolved state so as to allow you your maximum fighting capabilities. Afterwards, it seems that your love for her and desire to protect made you instinctively suppress your Ryatsu, and lower it to the point where it would be anything but harmful to her. But, he warned, you cannot rely on that in your day-to-day life. If you even felt the slightest hint of aggression, playful or not, your Ryatsu would respond. Considering how frequently you are targeted by human gangs, unless you want them dead. I get it, Ichigo interrupted. But considering my poor control, how am I supposed to do something as complicated as sealing? That would be a problem if you were to try sealing someone else, Tensai agreed, stepping inside the room and crossing his arms over his chest. However, sealing one's own Ryatsu is not so difficult, it is a similar process to resealing your Zanpakuto out of Shirkai. Ichigo rubbed the back of his head in a slightly embarrassed fashion. Ah, well, I've never done that. Yoruchi said that Zangetsu is a constant release type Zanpakuto, my lack of control means I give off too much Ryatsu, and it keeps Zangetsu in Shirkai. My control never got good enough to try, and even if it did, I don't really care to keep him sealed. He's my partner, and he's always supported me. Why should I seal him away? Ichigo suddenly received a sense of wordless appreciation from his Zanpakuto. No problem, Zangetsu. Even so, it is a skill worth learning, Isshin pressed. Not only is it an important step in being able to fully control your Ryatsu, it may prove especially useful in future interaction with Soul Society. They usually prefer Shinigami to keep their Zanpakuto sealed at most times. Adhering to their customs could ease your path later, especially when dealing with nobility and possibly the Central 46. Not to mention, I'd like to see some of their faces if you release Zangetsu in front of them, Yoruchi's voice jumped in. Ichigo spun, not having detected her presence, and then spotted her on the windowsill, basking in some sunlight in her cat form. That would be a sight to remember forever. But Ishin's right, Ichigo. Before, it wasn't really a priority, since you needed as much power as possible, as quickly as possible. Now, though, it's time to refine your control, and being able to seal your Zanpakuto will help enormously in the long run. It may even make it easier for you to re-enter your body. Well, I suppose knowing how to do it doesn't mean having to do it all the time, Ichigo muttered. He respected both Yoruchi and Tensai as his teachers, and his father did have a point. So he was willing to trust them, though he was reluctant to seal away Zangetsu. What would happen if you were sealed, anyway? My power would be greatly limited, you would be largely cut off from me, and likely Cazador de la Luna as well, until you unsealed us or performed Jinzen. As a result, Cazador and I would be unable to see the outside world, and unable to converse with you regularly as we do now. What's the point of that? Ichigo asked, confused. Surely there has to be some sort of upside, or others wouldn't do it so often. Tensai-sensei, why does everyone keep their Zanpakuto sealed? To prevent accidents from happening, was the Kido master's simple response. Also, it's customary to do so, as walking around with their Zanpakuto released tends to be viewed as a threat and a challenge. Ichigo blinked. Even the Taicho? Especially the Taicho, Ishin answered solemnly. Why? Urahara cleared his throat. The idea is a Shinigami should not have their Zanpakuto released unless they are planning to use them. It's based in the fact that most Shinigami don't have the Ryatsu necessary to keep them in Shirkai all the time. What about talking to them, getting to know them? Ichigo demanded incredulously. That's what we have Jinzen for, Urahara explained with a shrug. Why are you so offended by it? It just seems so, stifling for the Zanpakuto, Ichigo tried to describe how he felt. To be completely bottled up all the time, only able to see outside someone's inner world when the Shinigami feels like releasing them. Try to imagine being in Beneheim's position for a moment. Unable to invent anything, unable to talk to anyone, just stuck there and unable to see anything unless she needs you to help her fight someone. And when was the last time you used Jinzen? Now it was Urahara's turn to blink, looking down at his cane that hit his own Zanpakuto. Ha! I hadn't thought of that. It sounds like a boring existence. Perhaps you have a point, Ichigo-kun. Regardless, if you want to re-enter your body, you will need to learn how to seal your own power, and the first step to that is sealing your Zanpakuto. It is alright, Ichigo. Like they said, doing this could come in handy. The wizard sighed. Alright, how do we do this? Simply cut off the flow of your Ryatsu into Zangetsu, Yoruchi ordered. Try to keep as much of it as you can inside you. Ichigo closed his eyes and focused on his Ryatsu. It was so very, very vast and strong, ignoring how his Ryatsu was emanating from him constantly, Ichigo traced how his power flowed. It took him a few minutes, but he finally located the river of power that ran through Zangetsu. He gave it a firm mental tug, pulling it away from its path and attempting to keep it in his body. It felt quite odd. If Ichigo could compare it to anything, it was like he was holding his breath, but not needing to breathe for a while. Opening his eyes, Ichigo reached up and felt Zangetsu's physical form, and was surprised to see that Zangetsu was still in his Shirkai state. Confused, Ichigo closed his eyes again and took another look at where his Ryatsu entered the blade. Though the wizard still had a grip on the Ryatsu he'd pulled away from that path, some of the Ryatsu that he gave off into the air had apparently redirected itself to Zangetsu's pull. This is gonna be tougher than I thought. I don't think I can create and maintain as many grips as I would need to capture all the Ryatsu. Then compress all the Ryatsu into one place, and then grip it there. Nodding absently at Zangetsu's suggestion, and vaguely noting that a lot of the Zanpakuto's advice concerning his Ryatsu involved compression, Ichigo tried to think of a way to put all the Ryatsu in one place. What I need is a way to SCK most of it back into my body and keep it there. He began to sigh, but then froze in mid-breath, having an idea. He slowly breathed in, mentally grasping as many strands of his Ryatsu as he could and pulling them back inside his body, combining and compressing them together. Making sure he had a good grasp on the combined strands, he breathed out and began again, pulling more of his Ryatsu each time. 3 more rounds later, Ichigo felt like he couldn't pull in any more without compromising what he already had. Time to test. The wizard once more reached up over his shoulder, and gripped something that was far different than cloth-wrapped metal, an actual hilt. His eyes flying open, Ichigo pulled what he knew had to be Zangetsu's sealed form out of its sheath, which had miraculously materialized on his back. The blade was a standard-sized katana, though a bit wider than most, with a red handle and a rectangular bronze hand guard. On the end of the handle were 2 light blue tassels. The hand guard had some decoration, though Ichigo had to look a lot closer to tell. It had stylized flame patterns on the long edges, and small curved slits on the short ones. This is a properly sized version of the sword that I was using, before I learned Shirkai. Urahara nodded. I see you're finally able to control your Ryatsu enough to make your sword a normal size. I'm impressed. I thought you might generate that enormous version again. To be honest, I rather expected that monstrosity, Yoruchi admitted. Hold on a minute. Isshin drew his own Zanpakuto and held it out to compare against his son's. Look at them. My Injetsu is almost exactly the same as your Zangetsu, Ichigo. Ichigo blinked, before his jaw dropped. His father was right, they both had the same red handle, the same blue tassels, even similar lengths. The only thing different that Ichigo could see was the handguard, where Isshin had an elongated hexagonal handguard, while the wizard's was rectangular. The near-identical appearances of their Zanpakuto startled Ichigo enough to accidentally loosen his grip on his Ryatsu, and suddenly Zangetsu glowed brightly before shifting into Shirkai state. Sorry, Ichigo apologized. No matter, Urahara waved off. You succeeded, which is enough for the time being. Now, go through the same process, but this time, condense the Ryatsu as much as you can and imagine storing it in a symbol on your chest, as small a symbol as you can. This symbol will be the seal. When you're done, call out, Gentirayan. Be sure to keep your Ryatsu on a level that we can feel it, Isshin reminded his son. So we can figure out how much of your Ryatsu is sealed. Nodding and getting to work, Ichigo once more gathered as much of his Ryatsu as he could, and sealed Zangetsu. That done, he wondered what sort of symbol he should use. A sword? No, that's Zangetsu. A mask? No, that's Cazador. The word seal. Too suspicious if it's seen. Perhaps, a crescent moon. It worked as well as anything else Ichigo could immediately think of, so he decided to go with it. He mentally pushed the Ryatsu into the symbol, and imagined placing it over his heart. Quietly, he whispered, Gentirayan. Suddenly, Ichigo's grasp of his Ryatsu shattered, and so too did his sense of it. It was as though the Ryatsu wasn't there at all. Wait, that's not quite true, he amended as he caught a flicker of it on his chest. Opening his eyes again, he glanced down at his chest, using his left hand to pull the Shihakusho away from his body enough for him to see his skin. The symbol was there, white as the moon itself. The wizard relaxed, the feeling of holding his breath having disappeared when the symbol materialized. Glancing at Zangetsu, he felt a flash of frustration when he saw that the sword had once more resumed its Shirkai form. Doing a quick assessment of his own Ryatsu emissions, he found that once he'd relaxed, he'd begun to leak Ryatsu, though not in the same quantities as before. Well? He asked expectantly, turning to his mentors. Urahara glanced at Tessai, whose face was unreadable. You have sealed approximately 20% of your Ryatsu, the Kido master finally judged. Ichigo sighed. Is it possible to place more than one seal upon a person? Of course, Urahara confirmed. But it is not usually a good idea for a long-term self-sealing. Why not? Seals, like all bakudo, tend to reinforce each other, Isshin cut in. So by putting more than one seal on yourself, it becomes harder for you to remove them. Isn't that a good thing in this case? Ichigo pointed out. We don't want my seals to accidentally go off. There is that. Yoruchi agreed. How much more do we have to seal before Ichigo is back to something resembling his old power levels? One more ought to do it, Isshin judged. With a sigh, Ichigo performed the Genrain again, this time making a black crescent moon facing the opposite direction, so the tips almost touched and the combined symbols made a circle. Zangetsu was still in Shirkai, but now Ichigo felt that if he needed to, he could keep Zangetsu sealed for a while, though why he would ever want to was still beyond him. Now that that was done, Ichigo did feel much weaker. He was down to between half and two-thirds of the power he'd had just a few minutes ago, and it wasn't regenerating. When he voiced this question aloud, he was greeted with a laugh from his father. It's still in your body, Ichigo. Isshin chortled. So your body doesn't recognize it as missing, you just don't have access to it at the moment. What I'm curious about, is whether you can still put your Ryatsu on that stage of higher evolution, Urahara mused. Feeling curious about the results himself, Ichigo mentally made the indescribable change to his Ryatsu, the change brought on by the evolution he'd achieved. In the Dangai. Ichigo almost jumped when all the other occupants in the room stumbled in place. Something wrong. It's just, weird, Yoruchi told him. For your Ryatsu to just suddenly vanish entirely. So, it's not just a matter of how much Ryatsu you have, there's another factor involved. The scientist muttered just out of Ichigo's earshot. In any case, you should be able to get back in your body now. About time. Relaxing and feeling his Ryatsu settle back into its pre-evolutionary state, Ichigo promptly entered his body and immediately doubled over in pain. Isshin yelped and ran to get his son out of his body, but Urahara and Tensai bodily held him back. What are you doing? He's obviously in pain. Isshin yelled. We have to get him out. Look. Having little other choice, Isshin did as he was told, and then noticed that Ichigo's body was growing a few inches, as was his hair. His facial structure was maturing somewhat, and the rest of his body was filling out somewhat. All in all, Isshin was watching his son's mortal body rapidly age from the point where Ichigo had left it 3 months ago, to what Ichigo now looked like. Well, that hurt, Ichigo rasped, straightening into a sitting position. Can I have some water? Of course. Tensai had a glass of water in his hand in seconds. Ichigo realized a moment later that perhaps he'd anticipated needing it. Do you feel any pain? Urahara pressed urgently. Any burning sensations? No, the wizard answered. Good. Now that you've sealed off enough of your Ryatsu not to harm yourself, your human body is acting as a buffer to the rest of your Ryatsu. As a result, you should now be able to touch others without harming them, no matter what stage of evolution your Ryatsu is in. I shouldn't have to tell you that you should not unseal your Ryatsu while inside your human body, he warned gravely. Right. How do I unseal it anyway? Ichigo asked, realizing belatedly that it was a rather important piece of information. Gather Ryatsu to the seal you want to undo, and call out Genkaijo, Yoruchi instructed before Urahara could open his mouth. She knew quite well that Urahara would have had Ichigo say some ridiculously long and embarrassing but ultimately useless phrase, and only tell the truth when it failed. He'd played that trick more than once on Ichigo, and on others as well. Urahara almost pouted at Yoruchi for spoiling his fun, but merely nodded. Ichigo. The substitute turned to face him questioningly. Isshin was just explaining to me before you arrived, that you want a vacation. Tell me what you want and I'll see to it that you get it. It's the least I can do after dragging you and your friends into this mess. Several minutes later, Ichigo left the shop in a better mood. He was on his way home when he heard a familiar voice yell, Kurosaki-kun. Turning on the spot, Ichigo spotted Ishida, Chad and Inoue coming his way. Hey guys. What happened to you? Ishida gasped. Your hair. Trained in the Dangai for 3 months, Ichigo explained glibly. Turns out time goes a lot slower in there than out here and in Soul Society, so I was able to get some last-minute training to take out Aizen. When I got back in my body, it aged accordingly. Is he? Inoue asked quietly. Yeah. Aizen's dead. Blasted his head off myself. Well, twice if you're counting, the wizard corrected himself. But he's definitely dead now, and even if he wasn't, Urahara's got his body now and there's no way that Aizen's getting out of that one. Ichigo almost smiled when he saw his friends relax at the news. And the Hogyoku? Ishida pressed. Urahara's got it again. He'll take care of it. Ichigo wasn't sure how to explain that the Hogyoku had its own sort of semi-conscious will according to the exile, and that it now registered Ichigo as its master. Nor did he want to go into detail on why it had happened, it was an experience that Ichigo just wanted to put behind him. Good, Chad said simply. So what now? We go on a week-long vacation, Ichigo answered his best friend. All expenses paid trip to a nice beachside hotel. Urahara and Yoruchi will take care of anything that happens in Karakura while we're gone. Who all is coming? Inoue asked excitedly. Just the 4 of us, plus Rukia and Renji if they want to come, Ichigo told her. And anyone you guys want to invite. Why them? The Quincy asked, curious. They're the only ones who doubled back and helped save Inoue, and they're almost sure to catch flack on that, Ichigo justified his decision. Besides, they've been going through just as much shit as we have. Point taken, Ishida conceded. When is the vacation? Chad asked. Next week, Ichigo admitted. They do need time to actually set up the trip. Why is he doing this? Ishida pondered aloud. Ichigo didn't answer, he had his suspicions, nothing else. I suppose it doesn't matter, Ishida muttered, low enough that the others wouldn't hear him. Kurosaki, Sato, Inoue. The 3 turned to him questioningly. I will make this quick. In order to receive the training I needed from my father to be of significant aid in the Winter War, I swore to halt most of my Quincy activities and resume life in a manner of someone not spiritually aware. As Aizen is dead, I am now forbidden to hunt hollows. I may only act in defense of a life should the situation present it. As such, I entrust the safety of Karakura to you. Ishida spun on his heel and began walking home, leaving 3 shocked people behind him. It hurt, Ishida had to admit, to leave the life he had chosen, the life where his intelligence and power could be used to their full potential. But this is the price I chose to pay for the strength to protect. And he refused to regret it. Ishida. Is that it? Ichigo demanded with traces of anger coloring his tone. Is that the extent of your feelings? Will you just walk away from us like you no longer belong? You are Ishida Yuryu, Quincy of the Winter War. More than that, you are our companion. Don't you get it, Kurosaki? Ishida turned, his voice caustic. How dare he make this harder than it is? I can no longer be a Quincy. I swore on the pride of my race. I cannot guard your back anymore, Kurosaki Ichigo, and I will not break my oath by associating with 3 people so intimately tied with the spiritual world, just for some half-butted effort to make me feel useful. Face it, Kurosaki. I'm not needed anymore. You are not our friend simply because of your powers, Chad rumbled. If that were the case, then would we not have let you go when you had no powers, before Orihime restored them? Ishida-kun. Inoue whispered, taking a step towards her friend. I understand. You are hurting, because you feel that if you cannot protect Karakura alongside us, then what was the point of making these bonds? Ishida gaped at her, but had no chance to respond as the mistress of rejection continued with tears forming in her eyes. We are your friends, Ishida-kun, but right now that gives you so much pain, doesn't it? You want to protect your home just as much as we do, and the knowledge that we're going to do it without you now just breaks your heart. Inoue brought her left hand to her heart, but her eyes never left Ishida's as she took another step forward. You want to push us away so it hurts less, so you can resent us and your father in peace. But don't you see, Ishida-kun? You can never break the bonds we've forged together. We've been through too much. Memories flashed against his will in front of Ishida's eyes. He remembered fighting back to back with Kurosaki, and being shaken by the substitute's words reminding him of his grandfather's vision of Quincy and Shinigami working together, eventually taking on a Minos Grande together. He recalled Chad and Inoue offering for him to join them in training under Yoruichi, and later working with them and Kurosaki to break into Soul Society to save Kuchiki Rukia. Training together, protecting Karakura together, invading Hueco Mundo to rescue Inoue together. She's right. We have been through too much. Ishida came to himself only to realize that Inoue had finished crossing the distance between them and had pulled him into a hug, her arms gently wrapped around his waist, his head over her left shoulder. He gaped, but once again was not given the chance to speak as Inoue's soft voice silenced his own. It's okay, Inoue whispered. It's okay to let us in, Ishida-kun. You're our friend, no matter what you think, Ichigo stated firmly from a few meters behind Inoue. We'll figure it out together, alright? Chad merely nodded his agreement. Slowly, hesitantly, Ishida returned the beautiful girl's embrace. Yeah, he finally assented. Alright. Almost an hour later, the four of them sat atop Ichigo's roof, looking at the sun as it finally began to set. None of them had had the destination in mind, but had ended up there after meandering through the town for a while, making sure no one was injured. This has been the longest day of my life, Ichigo finally said as the sun dipped behind the horizon. Ishida chuckled lightly at the non sequitur. Well, you did spend 3 months in the Dangai, Kurosaki. It's to be expected. He smirked but purposely did not look at Ichigo, who was glaring half-heartedly at him. Inoue giggled a little. It all seems so strange, she admitted. I was beginning to think it'd never be over. In a way, it never will be, the Quincy said quietly, but not quietly enough it seemed, as Inoue's face scrunched up in a confused manner, though her eyes did not waver from the sun as it continued to descend. What do you mean? Ichigo shared a look with Ishida, whose eyes reflected a grim expectancy that made the wizard realize that Ishida had already thought past the Aizen conflict a while ago. Of course. Ishida always did see further than I did. Ironic, given his glasses. Stifling a snort, Ichigo's eyes darted at Inoue, but the newly retired Quincy shook his head subtly. Don't tell her. Ichigo understood, Inoue was an innocent, kind soul. It would break her heart to suspect that Soul Society was going to go after them next, and there was always the chance that somehow their friends in the Gotei 13 would be able to keep that from happening. So, thinking quickly as he turned his eyes back to the sunset, he finally said, he means that now that we're involved with Soul Society, there's probably always going to be something that we're going to end up in the middle of. Well, it'll be nice to stay in touch with our friends in Soul Society, Inoue concluded with a smile. After another few minutes, the sun finally disappeared beyond the horizon. Ishida got up slowly. I'm going to head home, he announced. School in the morning, and after today, we're all going to need some rest. Seeing the wisdom in his words, though Ichigo felt a little silly thinking about school after the war he'd just finished earlier that day, the four of them parted ways. Jumping down to the ground, Ichigo walked in the front door, only to find his father in the middle of an aerial roundhouse kick. Without even breaking stride, Ichigo ducked underneath it, took a step forward and retaliated with a punch to the chest that sent Isshin flying back several feet. Hey Dad, he said casually as if this happened every day, which it largely did. What's Yuzu making for dinner? Isshin got up quickly, rubbing his chest but grinning. Your skills haven't deteriorated at all, my son. And Yuzu-chan won't let me into the kitchen to find out. You're right on time, Ichi-nii, the aforementioned daughter chirped as she began to bring out the food, steaming hot with enticing aromas drifting in the air. Minutes later, all four living members of the Kurosaki family were sitting at the table and eating Yuzu's freshly prepared food with relish. Hey, old man. Karen began after a minute. Tell us about Mom. Ishin closed his eyes and swallowed his food, savoring the taste as he chose his words. Opening his eyes, he fixed a kind gaze at his fraternal twin daughters, with Ichigo nearby. She's a wonderful woman who loves every one of you dearly. She was so happy to be a mother. I wish you could have known her so much longer just so you could feel the love and caring she felt and still feels for you. The food was almost forgotten on the table as the three children of the late mother listened closely. Yuzu and Karen were leaning in eagerly, while Ichigo merely smiled softly in remembrance. He'd had 9 wonderful years with his mother, and remembered being such a happy child. Kurosaki Masaki had always supported him, and had never failed to bring a smile to his face no matter what had happened. She liked to tease a little, Ishin recalled fondly. Gently of course, she could never stand hurting someone's feelings. Yuzu takes after her in that way. But she loved to poke fun at people, make them laugh at themselves. Let me tell you, she once. The next couple of hours were spent telling stories about Masaki, with even Ichigo contributing a couple that he could remember. And so, when the wizard lay down in his bed that night, he found himself feeling far more relaxed and at peace than he had for a long, long time. He felt himself drifting to the land of dreams. Hello again, Ichigo-kun. And awoke in a realm of nightmares. Ichigo's eyes went wide with horror, leaping out of bed and summoning Zangetsu to his hand, heart beating so loud that he felt it might just pound its way out of his chest. No. You can't be alive. For there in front of Ichigo's bed, the impossible image of Aizen Sosuke stood calmly with a triumphant smile on his face. Chapter 32, Impressions. Standing in the Taicho Assembly Hall, various Taicho began coming in and lining up in their customary places in 2 lines facing each other. However, there were several exceptions for this meeting. Kairaku Shunsui, Taicho of the 8th Division, instead stood apart from the 2 lines, standing at the head of the assembly where Yamamoto Soteicho normally addressed his troops. In his place stood his Fukuteicho, Ayase Nanao. Similarly, Kira Fukuteicho stood in place for 3rd Division, Hisejai Fukuteicho for the 9th Division, and Sasakai Fukuteicho for 1st Division. The 5th Division stood unrepresented, as both its former Taicho, Aizen Sosuke, and its current Fukuteicho, Hinamori Momo, were dead and incapacitated respectively. Once everyone arrived, Kairaku nodded. As acting Soteicho, I call this meeting to order. Ano Hana Taicho, report. Hinamori Fukuteicho will make a full recovery in the next few days, the healer began. It appears she was knocked out with minimal force. And Yamamoto Soteicho? Kairaku had to fight not to call his sensei by his usual nickname, Yamaji. As the acting leader, with all the potential disasters just waiting for someone to step badly to go off, he stood in an unenviable position. He acted with the authority of his sensei, but he was not nearly so respected and had to fill the old man's shoes, so to speak, until Yamaji could recover. His reputation worked against him, and so Kairaku could not afford to act in his usual manner. He had to remain firm and serious, and make sure that everyone knew that he meant every word he said tonight. How troublesome. Maybe Nanao-chan will let me have more sake tonight. Yamamoto Soteicho suffered serious injuries from his fight with Aizen. His chest had been punctured by what appears to be Aizen's hand, grievously damaging his right lung. He also acquired minor burns from his own flames, though they were easy to heal. His Ryatsu and blood were low, but it seems there was some first aid administered to keep his Ryatsu levels up. Physically, he has been almost completely healed. 7th Seat Yamada Hanataro's Zanpakuto was extremely helpful in that endeavor, and I suggest that Yukitake Taicho request his service in the near future to determine if his illness can be alleviated in any way. Unohana finished with a hopeful smile. Noted. What of Jin and Tozen? Tozen is merely exhausted. My medics are delaying his recovery by draining his Ryatsu as it returns and keeping him under a sleep keto until he can be tried. Jin, however, suffered massive injury, and despite being near death summoned his Bankai. As a result, he strained his body and Ryatsu even further, and whether he will heal completely is still unknown. Given the state of Jin's Ryatsu, it was unwise to use traditional healing Kido on him. As a result, we were forced to rely almost entirely on Yamada's Zanpakuto, which healed the body directly rather than restoring the subject's Ryatsu. An interesting ability, Kuratsuchi observed. And quite suited to your division. One must wonder why he has not risen in rank. Unohana merely smiled slightly at the man. He requires more experience, Kuratsuchi Taicho, and has little confidence in his ability to defend himself. It will come in time. Kairaku nodded. It was good to have such promising Shinigami in the ranks, especially the healing division of the Gotei, Soifun Taicho. I know you have assigned some of your Onomitsukido to monitor the Kurosaki family. What have you gleaned so far? Nothing from them, Soifun answered truthfully. They will report back in 2 days. However, I overheard a private conversation between Kurosaki Ichigo and the manifestations of his Bankai spirit and his inner hollow before he returned to his family. Murmurs of interest arose, with all the Taicho looking at her interestedly. Soifun had to hide a smirk, she was DMN good at her job. Tensa Zangetsu, Kurosaki's Bankai, takes the form of a young man with mid-length dark hair. He called Kurosaki extremely overstressed and advised him to take a vacation. Kurosaki's hollow is largely identical to Kurosaki himself, save for being much paler and having a mask fragment on his forehead. He too seemed concerned about Kurosaki's mental state, and suggested the vacation be to a beach in order to partake in typical male teenage actions. And Kurosaki himself? Byakuya asked. Soifun frowned. The information she was about to relay was important enough that it could not be left out, but would remind everyone that Kurosaki was human and quite young at that. He expressed a desire to feel like a teenager again, rather than a war veteran. He also repeatedly verbalized his worry concerning his Ryatsu accidentally harming his family, specifically his mother. There was silence for a few moments. I'd forgotten, Yukitake murmured, that he was so young. It is a shame, Kamamura declared somberly, that we had to rely on a child to kill our foe for us. Why was Kurosaki's mother even there? Hitsugaya asked quietly. Simple, Kuratsuchi answered the young Taicho in a dismissive manner. Aizen had hoped to gain a psychological advantage over Kurosaki Ichigo. She was killed and eaten by the Grand Fisher several years ago when Kurosaki was 9 years old, Soifun contributed. It's likely that Aizen wanted to use her as a deterrent, and possibly to persuade Kurosaki to join him. Kairaku frowned. Soifun's last sentence had planted an idea in his head. One way or another, at least one Taicho spot needed to be filled, and that was Aizen's. Kurosaki Ichigo had killed Aizen in one-on-one combat, in full view of all the Taicho and Fukuteicho that were able in Soul Society at the time. While it was not the required 200 witnesses from the 5th Division that would allow Ichigo to be automatically promoted by trial of combat, it was still 5 Taicho and several Fukuteicho. Maybe. Kairaku quickly counted, there were 9 Taicho in the room. That was just enough to approve Ichigo's promotion to Taicho by way of personal recommendations, if all of them agreed, which was hard enough to do on subjects that weren't so controversial. It seems to me, he began, and silence fell immediately on the conversation, that regardless of what happens to Tozen and Jin, we have a Taicho position empty. According to the report I received from Soifun Taicho earlier today, Hinamori Fukuteicho went against orders and went to the living world to help against Aizen, only to be swayed by the traitor's words and illusions. Does anyone disagree that her mental state is now extremely perilous? The room was silent. Everyone there knew of Hinamori's devotion to Aizen before the man had betrayed them all, and her desperate belief that Aizen was somehow still a good person. If her beliefs had been verified by Aizen himself, then perilous was putting it lightly. I could, make some mental adjustments. Kuratsuchi offered after a few moments. Denied, Kairaku said instantly. However, the 5th Division is now in a rather poor position, is it not? Its Taicho a traitor, its Fukuteicho mentally unstable, it requires new leadership. Someone charismatic, someone undeniably strong, but someone who is as different from Aizen as it is possible to be. Someone who embodies the traits defined by the 5th Division's flower: sacrifice, danger. By now, everyone knew what Karakura was going to suggest, but as Karakura was acting Sotecho, it would be a very large breach of decorum to interrupt him. Kurosaki Ichigo is charismatic, he has swayed even Aizen's own Arankar against him. Kurosaki is strong, he defeated Aizen even after Aizen's Hogyoku-induced evolutions. Kurosaki is as different from Aizen as it is possible to be. Aizen was subtle, Kurosaki is blunt. Aizen lacked empathy, Kurosaki apparently has too much of it to be able to sacrifice those he deems his own. Aizen preferred to sacrifice others. Kurosaki would rather sacrifice himself. With this in mind, I would recommend Kurosaki Ichigo be promoted to the position of Taicho of the 5th Division. However, he is a still living human, and we are sworn not to interfere with human lives whenever it can be avoided. So, I propose a new solution. I, Kairaku Shunsui, Taicho of the 8th Division, recommend Kurosaki Ichigo be promoted to part-time Taicho in preparation for his eventual death, at which point he will take on the position in full. Are there 5 others who will recommend him as well? Soifun could hardly believe her ears. She'd been thinking about ways to induct Kurosaki into the Gotei 13 prior to his death, but somehow she'd not thought of that solution. It bound Kurosaki to the Gotei 13, and gave them further rights and abilities to bind his power if need be. Barely suppressing a smile, she nodded. I, Soifun, Taicho of the 2nd Division, give my personal recommendation. Unohana shook her head. I have not known him long enough, nor seen enough of his skills to be able to say one way or another. I cannot give my recommendation. Byakuya's expression did not change. Upon his return, he had immediately had his Fukutecho, Renji, brief him on what Kurosaki had accomplished since their fight. Mastering the mask, Resurrection, Siro, Garganta. Learning Bakudo and new techniques with his Getsuga Tensho. Kurosaki Ichigo is certainly strong enough to be a Taicho, and has the drive to improve himself. He may be disrespectful at times, but he is certainly better than Zaraki. And, his mind flashed to Rukia's face, I owe him more than I care to admit. I, Kuchiki Byakuya, Taicho of the 6th Division, give my personal recommendation. Kamamura was a hard person to read at the best of times, considering his bestial appearance. However, now his face could have been carved from stone and studied for months without revealing his true emotions. He didn't know what to think, he'd only really met the boy during the battle in the fake Karakura, and had observed Kurosaki's fights carefully when he'd had the opportunity. What he had seen, however, made him uneasy of the idea of recommending him. Kurosaki Ichigo had gone completely berserk in a Bankai Resurrection hybrid form, going toe-to-toe against Aizen. A berserker Taicho was not necessarily a good idea. However, if Kamamura was thinking clearly, then Kurosaki could hardly be blamed for relying so heavily on his hollow powers. It was not as though Kurosaki had asked for them, and they had indeed provided the edge the substitute needed to not only survive, but win. And Kurosaki had recovered his sanity and regained control of the new form. But what truly weighed heavy on Kamamura's mind was a conversation from when the pair of evolved juggernauts had warred against each other in Soul Society. Flashback. Have none of you thought about the implications for after this is all over? Soifun demanded heatedly. None of us can sense either Kurosaki or Aizen. If Aizen wins, he could just as easily disguise himself as Kurosaki, though he likely won't bother since his goal is to replace the Spirit King. But if Ichigo wins, there's a rogue, unstable wizard that we cannot sense, cannot defeat, and cannot control. Unstable. Abarai hissed in disbelief to Soifun's cool, if slightly cruel assessment of the situation. What has Ichigo ever done to us? He broke into Soul Society for the purpose of saving someone who saved him and his family. Name one other time he has done anything against Soul Society. Despite himself, Kamamura had to admit that the Fukutecho had a point. Thus far, Kurosaki had been an extremely valuable ally and the ace in the hole needed to fight Aizen. And even his previous transgression could be forgiven. Kurosaki had acted with honor, and not taken any lives despite having the opportunity. It's not a chance we can take, Soifun countered coolly. Unfortunately, Kamamura was also forced to recognize the assassin's point. To let Kurosaki live would be an incredible risk. It was practically a given that the boy would grow even stronger, and it seemed extremely unwise to let the still-living wizard become too powerful. So you would imprison or kill him for saving you, saving all of Soul Society and the living world? Abarai inquired incredulously. Some justice system we have. Should I go ask him to back off then, and let Aizen do what he wants? The word struck Kamamura as though they were a physical slap to the face. Not only was Abarai questioning Soul Society's honor, but such words were treason. Abarai, he rebuked. You are out of line. Even so, he has a point, Kairaku pointed out with a stern look at Soifun. Though Abarai turned his head to resume watching Kurosaki, Kamamura could not help but look at him for another few moments. The Fukutecho's words were digging painfully at the anthropomorphic canine's sense of justice. End flashback. Abarai had made his point. It would be extremely unethical to act against Kurosaki, who had done nothing to deserve it thus far. But there was still the question of Kurosaki's character. Kamamura knew very little about Kurosaki's personality, though Soifun's report did provide some valuable insight. However, the way he'd taken charge and insisted there was still a way even if Yamamoto were to fail. It was obvious that Kurosaki kept a cool head in stressful situations, and was unafraid to do what he felt had to be done. Those were qualities that Kamamura could respect in anyone, and qualities that would serve him well as a Taicho. I, Kamamura Sajin, Taicho of the 7th Division, give my personal recommendation. Kairaku had to fight a smile. There were 4 of the requisite 6 recommendations already out there, and still a few Taicho left. So far, so good. Though, in order for his plan to work, Unohana would need to approve the recommendations after they'd been gathered. Hitsugaya's frown deepened. He was uncertain whether Ichigo would actually want to be a Taicho. Flashback. Ichigo scoffed. Soul Society might try to tolerate the existence of a human who could defeat some of their best Shinigami, since humans live for such a short term anyway compared to you. But a human who could defeat some of their best Shinigami, and then have an additional power to push himself beyond Taicho level? They'd assassinate me, or wear me down, or seal up my powers given the slightest excuse, because they'd be afraid I would come into their town and do the same DMN thing. Preemptive strike my butt. And then to top things off, they'd try to recruit my power for the Gotei 13. End flashback. Well, Ichigo, it seems that it's come to pass, he mused with a hidden sigh. Hitsugaya hadn't thought that his own trial of loyalty would come so soon. What was best? Ichigo rightfully held no love for the Gotei 13, and probably feared for his own life now that his wizard abilities had been revealed. If I give my recommendation, and it goes through, Ichigo will have the choice to accept or not. If he accepts, then it provides a level of protection against the Central 40th excess rulings, and relaxes those afraid that he will turn against Soul Society. But if he turns it down, it may be considered spurning the Gotei 13 and could be taken as both an insult and a threat, considering how strong he is. On the other hand, Hitsugaya reasoned, if it doesn't go through, Ichigo will be left for the Central 40th excess judgment regardless. Not for the first time, the ice wielder decided he hated politics. After another few moments of indecision, he decided honesty was the best policy. Before I give my recommendation, he stated clearly, I must remind you all that Kurosaki Ichigo has little love for Soul Society's government. So far, we have brought nothing but woe to him and his friends and family. What do you mean? Kairaku queried, interested. Allow me to list the offenses in chronological order, Hitsugaya began. During my assignment to the living world, Kurosaki informed me that 100 years ago, Soul Society attempted to execute Shinigami who had illegally acquired hollow powers against their consent. Yamamoto Sotecho has confirmed this. As Soul Society has not publicly changed its stance, Kurosaki Ichigo can be quite sensibly afraid for his life now that he has irrevocably revealed that he is the same. Soifan Taicho has just revealed in this meeting that Kurosaki's mother was killed and eaten by the Grand Fisher 6 years ago. According to Kurosaki himself, after regaining control of his resurrection form in the fake Karakura, he went berserk due to Aizen's revelation that he had sent the Grand Fisher to do the deed. However, it is Soul Society's responsibility to cleanse all hollows, especially those who have slain Shinigami, such as the Grand Fisher. Soul Society has failed to kill the Grand Fisher for 50 years, and can therefore be held liable. Several months ago, Kurosaki's family was targeted by a powerful hollow that proved itself beyond Kuchiki Rukia's abilities to purify. This should not have happened. Soul Society has had policies in place regarding humans with Ryatsu since before the Quincy massacre, and the 12th Division had monitors in place in Karakura town as soon as we were aware that it was the Jurichi. We are all well aware of the hollow-luring effect when a human's Ryatsu is greater than normal, and according to Kuchiki-san's report, Kurosaki broke a Bakudo, before gaining any Shinigami powers. One could have heard a pin drop in the silence left after this most recent revelation. Seeing that most understood the implications, Hitsugaya wasn't quite sure about Zaraki, but was not about to stop to explain it. He continued. Not to disrespect Kuchiki-san's skills, but a more skilled Shinigami should have been sent to handle the inevitably stronger hollows. However, this did not happen. As a result, Soul Society is directly responsible for failing to protect Kurosaki's remaining family, and this failure forced him into a do-or-die situation that resulted in his becoming a substitute Shinigami. To make matters worse, Soul Society then punished him and Kuchiki-san for choosing the only option left to them, by having a Taicho nearly kill Kurosaki while taking Kuchiki-san to be tried. Soul Society then allowed itself to be fooled by one of its own Taicho to the point of nearly executing Kuchiki-san with the Sokayaku, which required Kurosaki's literally direct intervention to stop. After Aizen escaped, Soul Society proved itself incapable of handling the bounce situation on its own and required Kurosaki's assistance. Just today, Soul Society has also proven to Kurosaki that it cannot be relied on when Kurosaki's allies requested assistance of their own, namely, regarding the brief capture of Inoue Oriheim. And finally, Soul Society was unable to deal with Aizen on its own and even blatantly requested Kurosaki to sacrifice his town to finish Aizen himself. All said and told, I would not be surprised if Kurosaki was unwilling to work with Soul Society much longer, Hitsugaya concluded. The only reasons I can think of for him to continue would be to maintain the safety of those he has befriended in the Gotei 13, and if I may be blunt, some of them are becoming quite disillusioned with Soul Society as well. Myself included. There were several mutters in the room at the last statement. Wow, Kira murmured, I hadn't realized. How could we have screwed up so badly? Aizen had a hand in several of those, but others were all us. Be grateful that Kurosaki-san either is unaware of the depth of Soul Society's failure, or is more forgiving than most, Unohana advised from next to him. Kairaku cleared his throat, silencing the room once more. Where are you going with this? He asked pointedly. If you want Kurosaki to join the Gotei 13 as Taicho of the 5th Division, then he will need reasons to feel that doing so is a good idea, Hitsugaya said simply. That said, should Kurosaki be persuaded, I, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Taicho of the 10th Division, give my personal recommendation. There. Assuming Kurosaki's problems are addressed to his satisfaction, he gains protection from the central. Not to mention, with so many Fukuteicho here, the information is bound to spread. He barely kept a smirk from forming on his face. With any luck, he will gain even more public support. Kairaku nodded gravely. Of course, things just can't ever be simple, can they? And you, Zaraki Taicho? This was the Taicho he knew for sure would recommend Ichigo. The boy was the only one who had been able to defeat Zaraki in many years, and Zaraki loved a good fight more than anything. Everyone, except Yuichiro atop the Taicho's shoulder, looked at Zaraki with shocked expressions. To see him actually thinking it over could be nothing but a sign of the apocalypse. What are your thoughts, Zaraki Taicho? Yukitake asked diplomatically, though inwardly still astounded. The way I see it, Ichigo's more than strong enough to do the job, and he'd probably be better at it than Aizen anyway, the enormously tall Taicho admitted, his face lacking its typical maniacal grin. If it were just that, I'd recommend him right now. But after what Iceboy said, it seems to me that it'd look like we were just asking him for more permanent help, like we ain't able to do anything without him. Makes us look weak, and I don't like looking weak. One of these days, I will stop being so surprised when Zaraki points out something we should have already known, Kairaku swore silently to himself. But Ken-chan. Yachiru whined with all the cuteness of the child she resembled. I wanna see Ichi-kun again. Besides, you want to fight him again, right? He got so strong he beat Aizen, didn't he? You've got a point. Zaraki mused. Plus, things are never boring when he's around, are they? Nope. Yachiru chirped. I suppose it doesn't matter whether we look weak or not, as long as we keep getting stronger. Zaraki gave a predatory smirk up towards Kairaku. Alright. Ichigo's got my recommendation. Yes. Kairaku mentally crowed. 6 recommendations. Now for the 3 approvals. In order for Ichigo to be made Taicho, all 3 of the remaining Taicho, Unohana, Kuratsuchi, and Yukitake, had to approve the recommendations. We now have 6 recommendations. In order for Kurosaki Ichigo to be promoted to Taicho, we now require approval from 3 other Taicho. His formality slipped a little, and he couldn't help but quirk his eyebrows and let his voice lilt a bit in amusement in the next line. Fortunately enough, we have 3 here. What say you? Kuratsuchi Taicho stroked his chin as he thought about it. It would be rather interesting, he thought aloud, to have a being whose Ryatsu transcends that of our understanding. It provides a unique opportunity to study the Ryatsu, and perhaps upgrade some of our technology. Having easy access to the subject by keeping him in Soul Society would be best, after all. He began to grin widely, thinking of the possibilities. Yes. I do believe I approve the nomination. Yukitake sighed. He was rather fond of Kurosaki Ichigo for a number of reasons, not the least of which was how he'd helped Rukia regain her old spark of life and confidence that she'd lost after killing Shiba Kaien. Ichigo was strong, and stood by what he felt was right. And though he'd apparently abandoned the Reconnecting to Aizen to protect Karakura, Yukitake found he couldn't really blame Ichigo for it, though that might be because Ichigo had gone on to kill Aizen anyway. No, Yukitake didn't retain anger towards the young man, nor was he bitter that Ichigo had, in the span of a year, become stronger than Yukitake had in centuries. No, the sickly Taicho was proud of the boy for having managed to achieve his goal, acquiring the strength to protect his town. But the emotion that Yukitake held most regarding Ichigo, was sorrow. It wasn't right, he felt, to have forced Ichigo into such a position. It wasn't right that despite all the good that Ichigo had done, despite what the substitute had sacrificed, despite what he'd gone through, that Soul Society now had to consider him a potential threat. It wasn't right that Ichigo now had the choice of either joining the same Soul Society that had done him so much wrong, as Toshiro had artfully illustrated, or face the likelihood of aggression. Yukitake knew what Kairaku was trying to do. He was trying to give Ichigo a chance to avoid another struggle for survival, another clash of titans. Both Taicho knew that Central 46 feared what it could not understand, and Ichigo himself had grown into a presence that literally could not be understood by any of the Shinigami in Soul Society, if his Ryatsu was any indicator. Their fear would lead them to order the Gotei 13 to take action against Ichigo. But if the Gotei 13 could legitimately claim with evidence that Ichigo was one of them, then it was possible for Ichigo to not only survive, but continue to protect his family. When thinking about it that way, Yukitake knew there was only one decision he could make. I approve the nomination. And if, somehow, it still came to be that the Central 46 ordered Ichigo's demise, Yukitake knew who he'd be siding with. Ichigo had earned that much. All eyes turned to Unohana. It was now up to her whether Kurosaki Ichigo would become a Taicho. But the healer wasn't sure at all. She had had minimal experience with the boy, only really interacting with him while Kurosaki-san was recuperating from Aizen's brutal attack. What she had seen then was promising, but still not enough. Unohana recognized that it was a good solution to have the one who killed Aizen take his place. It would fill up the hole in the ranks, and would aid Kurosaki-san in various ways. However, not one of the Taicho had considered what it would mean for everyone else. Namely, Hinamori Momo. The 4th Division Taicho mentally sighed. The poor girl. Hinamori-chan had only just begun to recover mentally from what Aizen had done to her, and now she was only going to be worse if what Sato-san and Ishida-san had said was true. If Aizen had personally convinced her once again that he was a good person, then Hinamori-chan is going to snap after learning that he's dead, Unohana thought sadly. To put Aizen's killer as Hinamori-chan's superior is just asking for her to gain a mental disorder. The Gotei 13 would lose a valuable Shinigami if that happened. Shinigami who were unsafe to the rest of the Gotei 13 were put in the maggot's nest where they couldn't hurt anyone outside it. However, if Kurosaki Ichigo were to not become a Taicho, then Hinamori could have a chance to recover, and it was not as though the boy could not take care of himself. But that led to another problem. Unohana had been a Taicho for just as long as Yukitake Jushiro and Kairaku Shunsui, and she too recognized Kurosaki-san's situation. If Kurosaki-san did not become a Taicho, then it was rather likely that the Central 46 would demand they execute him. Even from the little experience that Unohana had with the substitute Shinigami, she knew that Kurosaki-san would never simply let that happen. His will to live was too strong. And with his powers having transcended all of us, we would be forced to war. And Kurosaki-san has so many allies, from all kinds of beings. Vizard, Arankar, even in our own Shinigami ranks. So many would die. In comparison to that, what was the value of Hinamori-chan's life? Hinamori Momo, devout follower of Aizen, who was going to go after Kurosaki Ichigo one way or another. But Unohana was a healer, and it went against her being to sacrifice someone when it wasn't absolutely necessary. The future was always changing, especially with so many variables. There was no way to tell for sure what was going to happen. And Unohana Retsu was not going to sacrifice someone for a mere possibility that it would save other lives. I'm sorry, but I do not approve the recommendation. Did you really think you would win against me, Ichigo-kun? Aizen asked with a smile. He seemed to be in his pre-evolutionary state, human and all, though Ichigo could see a shine in his stomach that indicated the Hogyoku was there still. Even so, much to Ichigo's horror, he could not sense Aizen's Ryatsu. I did win. You're dead, Aizen. Ichigo insisted. Am I? Then how am I standing here? Ichigo had no answer to that. Not daring to look away from Aizen for even a moment, his left hand reached behind him, searching for his Shinigami badge so he could release himself from his body. But a second later, Aizen calmly brought his own left hand up, dangling the badge from his index finger. Looking for this? Ichigo's eyes narrowed. Bankai. Ryatsu swirled, obscuring the vizard from Aizen's sight, before Ichigo dashed at him with his Ajucha's masked Bankai form, Tensa Zangetsu already in motion. However, he had to hold back his Ryatsu from forming the instinctive Getsuga, from crushing everything. He could still sense his family's lives, and Ichigo refused to sacrifice them to kill Aizen. However, Tensa Zangetsu struck not flesh, but simple air. The image suddenly shattered into 1,000 shards, crumbling into spirit particles in midair. An illusion? But I never saw Kyoka Suigetsu's release. Ichigo protested aloud, searching through his memories for any instance of something, anything to indicate a change in Aizen's Sanpakudo. Have you forgotten, Ichigo? Aizen's voice said kindly from right behind him. Ichigo spun and cut right through him, and this image too shattered. When a Shinigami learns Bankai, they no longer need to speak to release their Shirkai. It was simply a matter of sealing and releasing it too quickly for you to tell the difference. It was a horrifying realization. When? Does it matter? Aizen rebutted, materializing from Ichigo's left side. But surely you can figure out what happened. After all, Karakura is alive and well in the living world. I kept my word, and used parts of the Reconnecting. I have the Okan. No. I killed you. I obliterated your head with a Siro, and felt your Ryatsu fade away. Ichigo denied, stepping back and shaking his head violently. You can't be alive. You just can't be. Do you really think it beyond my skills to create a fake corpse? Aizen asked slyly. I have done it before, you know. As for how I did it this time, it was quite simple, really. I regenerated quickly enough from your Siro, and felt another evolution from the Hogyoku beginning. I took the opportunity to overlay an illusion on a rock and used the Hogyoku's power to imbue it with its own Ryatsu. The evolved Shinigami smiled. I knew that it would be sufficient to fool you and Urahara. You're lying. Ichigo claimed. The Shinigami would notice if you used part of the Reconnecting. Ah, but you see, they haven't, and they won't. Kyoka Suigetsu allows me to control the senses of sight, hearing, touch, taste and smell of those it has hypnotized, as you well know. But that's only Shirkai. To hide something more massive, something more was required. My Bankai. Ichigo could feel his world crumbling around him as his mind reeled from the realizations. His Ajucha's mask broke, falling into pieces as the wizard lost his grip on his hollow powers. Your Bankai? Of course. Did you think I didn't have it, Ichigo-kun? Aizen said in a gently teasing voice which infuriated Ichigo. My Bankai allows me to create a self-sustaining illusion that affects those same senses, but for anyone who enters that area, even those who have not seen my Shirkai release. And on those who have, my Bankai has an additional effect, it dampens the ability to doubt what they see as anything but reality. There are downsides, of course. It takes an extremely large portion of my Ryatsu to create, and it will not start to regenerate until I break the illusion. The trader's smile grew somewhat. That's why I never used it earlier. I couldn't create an illusion wide enough to encompass all of Karakura without killing myself with Ryatsu depletion, and it does take some time to set up. But now, with the Hogyoku evolving me as it has. Ichigo felt like his brain was shutting down. I failed to protect everyone. He got me. Tensa Zangetsu. Cazador de la Luna. Help me. Don't worry. Ichigo-kun, Aizen suggested with that same reassuring smile. I have what I wanted, and I have no intention of harming you or Karakura. I want to see if you can reach my level, after all. Grow stronger, Ichigo. I'll be waiting for you. And then the substitute's sight went black. Ichigo woke up with a gasp in his bed, panting and sweating like mad. It was dark out, and his clock read 1:03 a.m. Aizen. There wasn't time to waste. He reached for his badge, which was laying right on the desk where he'd left it the night before, and pressed it against his chest, pulling himself out of his human body, which fell backwards with a thump into the bed. He leapt out his window into the chilly night air, his eyes wide as he searched for any trace for the BSTRD. Zangetsu, please tell me that was just a nightmare, Ichigo begged. There is no way for me to tell, Zangetsu admitted. I am part of your soul, Ichigo. Everything that you see, dream or otherwise, can be seen by myself and Cazador de la Luna if we are unsealed, especially if you call upon us. I do not know if it was a nightmare, or if it truly took place. Is it even possible for Aizen to have done everything that he said he did there? Though I do not recall seeing it, he is correct in that he would not have needed to call out his Shirkai verbally. And his Bankai does sound plausible. Is there any way for you to prove one way or another that what Aizen said was true? Cazador queried. Ichigo blinked and honestly thought about the question. It'd be too much of a coincidence if I imagined Aizen's Bankai power. But Soul Society doesn't know Aizen's Bankai, Zangetsu pointed out. He hid even his Shirkai's true nature from them. What about checking Aizen's corpse? He said it was fake, and he had to do a rush job in order to evade us. If anyone could tell for certain, it'd be Urahara and maybe that healing Taicho, Unohana. Ichigo perked up. Great idea. Knowing he wouldn't be able to rest until he knew one way or the other, he rushed to Urahara's and banged on the door loudly. Urahara. It's Ichigo. Let me in, it's important. A bleary-eyed shopkeeper came to the door, opening it slightly. Ichigo, he asked in a confused manner, yawning. What's wrong? It's Aizen. Several minutes later, Ichigo was watching Urahara and Tessai, both awake and fully alert by the idea that Aizen could be alive still, both going over the headless corpse with medical Kido, searching for any hint of deception. After a tense half-hour, Tessai nodded to Urahara, who halted his Kido and turned to an anxiously waiting Ichigo. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the corpse, he concluded. It's exactly what we expected to find. Even so, I would suggest bringing Inoue-san over for an inspection with her own abilities. If Aizen has somehow managed to fake his death, Inoue-san should be able to dispel the illusion. Somewhat reassured, Ichigo nodded. Thanks for taking the time to check. It was no problem, I am glad you came to me, Urahara responded, beginning to lead Ichigo back to the door. It would be a disaster if Aizen survived. Like I said, bring Inoue over tomorrow at some point to verify, but for the moment I suggest you try to get some rest. Nodding tiredly, how had he not noticed his own exhaustion before? Ichigo mumbled an agreement and began making his way home. It was just a nightmare, he rebuked himself. I can't be jumping at shadows anymore. Aizen's dead. He's dead and can't hurt anyone anymore. Just gotta relax.